Hi everyone, today we have 8 hours of Family Guy theories to fall asleep to. So sit back, grab a snack, and let's get started with 2 insane theories for every Family Guy character.
First up we got Peter Griffin. The entire show is in Peter's mind. One of the most unsettling theories in Family Guy lore argues that none of what we see actually happens. According to a popular idea that emerged from Reddit discussions, Peter Griffin lost his entire family in a drunk driving accident he caused, and everything we watch across hundreds of episodes exists only inside his broken mind. The theory suggests Peter created an elaborate fantasy world where he can undo death, reverse time, and keep his family alive forever because he cannot accept what he did. This explains why characters die and come back with no explanation, why injuries heal instantly, and why the show resets after every episode like nothing happened. When you look at the evidence from the actual show, this theory finds support in dozens of canonical moments that suggest reality itself bends around Peter's consciousness. The foundation of this theory rests on how death works in Family Guy. Brian dies after being hit by a car in one episode, and the entire Griffin family mourns him for weeks. Stewie eventually uses a time machine to prevent Brian's death, and suddenly Brian is alive again, with nobody remembering he died except Stewie. The show presents this as a genuine timeline change, but it also demonstrates that death has no permanent meaning in this universe. Characters can die and return without consequence because the rules of reality do not apply. If Peter created this world in his guilt-ridden mind, after killing his real family while driving drunk, it makes sense that he would build a reality where death can be reversed. He needs his family to come back no matter what happens, because facing their permanent absence would destroy him completely. Brian serves as perhaps the clearest window into Peter's psyche in this interpretation. Brian represents everything Peter wishes he could be. He is educated, cultured, well-read, and politically aware. Peter himself is overweight, crude, and often ignorant, but Brian embodies the intellectual side Peter suppresses or never developed. When Peter talks to Brian, he is essentially talking to an idealized version of his own conscience. Brian also has a drinking problem that mirrors Peter's own alcoholism, but Brian frames his drinking as sophisticated wine consumption rather than cheap beer. This allows Peter to process his addiction through a character who makes substance abuse look refined rather than destructive. The fact that Brian is a dog rather than a human creates emotional distance. Peter can explore his demons through Brian without directly confronting them as his own failures. When Brian dies, Peter's subconscious cannot handle it, so Stewie fixes everything by traveling through time. Peter needs Brian because Brian is the part of himself that still thinks and reflects. Stewie Griffin presents an even stranger case. Stewie is a baby who builds time machines, creates clones, travels to parallel universes, and possesses technology that exceeds anything in our reality. Sometimes characters understand Stewie perfectly, and other times they treat him like a normal infant who only babbles. The show has never clearly established whether people actually hear Stewie talk or if his elaborate schemes happen at all. This inconsistency makes perfect sense if Stewie represents Peter's desire to control time and reality. After causing an accident that killed his family, Peter's mind invented a character who can manipulate time itself. Stewie can go back and fix mistakes, which is exactly what Peter wants to do with his own life. Stewie's genius intellect also compensates for Peter's lack of education and planning. Through Stewie, Peter explores what it would mean to have unlimited power and intelligence. The fact that Stewie is simultaneously a baby and a supervillain suggests he exists more as a concept than a real person. He is Peter's fantasy of starting over with perfect knowledge while also being Peter's rage and desire for control made manifest. Lois Griffin operates as Peter's idealized wife who somehow tolerates everything he does. Real marriages break under far less stress than what Peter puts Lois through in the show. He has endangered her life countless times, humiliated her publicly, forgotten their anniversary repeatedly, and committed numerous acts of stupidity that would drive any real person to divorce. Yet Lois stays and continues to love him despite everything. She gets angry in individual episodes but always forgives him by the end. If Peter created this fantasy world, of course he would invent a version of his wife who never truly leaves him, no matter what he does. The real Lois died in the accident Peter caused, and he cannot cope with knowing she died hating him or being disappointed in him. Fantasy Lois forgives everything because Peter desperately needs her forgiveness. The show occasionally hints at darker aspects of Lois's character, including her past with wealthy men and her occasional affairs, but these moments seem designed to make Peter feel less guilty about his own failures as a husband. If Lois is not perfect either, then Peter can tell himself their relationship was complicated rather than facing the truth that he destroyed something good. Meg Griffin stands out as the family member everyone treats with contempt and cruelty. Peter openly tells Meg he does not love her. The family uses her as a verbal punching bag, and multiple episodes center on how nobody values her existence. This makes no sense in a real family, but becomes chilling in the context of the theory. If Peter killed his family while drunk, Meg might represent the guilt he feels about his daughter specifically. Perhaps the real Meg suffered most in the accident. Or perhaps Peter had a troubled relationship with his real daughter that he never resolved. In his fantasy world, Peter recreates Meg but keeps her at a distance through constant mockery. He cannot love fantasy Meg because doing so would force him to confront how much he loved and lost his real daughter. The abuse Meg endures serves as Peter's self-punishment projected onto her. Every cruel joke about Meg reflects Peter's internal voice telling himself he deserves to suffer for what he did. The show even featured an episode where Meg finally stands up to the family and explains that she accepts their abuse because it keeps the family together, suggesting that her role as a punching bag serves a psychological function for everyone, especially Peter. Chris Griffin appears as a simpler character who echoes Peter's personality but younger and less formed. Chris loves art and drawing, which represents a creative outlet Peter never pursued. If this fantasy exists in Peter's mind, Chris embodies the potential Peter sees in his son, the person Peter wishes he had become. Chris is overweight like Peter but still has time to develop differently. He is stupid in similar ways to Peter but has not yet made the kinds of catastrophic mistakes that define his father's life. Chris also receives more affection from Peter than Meg does, possibly because Peter can accept a son who resembles him but cannot accept a daughter he failed to protect. The show sometimes depicts Chris as disturbed or strange, such as when he has an evil monkey living in his closet that eventually turns out to be real. These moments hint that even in his fantasy, Peter cannot keep everything perfect. Darkness seeps in through Chris because Peter's subconscious knows something is deeply wrong. The extended cast around the Griffin family supports this theory and how they function more as archetypes than fully realized people. Joe Swanson is the perfect friend who always forgives Peter despite being paralyzed, in part due to adventures with Peter. A real person in Joe's situation might harbor resentment, but Joe remains loyal because he exists in Peter's mind as the friend Peter wishes he deserved. Cleveland Brown moved away for several seasons but eventually came back, and the show barely acknowledged his return. His presence depends entirely on whether Peter's fantasy needs him at any given moment. Quagmire serves as Peter's ID, the sexual impulses and dark desires Peter cannot admit to himself. Quagmire commits acts that would result in imprisonment in reality, but in Peter's fantasy world, Quagmire faces minimal consequences because he represents desires Peter has but refuses to own. When Quagmire occasionally turns on Peter and reveals he hates things about him, these moments feel like Peter's self-awareness breaking through the fantasy to remind himself what he really is. The structure of Family Guy episodes themselves supports the theory that everything exists in Peter's damaged mind. Almost every episode follows a pattern where Peter does something stupid, causes a disaster, faces consequences, and then everything resets by the next episode. The family forgives him, injuries disappear, and life returns to exactly where it was before. Real life does not work this way. Actions have permanent consequences, and relationships break down over repeated betrayals and failures. But in a fantasy world created by someone who cannot accept consequences, everything can reset endlessly. Peter can make the same mistakes over and over because he is essentially trapped in a loop of his own guilt. He recreates scenarios where he fails his family but then gets another chance to try again. The reset button serves as Peter's inability to move forward from the trauma of what he did. The cutaway gags that define Family Guy's comedy also fit this theory disturbingly well. Peter constantly references experiences and memories that make no logical sense, such as meeting various celebrities or living through historical events. These cutaways happen in the middle of regular conversations, and other characters rarely acknowledge them. If the entire show exists in Peter's mind, the cutaways represent his thoughts wandering, his mind jumping from one association to another the way a traumatized or intoxicated person might lose focus. Peter cannot maintain a consistent reality even in his own fantasy because his mind is too damaged. The cutaways show his consciousness fracturing and rebuilding constantly as he tries to escape the truth of what he did. The show has featured multiple episodes where characters acknowledge they are in a television show or where reality breaks down entirely. In one episode, the family discovers they are cartoon characters being watched by live-action humans. In another, everything turns into a Conway Twitty concert, inexplicably. These moments are played for comedy, but they also suggest that the reality of Family Guy is unstable and aware of its own artificiality. If Peter imagined everything, his subconscious occasionally breaks through to remind him that none of this is real. The characters acknowledge being cartoons because that is what they are in Peter's mind, constructs and drawings rather than actual people. Death and violence in Family Guy happen constantly without lasting impact. Peter has been shot, stabbed, blown up, and injured in ways that would kill normal humans dozens of times over. He falls down and clutches his knee for an extended period as a running gag, yet he never goes to a hospital or deals with chronic pain. Characters regularly kill each other in cutaway gags or flashback sequences without any legal or moral consequences in the main narrative. This complete disregard for mortality makes sense if Peter's mind created a world where death cannot truly happen because he cannot process the real deaths he caused. He needs violence to be meaningless so he can avoid confronting the meaningful violence he committed. The show's flexible timeline also supports this theory. The Griffins have been a family with teenage kids for over 20 years of real-world time, but the characters do not age. Stewie remains a baby episode after episode despite years passing. The show sometimes references modern technology and current events, proving that time moves forward in some sense, but the family stays frozen at the exact ages they were when the show began. If Peter created this fantasy after killing his family, he would naturally freeze them at the ages they were when they died. He cannot imagine them growing older because they never got that chance. His fantasy allows him to keep them exactly as they were in that last moment before everything went wrong. Peter's relationship with alcohol connects every aspect of this theory. Peter drinks constantly throughout the series, and his alcoholism drives numerous plots. He gets drunk and makes terrible decisions that endanger everyone around him repeatedly. The show plays this for laughs, but in the context of the theory, Peter's drinking is both the cause of his trauma and his method of maintaining the fantasy. If he killed his family while driving drunk, he might continue drinking in his fantasy world as a form of slow suicide or as a way to maintain the mental state that allows the fantasy to continue. He cannot sober up because sobering up might mean facing reality. The Drunken Clam, where Peter spends time with his friends, serves as his refuge from even his own fantasy. When the fantasy becomes too painful, Peter retreats into literal drunkenness within the fantasy itself. Certain episodes hint more directly at the darkness underneath Family Guy's comedy. In one storyline, Peter discovers he is mentally disabled due to a genetic condition. This revelation is eventually reversed through surgery, but it raises questions about Peter's mental state and whether he can accurately perceive reality. In another episode, Peter experiences a stroke and temporarily loses his ability to function, showing vulnerability and fear that rarely appear in the show. These moments crack the comedy to reveal a damaged person underneath. If the entire show exists in Peter's mind, these episodes represent his awareness trying to break through his delusions. His fantasy occasionally cannot hold, and the truth of his mental state becomes briefly visible before he buries it again. The show's approach to continuity also matters here. Family Guy occasionally references previous episodes and maintains running gags, but it also completely ignores its own history when convenient. Characters forget major events, relationships reset without explanation, and the show contradicts itself constantly. This selective memory mirrors how traumatized minds work. Peter remembers what he wants to remember and forgets what threatens his fantasy. The inconsistency is not a writing flaw, but a feature of how damaged consciousness operates. Real memories mix with imagined ones until everything blurs together. Looking at the show through this lens transforms every joke into something darker. When Peter fights a giant chicken across multiple episodes in elaborate action sequences, it represents his mind trying to process rage and violence through absurdist distance. When the family travels through time or visits parallel universes, Peter's consciousness is trying to explore what his life might have been if he had made different choices. When characters directly address the camera or comment on the show's structure, Peter's awareness of his fantasy's artificiality briefly surfaces before being suppressed again. Every episode becomes a coping mechanism, a story Peter tells himself to avoid the unbearable truth. The theory suggests that Peter sits somewhere, perhaps in a psychiatric facility or perhaps still at the scene of the accident, playing out these scenarios in his mind, while his real body remains trapped in the consequences of what he did. Everything we watch as viewers is his desperate attempt to keep his family alive in the only way he can, through imagination and delusion. The comedy exists as a defense mechanism, turning tragedy into farce because farce can be endured while tragedy cannot. Peter laughs because if he stops laughing, he will have to scream. This interpretation does not require every fan to accept it as the true explanation for Family Guy. The show works perfectly well as simple comedy without deeper meaning, but the theory persists because the evidence sits right there in canonical episodes. The show has given us all the pieces to construct this darker reading, and once you see it, the pattern becomes difficult to ignore. Whether intentional or accidental, Family Guy contains within itself the story of a man who destroyed everything he loved and built a fantasy world where destruction never matters, where death can be undone, and where he gets infinite chances to be with his family despite deserving none. In Peter's mind, the show goes on forever because stopping would mean facing what he did, and that remains impossible. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the second Peter Griffin theory, which suggests that Peter is already dead or trapped in some kind of purgatory. Another theory that haunts Family Guy discussions suggests Peter Griffin is already dead and has been for years. According to this interpretation, Peter died during one of his countless near-death experiences early in the series, and everything that follows takes place in a purgatory specifically designed around his personality and sins. Quahog is not a real town in Rhode Island, but a liminal space where Peter cycles through endless moral tests, constantly failing and constantly being given another chance. The theory argues that the show's chaotic nature, its refusal to follow normal logic, and its cyclical structure all point toward a reality that exists outside normal time and space. When you examine the actual episodes and how the show functions canonically, the evidence for Peter existing in some form of afterlife becomes genuinely compelling. The foundation of this theory requires identifying when Peter actually died. Several episodes in the early seasons feature moments where Peter should have died, but somehow survived. In one episode, Peter fights a giant chicken named Ernie in an extended battle that destroys much of Quahog. They fall from incredible heights, crash through buildings, and inflict injuries that would kill any human being multiple times over. Peter walks away bruised but alive. In another early episode, Peter goes into a coma after a stroke and experiences what seems like an out-of-body experience. He wakes up at the end, but the theory suggests he never actually woke up in reality. That coma marked his transition from life to purgatory, and everything afterward exists in this in-between state. The show never confirms he fully recovered because he did not recover. His consciousness simply continued in a different realm, while his real body died. The structure of purgatory in religious tradition involves souls working through their sins before moving to heaven or hell. The souls experience situations designed to teach them lessons and help them recognize their moral failures. Peter Griffin cycles through hundreds of episodes where he commits sins, hurts people, faces consequences, and then resets without having learned anything. Each episode presents Peter with opportunities to be a better person, and each episode ends with him failing or succeeding only temporarily before the next episode begins with him back at square one. This pattern mirrors exactly how purgatory is supposed to function. Peter is being tested repeatedly, given chances to grow and change, but he cannot escape because he fundamentally refuses to learn. The purgatory of Quahog is tailored specifically to him, filled with temptations and challenges that expose his worst qualities over and over. Death in Family Guy happens constantly without making sense in terms of normal reality. Characters die and come back with no explanation. Brian dies and returns through time travel. Peter himself has died multiple times across various episodes and always comes back. In one episode, Peter literally goes to heaven, meets God, and is sent back to Earth. The show treats this as a temporary visit, but in the context of purgatory, Peter's encounter with God takes on different meaning. He was already dead when he arrived in heaven, and God sent him back to purgatory because Peter has not finished his trials. The casual relationship with death in the show suggests that everyone in Quahog exists in a space where death has already happened, and what comes after is just different forms of existence. The other characters in Quahog function as elements of Peter's purgatory rather than real people with their own independent existence. Lois serves as Peter's moral anchor, the person who represents what he should value and protect. She forgives him endlessly because purgatory gives Peter infinite chances to get things right with her. Each time he betrays her, hurts her, or takes her for granted, he fails a test. Each time he shows her love or makes a genuine sacrifice for her, he passes a small test. But the tests never end because Peter has not fundamentally changed. Lois exists in this space as both his reward and his trial. The person he could have if he becomes worthy, but who remains just out of reach because he keeps failing. Brian operates as Peter's conscience and guide through purgatory. In many religious and literary depictions of the afterlife, souls have guides who help them navigate their trials. Brian is intelligent, educated, and often tries to steer Peter toward better choices. He also shares many of Peter's flaws, particularly alcoholism and self-destruction, which makes him an imperfect guide. This imperfection makes sense in purgatory because Peter's guide would reflect his own damaged moral compass. Brian cannot save Peter because Brian himself is flawed, possibly another soul working through his own purgatory alongside Peter. Their friendship represents two damaged souls trying to help each other while both being incapable of real change. When Brian dies temporarily, it shakes Peter's entire world, because losing his guide means losing the one voice that occasionally pulls him toward redemption. Stewie Griffin represents something more supernatural in this interpretation. A baby who builds time machines, creates clones, and possesses godlike technology does not belong in normal reality. In Purgatory, Stewie could be a demon or trickster figure whose role is to tempt Peter and create chaos. Stewie's schemes often put the family in danger, and his presence ensures that peace never lasts in the Griffin household. Alternatively, Stewie could represent an angel or neutral force, testing Peter through absurd challenges. His ability to manipulate time makes sense if time does not function normally in Purgatory. Stewie can reset events, create alternate timelines, and undo deaths because the realm Peter inhabits is not bound by linear time. Every loop and reset that Stewie causes serves Purgatory's purpose of giving Peter another chance to learn. Meg's role in the family becomes even darker in this interpretation. Peter treats Meg with cruelty and rejection throughout the series, and she absorbs abuse from everyone. In Purgatory, Meg might represent Peter's greatest failure, perhaps a daughter he neglected or hurt in life. She exists in his Purgatory as a constant reminder of how he failed as a father. He cannot love her properly because his guilt prevents it, so he keeps her at a distance through mockery. Meg's suffering serves as Peter's punishment and his test. If he could show her genuine love and recognize her value, he might pass an important trial, but he never does. The family even acknowledges in one episode that Meg's role is to be the target of abuse to keep everyone else stable, which sounds exactly like a Purgatory mechanism where one soul suffers to maintain the system. Chris mirrors Peter but younger, representing who Peter was before he made his worst mistakes. Chris has time to become someone better, but he keeps following Peter's example, suggesting that even in Purgatory, Peter cannot stop corrupting the people around him. Chris should serve as Peter's chance at redemption through guiding his son properly, but instead Peter teaches Chris his worst habits. This repeated failure marks another test Peter cannot pass. Quahog itself operates according to rules that make no sense in normal reality. The town experiences apocalyptic events regularly, yet everything always returns to normal. Buildings explode and rebuild overnight. The town has been destroyed by various disasters and somehow remains intact by the next episode. The geography of Quahog changes depending on what the plot requires, with locations appearing and disappearing without explanation. These impossible qualities make perfect sense if Quahog is not a real place, but a constructed environment that reshapes itself according to the needs of Purgatory. The town serves Peter's trials, so it provides whatever settings and situations will test him most effectively. When Peter needs to face consequences for his actions, disaster strikes Quahog. When the trial is over, everything resets because Purgatory does not accumulate permanent damage. The citizens of Quahog exist as extras in Peter's Purgatory, appearing when needed to create situations that test him. Mayor Adam West, who governed Quahog for most of the series, behaved in completely insane ways that no real politician could get away with. His bizarre behavior makes sense if he is not a real person, but a manifestation of Purgatory's chaos. He exists to create absurd situations that force Peter into moral choices. Other recurring characters like Herbert the Old Man or Consuela the Maid appear episodically to serve specific purposes in Peter's trials, and then fade into the background until needed again. They have no real lives outside of their interactions with Peter because they are elements of his Purgatory rather than independent souls. Peter's friends, Joe, Quagmire, and Cleveland, function as different aspects of Peter's personality and different types of souls in Purgatory. Joe is permanently paralyzed but maintains optimism and remains a good person despite his suffering. He represents the person Peter could become if he accepted his limitations and focused on being decent despite his flaws. Joe's paralysis might be his own Purgatory trial, but he handles it with grace, showing Peter an example of proper behavior that Peter ignores. Quagmire embodies pure sin without restraint. He commits acts of sexual depravity constantly and faces minimal consequences, representing how sin can become normalized when practiced openly enough. Quagmire serves as Peter's dark mirror, showing what happens when someone embraces their worst impulses completely. Cleveland seems the most normal of the group, representing ordinary goodness, but even he gets dragged into Peter's chaos regularly. These three friends create a spectrum from virtue to vice, and Peter sits in the middle, pulled in both directions without committing fully to either path. The show has featured multiple episodes where reality breaks down entirely or where religious and supernatural elements appear directly. Peter has met God, Jesus, and death as literal characters who interact with him. God appears as a real entity who acknowledges Peter's existence and makes decisions about his fate. Death becomes Peter's friend in multiple episodes, appearing as a physical being who can be defeated or manipulated. These encounters are treated as comedy, but they confirm that the supernatural operates openly in Quahog. In normal reality, people do not meet death and play games with him. In Purgatory, where the boundary between life and death has dissolved, such encounters become possible. Peter's casual interactions with cosmic entities suggest he exists in a realm where the divine and mortal intersect constantly. One particularly significant episode features Peter dying and going to heaven, where he meets historical figures and deceased relatives. He receives judgment and is eventually sent back to Earth to continue living. The show frames this as a temporary visit, but in the Purgatory theory, Peter seeing heaven makes sense because he is already dead. Heaven exists as something he can glimpse but cannot yet enter because he has not completed his trials. God sends him back, not to life but to continued purgatory. Peter's confusion about being alive suggests he does not fully understand his own state of existence. He thinks he is alive because purgatory convinces souls they are still living, so they can properly experience their trials. The cyclical nature of every episode supports the purgatory interpretation perfectly. Peter starts each episode in essentially the same state as he began the series. He has the same job, the same family structure, the same friends, and the same personality. Despite experiencing thousands of adventures and consequences, Peter never fundamentally changes. He learns lessons within individual episodes but forgets them by the next one. This eternal return to the starting point mirrors Purgatory's function of repeating trials until the soul learns and grows. Peter cannot progress because he refuses to change, so Purgatory keeps resetting him to try again. The fact that the show has continued for over 20 years with the characters aging not at all suggests time operates differently in their realm. They are frozen in an eternal cycle because they exist outside normal time. The violence Peter endures and inflicts should have killed him or landed him in prison countless times. He has committed manslaughter, destroyed property worth millions, assaulted people, and endangered his family repeatedly. In reality, Peter would be in jail or dead. In Purgatory, consequences manifest differently. Peter can experience violence and punishment without permanent death because he already died. Legal and moral consequences work differently because the realm exists to test souls rather than enforce earthly justice. Peter faces consequences within episodes but never accumulates a permanent record because each reset wipes his slate clean for the next trial. This makes no sense in reality but perfect sense in Purgatory, where the same soul receives infinite chances. Certain episodes directly reference hell, damnation, and eternal punishment. In one storyline, Peter worries about going to hell and tries to become a better person. He fails, of course, and returns to his normal behavior. The show treats his fear of hell as a temporary concern, but that fear makes sense if Peter exists in Purgatory and knows on some level that hell remains a real possibility. He is being tested to determine his final destination, and his failures keep pushing him toward damnation, while his occasional good acts keep him in the balance. The show's writers might not intend this interpretation, but they have included enough references to the afterlife and divine judgment that the pieces fit together. The extended flashback episodes and alternate reality episodes take on new meaning in Purgatory. When the show depicts Peter's life before the main series or shows alternate versions of events, these could be Purgatory showing Peter different paths his life could have taken. He sees versions of himself making different choices, experiencing different outcomes as part of his moral education. Purgatory uses these visions to help Peter understand where he went wrong and what he could have been. The fact that these alternate realities feel as real as the main timeline suggests that all timelines exist equally in this space outside normal causality. Peter's relationship with alcohol becomes central to understanding his Purgatory. He drinks constantly throughout the series, and drinking leads to many of his worst decisions. If his death in reality was alcohol-related, his Purgatory would naturally involve continuing temptation by alcohol. Each time he drinks excessively, he fails a test. Each time he chooses alcohol over his family, he proves he has not learned. But the alcohol is always available at the Drunken Clam, always offered by his friends, always presented as a normal part of life. Purgatory tempts him with the exact substance that destroyed him, testing whether he can resist or moderate his consumption. He never does, so the cycle continues. The Drunken Clam itself might be a kind of way station within Purgatory where souls gather between trials, explaining why the men spend so much time there doing nothing but talking and drinking. The show occasionally breaks the fourth wall, with characters acknowledging they are in a television show or speaking directly to the audience. These moments crack the illusion of reality and suggest that the characters have some awareness of their artificial existence. In Purgatory, souls might experience moments of lucidity where they recognize they are not truly alive. Peter's fourth wall breaks represent his consciousness briefly understanding his true situation before Purgatory reasserts its hold on him. The show within a show quality of Family Guy mirrors how Purgatory might function as a constructed reality that occasionally reveals its own construction. Physical spaces in the show behave impossibly. The Griffin house is bigger on the inside than makes architectural sense, with rooms appearing and disappearing as needed. The house has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times without explanation. These spatial impossibilities suggest that the house, like Quahog itself, is not a real physical structure but a manifestation of Peter's purgatory. The house provides whatever space the story requires because it serves the trials rather than following architectural logic. Similarly, Peter's workplace at the brewery follows no real company structure and provides endless opportunities for him to cause disasters without being fired. The workplace exists to test Peter's responsibility and work ethic, not to function as a real business. Time and Family Guy has been explicitly shown to work strangely. Stewie has time machines, characters travel to the past and future, and events happen out of sequence without explanation. The show has lampshaded its own timeline inconsistencies multiple times. This temporal chaos makes perfect sense if the show takes place outside normal time. Purgatory exists between life and death, potentially outside linear time entirely. Past, present, and future might all exist simultaneously in this realm, allowing for the temporal confusion the show displays. Peter experiences time as a loop because that is how Purgatory functions for him. The strangest episodes, including those with talking animals, supernatural beings, and complete breaks from reality, support rather than contradict the Purgatory theory. In a realm designed to test souls, absolutely anything can happen. The rules of reality do not apply because this is not reality. When Peter fights a giant chicken across multiple episodes in battles that destroy city blocks, Purgatory is testing his capacity for sustained violence and revenge. When the family encounters aliens, ghosts, or magical beings, Purgatory is introducing supernatural trials. Everything that seems impossible in reality becomes possible in an afterlife realm where the only limits are what serves the purpose of testing and teaching souls. Peter's lack of growth over hundreds of episodes is the strongest evidence for this theory. Real people change over time through experiences and consequences. Peter experiences more extreme consequences than most people face in entire lifetimes, yet he remains fundamentally the same. He has lost jobs, friends, respect, and nearly lost his family dozens of times, yet he never truly learns. This makes no sense for a living person, but perfect sense for a soul in purgatory who has not yet earned release. Peter cannot move forward until he changes, but he cannot change because of his fundamental character flaws, so he remains trapped. The show continues indefinitely because Peter's purgatory continues indefinitely. He will cycle through these trials until he finally learns and grows, and since that may never happen, the show can theoretically continue forever. The comedy of Family Guy serves as a coping mechanism within Purgatory itself. Peter turns his suffering into jokes because direct confrontation with his damnation would be unbearable. The show's humor distances viewers and Peter himself from the darkness underneath. Every joke about death, violence, or moral failure is Peter's soul, trying to process his situation through laughter instead of screaming. Purgatory might even generate the humor as a mercy, allowing souls to endure their trials through comic framing rather than pure torment. The laughter makes the punishment bearable enough to continue, but does not eliminate the punishment itself. Whether the show's creators intended this interpretation does not matter because the canonical evidence exists within hundreds of episodes. Family Guy has shown Peter die and return, interact with divine beings, experience impossible events, and cycle through endless moral failures without growth. The show has established that death is temporary, reality is flexible, and consequences do not accumulate in normal ways. All of these elements align perfectly with Peter existing in purgatory after an early death. He remains trapped in Quahog, cycling through episodes, making the same mistakes, being given endless chances to redeem himself, and failing repeatedly. The show goes on because purgatory goes on, and Peter cannot escape until he becomes someone worthy of escaping, which he may never achieve. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next up we have Lois Griffin is the real villain, each abusive one. A darker reading of Family Guy suggests that Lois Griffin is not the long-suffering wife holding her family together, but rather the primary source of dysfunction and abuse in the household. This theory reframes the entire show by positioning Lois as a manipulative, controlling figure who has systematically broken down Peter's personality over years of emotional abuse. According to this interpretation, Peter's stupidity and childish behavior are not natural traits, but coping mechanisms developed in response to years of being controlled, belittled, and emotionally destroyed by his wife. Lois appears sympathetic because the show frames her as the reasonable adult dealing with an idiot husband. But when you examine her actual behavior across hundreds of episodes, a pattern emerges of someone who uses cruelty, manipulation, and control to dominate everyone around her. The canonical evidence for this theory exists throughout the series in moments that are played for comedy, but reveal something far more disturbing about who Lois really is. The foundation of this theory rests on how Lois treats Peter in their everyday interactions. She regularly calls him stupid, fat, and worthless. She mocks his intelligence in front of their children and friends. She dismisses his feelings and opinions as irrelevant. When Peter expresses excitement about something, Lois shuts him down with contempt. When he tries to pursue interests or hobbies, she ridicules him until he gives up. The show frames this as a wife dealing with an incompetent husband, but the pattern matches textbook emotional abuse. Lois systematically attacks Peter's self-worth through constant criticism and mockery. She has convinced him and everyone around them that he is worthless, which gives her complete control over the relationship. Peter genuinely believes he is lucky to have Lois because she has spent years destroying his confidence to the point where he cannot imagine anyone else tolerating him. Lois's control over the household extends to every decision and every aspect of family life. She controls the finances despite Peter working full-time at the brewery. She decides what the family does, where they go, and how they spend their time. She dictates Peter's behavior and punishes him when he disobeys. The show presents this as necessary because Peter makes terrible decisions. But this framing ignores that Lois has created a situation where Peter is not allowed to make any decisions at all. She has infantilized him to the point where he acts like a child because she treats him like a child. When someone is constantly told they are incompetent and prevented from exercising any autonomy, they eventually stop trying to be competent. Peter's stupidity might be a learned helplessness response to years of Lois controlling everything and punishing any attempt at independence. The way Lois treats Meg reveals even darker aspects of her character. Lois participates in the family's abuse of Meg and sometimes leads it. She has called Meg ugly, stupid, and worthless to her face. She has forgotten Meg's birthday and important events in her life. She has prioritized her other children over Meg consistently. One particularly disturbing aspect is how Lois seems to view Meg as competition rather than as her daughter. In several episodes, Lois becomes jealous when Meg receives male attention or starts to develop confidence. She sabotages Meg's attempts at happiness and keeps her daughter in a state of low self-esteem. This behavior suggests Lois needs to be the most attractive and desirable woman in the house, and she cannot tolerate her own daughter threatening that position. A mother who sees her teenage daughter as a rival has serious psychological issues, and Lois displays this dynamic repeatedly throughout the series. Lois's background provides crucial context for understanding her abusive behavior. She comes from an extremely wealthy family, the Pewterschmidts, and married Peter against her father's wishes. The show depicts this as romantic rebellion, but it also reveals that Lois gave up a life of luxury and privilege to be with Peter. She could have married someone wealthy and lived in mansions, but instead she lives in a middle-class house in Quahog with a family she clearly resents. This decision has left Lois bitter and angry. She takes out her regret on Peter by constantly reminding him of what she gave up for him. She uses her sacrifice as a weapon to control him and justify her cruel treatment. Peter can never do enough to make up for the life Lois lost, so she punishes him endlessly for being the reason she ended up in what she sees as a lesser life. The show has revealed that Lois had a wild past before settling down with Peter. She dated wealthy men, partied extensively, and lived a glamorous life. She was engaged to someone else before Peter, and that relationship ended badly. Lois has also had a history with drugs, including cocaine use that the show references multiple times. This past suggests Lois married Peter not out of love, but as an act of self-destruction or rebellion against her family. She chose the opposite of what her wealthy parents wanted, and she has been punishing Peter for being her instrument of rebellion ever since. He represents everything she gave up, and everything she thinks she deserves better than, so he becomes the target of all her frustration about how her life turned out. Lois's affairs and sexual behavior throughout the series reveal a pattern of using infidelity as a tool of power and control. She has cheated on Peter multiple times across various episodes. She had an affair with Bill Clinton in one storyline. She has kissed other men and engaged in flirtatious behavior regularly. The show sometimes frames these moments as justified because Peter is such a terrible husband, but that framing excuses abuse. Lois uses the threat of infidelity to keep Peter insecure and desperate for her approval. She flirts with other men in front of him to remind him that she has options, and he does not. She makes him feel lucky that she stays with him despite his flaws, which gives her enormous power in the relationship. Peter lives in constant fear of losing her, which makes him easier to control and manipulate. The dynamic between Lois and Peter includes frequent physical violence from Lois toward Peter. She hits him, throws objects at him, and physically assaults him when angry. The show plays this for comedy because female-on-male violence is treated as less serious in media, but the behavior matches abuse patterns. Lois uses physical violence to enforce her control and punish Peter when he disobeys or annoys her. Peter rarely fights back and usually accepts the violence as something he deserves. This acceptance indicates he has been conditioned to believe Lois has the right to hurt him. An abusive relationship often includes one partner believing they deserve the abuse, and Peter demonstrates this belief constantly. He apologizes to Lois even when he did nothing wrong and accepts blame for problems she caused because she has trained him to take responsibility for her emotions. Lois's rage and capacity for extreme violence appear in multiple episodes where she completely loses control. In one storyline, Lois becomes a cage fighter and discovers she loves violence. She beats people brutally and finds satisfaction in hurting others. The show reveals that Lois has a deep anger that she usually suppresses, but this anger comes out when she is given permission to be violent. Her rage is not about defending her family or protecting anyone. She simply enjoys causing pain. This revelation about her character suggests the emotional cruelty she inflicts on her family comes from the same place as her physical violence. She wants to hurt people and has found ways to do it within her family that society excuses or ignores. Another episode shows Lois teaching piano lessons to students, and she becomes emotionally and verbally abusive toward them. She screams at children, destroys their confidence, and reduces them to tears. She justifies this behavior as pushing them to be better, but she clearly enjoys the power she has over vulnerable kids. Her teaching style mirrors how she treats her own family. She believes cruelty is how you motivate people, or perhaps she simply enjoys being cruel and uses motivation as an excuse. Either way, the episode confirms that Lois's abusive behavior is not limited to her relationship with Peter, but extends to anyone she has power over. The show has depicted Lois as having serious anger management issues that occasionally explode into extreme behavior. She has committed crimes including violence, theft, and more without showing remorse. In one storyline, she becomes addicted to shoplifting and continues even after getting caught because she enjoys the thrill. This addiction to breaking rules and hurting others suggests Lois has antisocial tendencies that her role as wife and mother helps her hide. She is not a good person trying her best in a difficult situation. She is someone who enjoys control, violence, and getting away with bad behavior. Her position as the responsible adult in the family provides cover for these darker aspects of her personality. Lois keeps Peter in a state of dependency that prevents him from ever leaving or improving himself. She controls his access to money, friends, and activities. She monitors his behavior and punishes independence. When Peter tries to better himself or pursue his own interests, Lois finds ways to sabotage him. She claims these interventions are for his own good, but they consistently result in Peter remaining dependent on her. An abuser often isolates and controls their victim to prevent escape, and Lois has effectively isolated Peter from any life outside of her control. He has friends, but Lois determines when he can see them. He has a job, but Lois controls the money he earns. He has interests, but Lois decides which ones he can pursue. This level of control is not normal in a healthy relationship. The way Lois responds to Peter's attempts at romantic gestures or showing love reveals how she maintains dominance. When Peter plans something nice for her, she usually finds fault with it and makes him feel stupid for trying. She sets impossible standards that Peter can never meet, which keeps him constantly trying to please her and constantly failing. This dynamic ensures Peter stays focused on earning her approval rather than questioning whether her treatment of him is acceptable. An abuse tactic called moving the goalpost keeps victims off balance by changing expectations so success becomes impossible. Lois employs this constantly. Peter can never be good enough because Lois needs him to feel inadequate to maintain her power over him. Peter's childish behavior and apparent stupidity make more sense as responses to abuse than as natural personality traits. People in abusive relationships often regress or develop learned helplessness where they stop trying to solve problems. because all their attempts are met with punishment or failure. Peter acts like a child because Lois treats him like a child. He makes stupid decisions because he has been told he is stupid so often that he believes it and stops trying to think critically. He pursues childish interests like watching television and playing with toys because those are the only areas of his life where Lois allows him any autonomy. His drinking likely started or worsened as a coping mechanism for dealing with emotional abuse at home. The more broken down Peter becomes, the more justified Lois appears in controlling him, which creates a self-reinforcing cycle where his dysfunction validates her abuse. The moments when Peter shows actual intelligence or competence are revealing in this context. Peter occasionally displays skills, knowledge, or emotional intelligence that contradict his usual stupidity. He runs successful businesses in some episodes. He solves complex problems. He shows deep love for his children and friends. These moments suggest Peter is not naturally stupid, but has been conditioned to act that way. When he escapes Lois's immediate influence or when the situation is serious enough to break through his learned helplessness, his real personality emerges. He is capable of more than Lois allows him to be, and she suppresses his potential because a competent Peter might leave her or challenge her control. Other characters in the show sometimes recognize that Lois has serious issues, but these observations get dismissed or ignored. Brian has pointed out that Lois is controlling and manipulative in several episodes. Quagmire has expressed that he sees through Lois's act and thinks she is cruel to Peter. Even Peter's father-in-law, Carter Pewterschmidt, treats Peter badly in part because he learned it from watching how Lois treats her husband. The show frames these observations as jokes or misunderstandings, but they acknowledge that people around the Griffins notice something wrong with how Lois behaves. The fact that these concerns never lead to consequences for Lois mirrors how real abuse often goes unaddressed because the abuser has successfully convinced everyone that the victim deserves the treatment they receive. Lois's relationship with Brian is telling because she treats him better than she treats Peter in many ways. She has intelligent conversations with Brian, respects his opinions, and shows him affection without constant criticism. This differential treatment proves Lois is capable of treating people well when she chooses to. She specifically chooses not to treat Peter well. The respect she shows Brian compared to the contempt she shows Peter reveals that Peter's treatment is deliberate rather than reactive. Lois could be kind to Peter but selects cruelty instead because cruelty serves her purposes better. The show has revealed that Lois has a specific fantasy about her ideal life that does not include the family she actually has. In episodes where she imagines alternate realities or expresses her true desires, she often envisions herself with different children, a different husband, or no family at all. She dreams of being a musician or artist, living a glamorous life, being free of responsibility. These fantasies suggest Lois deeply resents her actual family and sees them as obstacles to the life she wanted. This resentment drives her abusive behavior. She punishes Peter and her children for existing and preventing her from living her fantasy. They are anchors holding her down, and she makes sure they know it through her cruelty. Meg's role in the family as the designated target of abuse serves Lois's needs perfectly. By encouraging everyone to mistreat Meg, Lois creates a lightning rod that absorbs family dysfunction and prevents it from being directed at her. Meg takes the blame and abuse that might otherwise fall on Lois for being a bad mother and wife. The show even had Meg explicitly state that she accepts abuse to keep the family stable, which frames her suffering as necessary. This framing benefits Lois enormously. As long as Meg exists as the family scapegoat, Lois can abuse Peter without being seen as the problem. The family needs someone to blame and hurt, and Lois has ensured that person is Meg rather than herself. Lois's sexual control over Peter is another tool of abuse. She withholds sex as punishment and grants it as reward, using physical intimacy to manipulate Peter's behavior. She has explicitly stated that she uses sex to control him in several episodes. She also uses Peter's sexual desires to humiliate him, making him beg or degrade himself for her attention. This sexual manipulation keeps Peter desperate and willing to endure mistreatment in exchange for occasional affection. Lois understands that Peter's desire for her gives her power over him, and she exploits that power without guilt or hesitation. The show occasionally depicts Lois having mental health crises or breaking down, which the narrative frames as evidence that she is stressed and struggling. However, these breakdowns can also be read as moments when the energy required to maintain her controlling behavior becomes too much. Abusers often experience stress from managing their abuse and controlling their victims' behavior. When Lois breaks down, she is not collapsing under the weight of dealing with Peter's incompetence. She is exhausted from the effort of maintaining her dominance and managing the family dynamics she has created. Her breakdowns generate sympathy and reinforce the narrative that she is the victim of her family's dysfunction rather than its architect. Peter's relationship with alcohol takes on new meaning when viewed as a response to abuse. He drinks constantly throughout the series, spending hours at the Drunken Clam with his friends. This behavior looks like irresponsibility and neglect of his family, but it also represents Peter's only escape from Lois's control. The bar is the one place where he can exist without her supervision and criticism. His drinking likely numbs the emotional pain of living in an abusive marriage. Many people in abusive relationships turn to substances to cope with their situation, and Peter's alcoholism fits this pattern perfectly. Lois complains about his drinking, but also benefits from it because intoxicated Peter is easier to control and more likely to make mistakes she can use against him. The cyclical nature of Peter and Lois's relationship matches abuse cycles. Peter does something Lois disapproves of. She punishes him through criticism or violence or withdrawal of affection. He apologizes and tries to make it up to her. She eventually forgives him, and there is a brief period of peace before the cycle starts again. This pattern repeats in episode after episode. Abuse relationships follow similar cycles where tension builds, abuse occurs, the abuser apologizes or the victim placates them. There's a honeymoon period, and then tension builds again. Peter and Lois never break this cycle because breaking it would require Lois to stop being abusive, and she has no reason to stop since the abuse serves her needs. The show has depicted alternate, universe versions of the Griffin family where Peter and Lois have different dynamics, and these versions often show Peter as more competent when not married to Lois. In timelines where they never married or where Lois is absent, Peter sometimes functions better and makes smarter decisions. This suggests that Peter's dysfunction is specifically tied to his relationship with Lois, rather than being his inherent nature. Remove Lois from the equation and Peter improves, which supports the theory that she is the source of his problems rather than the solution to them. Lois's need for control extends beyond Peter to the entire family. She decides what the children can do, who they can see, how they should behave. She monitors and controls every aspect of family life with an iron grip disguised as responsible parenting. Chris and Stewie show signs of being emotionally damaged by her treatment. Chris has developed strange behaviors and seems emotionally stunted. Stewie has murderous rage directed primarily at Lois, which Freudian psychology would interpret as the child recognizing the mother as a threat. Even as a baby, Stewie somehow understands that Lois is dangerous, and his plots to kill her represent a subconscious recognition of her abusive nature. The way the show frames Lois as sympathetic and reasonable while depicting Peter as the problem reflects how society often fails to recognize female abusers. Cultural narratives assume women are nurturing and men are aggressive, so when a woman abuses a man emotionally or physically, observers excuse or minimize it. Lois benefits from these assumptions. She appears to be the responsible adult managing a chaotic household, and everyone accepts this framing without examining her behavior critically. The show has built into its premise that Peter is the problem and Lois is the solution, but examining their actual interactions reveals the opposite. Peter is damaged and broken by someone who has spent years systematically destroying his self-worth and autonomy. In this interpretation, every episode of Family Guy shows an abusive relationship where the victim has been so thoroughly broken that he appears to be the source of dysfunction rather than its target. Lois maintains her position as the real villain by hiding behind societal expectations about gender roles and family dynamics. She has convinced Peter, their children, and everyone around them that she is the hero of the family story when she is actually the source of most of their dysfunction. The show continues because abusive relationships often continue for years or lifetimes. Peter cannot leave because Lois has destroyed his ability to imagine life without her. He stays and endures endless cycles of abuse because she has convinced him he deserves nothing better. The tragedy of Family Guy in this reading is watching a man who has been so completely controlled and broken that he has forgotten he ever had the option to be anything else. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the theory that Lois will eventually leave Peter. One of the most discussed theories about Family Guy's future argues that the show is building toward an inevitable ending where Lois finally leaves Peter permanently. According to this interpretation, the writers have been planting seeds throughout hundreds of episodes that demonstrate the Griffin marriage cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Each season pushes their relationship closer to a breaking point, and eventually that breaking point will arrive in a way that even Family Guy's reset button cannot undo. The theory suggests that every fight, every betrayal, every moment of chaos Peter creates is accumulating weight that will eventually crush the marriage. When you examine the actual episodes and trace the pattern of their relationship over 20+ years, The evidence suggests Lois's departure is not a question of if, but when. The foundation of this theory rests on examining how Peter and Lois's relationship has evolved across the series. In early seasons, their conflicts were relatively minor and always resolved by the episode's end. Peter did something stupid, Lois got angry, they talked it out, and love prevailed. But as the show progressed, the severity of Peter's actions escalated dramatically. He is no longer just forgetting anniversaries or making minor mistakes. He has endangered Lois's life, destroyed her dreams, humiliated her publicly in increasingly extreme ways, and committed acts that would end any real marriage instantly. The show has raised the stakes of Peter's failure season after season, and there is only so far this escalation can go before something breaks permanently. Several episodes have already featured Peter and Lois separating or nearly divorcing, and each instance pushes them closer to a point of no return. In one storyline, they separate after a major fight, and both start dating other people. Lois experiences what life could be like without Peter, and seems genuinely happier during the separation. She enjoys the freedom, the lack of chaos, and the ability to make decisions without dealing with Peter's interference. They eventually reconcile, but the episode plants the seed that Lois has glimpsed an alternative life and found it appealing. Once someone in an unhappy marriage realizes they could be happy alone or with someone else, that knowledge never fully disappears. Lois now knows what leaving feels like, and every subsequent conflict makes that option more tempting. Another episode featured Lois having an affair or near affair that the show presented as understandable given how Peter treats her. While they stayed together, the episode acknowledged that Lois has legitimate reasons to want out of the marriage. The show gave her a sympathetic portrayal as someone trapped in a relationship with a man who takes her for granted and makes her life harder. This narrative framing is significant because it establishes that the audience would understand and potentially support Lois leaving. The writers are preparing viewers to accept that Lois deserves better than Peter, which sets up a future storyline where she finally acts on that realization. The pattern of reconciliation after each fight has become increasingly forced and hollow. In early seasons, Peter and Lois would have genuine emotional moments where they remembered why they love each other. In recent seasons, their reconciliations feel perfunctory and unearned. Peter apologizes with a grand gesture that fixes nothing about his fundamental behavior. Lois accepts because the episode needs to end, and they return to the status quo without addressing any real issues. This pattern cannot continue forever because it rings increasingly false. The show itself seems aware that these reconciliations are not sustainable, and eventually the narrative will need to reflect that reality by having Lois refuse to reconcile. Lois's character development over the series shows her growing more independent, more aware of her own needs, and less willing to sacrifice herself for Peter. Early Lois was more traditionally submissive and patient. Modern Lois has career ambitions, stands up for herself more forcefully, and regularly expresses frustration with her life. The show has developed her into someone who knows she deserves better, but has not yet found the strength to leave. This character arc logically concludes with her finally choosing herself over the marriage. Character development demands growth, and Lois's growth has been toward autonomy and self-respect. The natural endpoint of that growth is leaving a relationship that diminishes her. Peter has shown no capacity for genuine change throughout the entire series. This is crucial to understanding why divorce becomes inevitable. If Peter could learn and grow, the marriage might survive, but hundreds of episodes have proven he cannot or will not change his fundamental behavior. He makes the same mistakes repeatedly, apologizes, and then immediately does something equally destructive. Lois has given him infinite chances, and he has wasted every single one. At some point, even the most patient person runs out of chances to give. The show has established that Peter will never become the husband Lois needs him to be, which means staying married means accepting permanent unhappiness. Eventually, Lois will realize that leaving is the only way to have a different life. The show has introduced multiple episodes where Lois imagines life without Peter, or where she explicitly states she regrets marrying him. These moments are played for comedy but reveal her true feelings. She has verbalized that she gave up a better life to be with Peter, and that she questions whether the sacrifice was worth it. She has fantasized about being with other men or living alone. She has expressed that Peter holds her back from achieving her goals. When someone repeatedly voices regret about their marriage, they are usually working up the courage to end it. The show has given Lois numerous opportunities to express dissatisfaction with her marriage, which plants the idea in the audience's mind that she might act on those feelings eventually. Peter's chaos has escalated to levels that endanger the entire family's safety, finances, and future. He has bankrupted the family multiple times. He has put the children in mortal danger. He has made enemies who threaten the family with violence. He has destroyed their home, their possessions, and Lois's sense of security. In real life, any one of these incidents might trigger divorce, but Peter commits these offenses regularly. The accumulation of damage he causes cannot be waved away forever. At some point, Lois will recognize that staying with Peter means accepting that her children will never be safe, her finances will never be stable, and her life will never have peace. Maternal instinct and self-preservation will eventually override whatever love remains. The show has depicted Lois having serious conversations with friends, family, or therapists about her marriage, and these conversations increasingly acknowledge that her situation is not normal or acceptable. Other characters tell her she deserves better. They validate her feelings of frustration and exhaustion. They subtly or explicitly suggest she should leave. The show is surrounding Lois with voices that support the idea of divorce, which creates a permission structure for her to eventually take that step. If everyone around her agrees that leaving would be reasonable, she will find it easier to actually leave when the final straw arrives. Certain episodes have shown what Lois's life could look like after divorce, and those depictions are notably positive. In alternate timelines or fantasy sequences, divorced Lois is often happier, healthier, and more fulfilled than married Lois. She pursues her music career, she dates interesting men, she has freedom and peace. The show has provided glimpses of a post-Peter life that looks appealing rather than tragic. This narrative choice suggests the writers are preparing the audience to see divorce not as a sad ending, but as a positive new beginning for Lois. When the actual divorce happens, viewers will already have been shown that Lois will be okay and probably better off. The children's ages and development support the timeline for divorce. Meg is already a teenager, and Chris is approaching adulthood. Stewie remains a baby, but in terms of narrative timing, the children are old enough that divorce becomes more feasible. Lois does not need to stay for the children's sake as much as she might have when they were younger. Meg and Chris can handle their parents separating, and Stewie is too young to remember a time when they were together anyway. The practical obstacles to divorce are diminishing as the children grow, which means Lois has fewer reasons to stay in an unhappy marriage for their benefit. Peter has crossed lines in recent seasons that feel like they should be unforgivable. He has publicly humiliated Lois in ways that damaged her reputation and relationships. He has betrayed her trust in fundamental ways. He has shown shocking selfishness and disregard for her well-being. The show keeps raising the bar on how badly Peter can behave, and each new extreme should logically be the thing that finally ends the marriage. The fact that Lois keeps forgiving these escalating offenses cannot continue indefinitely without straining narrative credibility. Eventually, the writers will need to acknowledge that some actions cannot be forgiven, and Peter will cross that final line. The show's willingness to make permanent changes in recent years suggests divorce is not off the table. Brian died and stayed dead for multiple episodes before returning. Characters have been written out or significantly changed. The show has demonstrated it can commit to major narrative shifts rather than always reverting to the exact same status quo. This evolution in the show's structure makes permanent divorce more plausible than it would have been in earlier seasons when nothing ever changed. Family Guy has matured to the point where it might be willing to fundamentally alter its premise by ending the Griffin marriage. Lois has developed relationships and friendships outside of Peter that provide her with emotional support and alternative perspectives. She has friends who are not connected to Peter, activities she does alone, and an identity separate from being Peter's wife. This independence is significant because people in isolated relationships where they have no life outside their partner find it much harder to leave. Lois has built a support network and separate identity that would allow her to survive and thrive after divorce. The groundwork for her life after Peter already exists, which makes the actual leaving more feasible narratively. The show has featured episodes where Peter and Lois attend marriage counseling, and these sessions reveal fundamental incompatibilities that counseling cannot fix. The therapist sometimes looks horrified by what Peter has done or suggests that the marriage has serious problems. These episodes frame their relationship as broken, rather than just strained. Marriage counseling in fiction often serves as a precursor to divorce because it allows characters to officially acknowledge that the relationship is failing despite efforts to save it. Once counseling has been tried and failed, divorce becomes the logical next step. Peter's friendships at the Drunken Clam have increasingly become his primary emotional relationships, suggesting he has already partially checked out of his marriage. He spends more time with Joe, Quagmire, and Cleveland than with his wife. He shares his thoughts and feelings with his friends rather than with Lois. He seems happier at the bar than at home. This emotional distance indicates that both Peter and Lois have been slowly separating emotionally, even while remaining legally married. They are already living somewhat separate lives within the same house. The emotional divorce has been happening gradually across seasons, and the legal divorce would simply formalize what has already occurred. Lois's parents, particularly her father Carter Pewterschmidt, have always disapproved of Peter and have repeatedly offered Lois ways out of the marriage. Carter has enough money to support Lois through a divorce and provide her with financial security. He would celebrate her leaving Peter and probably help her with lawyers and resources. Having family support for divorce, especially from a wealthy and powerful father, removes one of the major obstacles people face when considering leaving a marriage. Lois knows she has somewhere to go and someone who will help her, which makes leaving less frightening. The show has paralleled Peter and Lois's marriage with other failing marriages in their social circle. Couples around them have divorced or have obviously miserable relationships. These comparisons invite Lois and the audience to wonder why the Griffin marriage persists when similar relationships have already ended. Seeing other couples divorce normalizes the idea and shows that life continues after marriage ends. The show is creating a context where divorce is common and survivable, which makes the Griffin divorce less shocking and more inevitable when it eventually happens. Recent episodes have shown Lois experiencing moments of clarity where she recognizes how dysfunctional her life has become. She has breakdowns where she admits she is unhappy, exhausted, and trapped. She has verbalized that she feels like she wasted her life on Peter. These moments of self-awareness are crucial because people cannot leave unhealthy situations until they fully acknowledge how unhealthy those situations are. Lois is reaching the point of clear-eyed understanding about her marriage, and once that understanding fully crystallizes, action will follow. The show's tone has gradually shifted to acknowledge darker truths about the Griffin family rather than just playing everything for laughs. Earlier seasons treated Peter's stupidity as harmless fun. Recent seasons show real consequences and real damage. The writers are willing to explore the painful realities of this family's dysfunction, which suggests they might be willing to take the ultimate step of showing the marriage ending. The tonal shift toward more serious consequences supports the theory that divorce could happen because the show is no longer afraid to acknowledge that actions have permanent effects. Lois has aged psychologically even though she has not aged physically. She shows signs of exhaustion, burnout, and emotional damage that have accumulated over years of dealing with Peter. She seems tired in a way that suggests she is running out of the energy required to maintain the marriage. People stay in difficult relationships as long as they have the emotional resources to cope, but those resources are not infinite. Lois appears to be approaching empty, and when she reaches that point, she will no longer have the strength to keep forgiving and forgetting. Exhaustion will make the decision for her. The narrative has established that Peter would survive divorce and possibly even benefit from it. He has friends, a job, and enough external support that he would not completely fall apart without Lois. The show has been careful not to make Lois so essential to Peter's basic functioning that leaving him would be equivalent to abandoning a helpless child. Peter is incompetent but not completely incapable. This narrative choice suggests the writers want the audience to feel okay about Lois leaving because Peter will be fine. He will be sad, he will struggle, but he will survive. This removes the guilt factor that might otherwise make Lois look like a villain for abandoning her husband. Certain recent episodes feel like they are testing how the audience would react to a separated or divorced Griffin family. Storylines where they live apart temporarily, or where the family dynamic shifts significantly, seem designed to gauge whether viewers would accept a permanent change. If the show's creators are considering divorce as a real possibility, they would want to experiment with it in temporary ways first to see if it breaks the show, or if the show functions fine with that change. These experimental episodes suggest the writers are at least exploring the idea seriously. The theory predicts that the actual divorce will be triggered by a single catastrophic event rather than gradual decline. Peter will do something so egregious, so unforgivable, so destructive that even his strongest defenders will acknowledge Lois has no choice but to leave. This event will be bigger than anything Peter has done before because it needs to justify breaking the pattern of forgiveness that has defined hundreds of episodes. Perhaps he endangers the children in a way that cannot be dismissed. Perhaps he destroys something truly irreplaceable to Lois. Perhaps he has an affair or commits a betrayal that Lois cannot rationalize away. Whatever the trigger event is, it will need to be significant enough that the audience understands this is different from all the previous times. After the divorce, the show could continue with a new dynamic. Peter could get visitation with the kids. Lois could explore life as a single mother. The family would still interact, just in a different configuration. The show's premise does not require Peter and Lois to be married, only that the Griffin family exists in some form. Divorce would provide fresh storylines, new conflicts, and character development that the current setup has exhausted. From a creative standpoint, the marriage has been strip-mined for material for over 20 years. Ending it would revitalize the show by forcing new situations and dynamics. The theory also suggests that if divorce happens, it will be presented as ultimately the right decision for both Peter and Lois. The show will frame it not as a tragedy, but as necessary growth. Lois will be happier and freer. Peter will be forced to grow up and become more independent. The children will adjust and possibly benefit from reduced chaos in their lives. The narrative will validate that staying together for the wrong reasons is worse than separating for the right ones. This framing would allow the show to handle divorce in a way that feels positive rather than depressing, while also delivering a surprisingly mature message about relationships. Looking at the canonical evidence across hundreds of episodes, the pattern is clear. Peter and Lois's marriage has been deteriorating slowly but surely. Each season brings new lows, new betrayals, new reasons to leave. Lois has been growing stronger and more independent, while Peter has remained stagnant. The show has been preparing the audience to accept divorce as inevitable and possibly positive. The groundwork has been laid across years of episodes, and eventually that groundwork will support the major narrative shift of ending the Griffin marriage. The question is not whether Lois will leave Peter, but when, and what final unforgivable act will be the catalyst. The marriage is on borrowed time, and both the characters and the show itself seem to know it. When the divorce finally happens, it will feel both shocking and completely expected because the show has been building toward it for years. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next up, we have Brian Griffin. Brian was once a human. CIA brain swap. One of the most disturbing theories about Brian Griffin suggests he was not born as a talking dog, but was created through government experimentation that transplanted a human brain into a dog's body. According to this widely discussed interpretation, Brian's exceptional intelligence, human-level consciousness, and ability to function in human society are not natural traits but the result of CIA mind transfer experiments, similar to those referenced throughout the Family Guy and American Dad universes. The theory argues that Brian retains memories, personality, and consciousness from his human life while being trapped in a dog's body, which explains his constant existential crisis, his desperate need for validation, and his complicated relationship with his own identity. When you examine the canonical evidence across both shows and trace the hints dropped about Brian's mysterious origins, this theory finds substantial support in moments that reveal something profoundly wrong about what Brian actually is. The foundation of this theory rests on the undeniable fact that Brian is nothing like other dogs in the Family Guy universe. Most animals in the show behave like normal animals. They do not talk. They do not walk upright. They do not have human-level intelligence or consciousness, yet Brian speaks fluent English, writes novels, attends college, drives cars, drinks martinis, and engages in romantic relationships with human women. The show never explains why Brian possesses these abilities when no other dog does. He is not presented as an evolutionary anomaly or a magical creature. He simply exists as an impossibility that everyone accepts without question. This acceptance itself is suspicious because it suggests something about Brian's nature that characters know but never discuss openly. If Brian's abilities came from government experimentation, it would explain both why he is unique and why nobody questions his existence. The American Dad connection provides crucial evidence for government experimentation on animals creating human-level intelligence. American Dad, created by Seth MacFarlane and existing in a shared universe with Family Guy, features Roger the Alien and has shown multiple CIA experiments involving consciousness transfer, memory manipulation, and creating hybrid beings. The CIA in this universe regularly performs unethical experiments that violate every scientific and moral boundary. They have the technology and complete lack of ethics required to transplant human consciousness into animal bodies. The shows have confirmed through crossover episodes and references that Family Guy and American Dad share the same reality, which means CIA capabilities shown in American Dad exist in Brian's world as well. If the CIA can do consciousness transfer in one show, they can do it in the other. Brian's mysterious origin story raises immediate red flags when examined closely. The show has revealed very little about Brian's early life before he met Peter. He talks about his mother and references a difficult puppyhood, but the details remain vague and contradictory. The show seems deliberately evasive about where Brian came from and how he became what he is. In one episode, Brian meets his mother, who is a normal dog without human intelligence or speech. She does not talk, she behaves like a regular animal, and she has no explanation for why her son is radically different from her. If Brian was born naturally to a normal dog mother, he should be a normal dog. His exceptional abilities make no genetic sense unless something happened to him after birth that fundamentally altered his nature. The theory suggests Brian was originally human, possibly someone who volunteered for or was coerced into a CIA experiment that promised consciousness transfer or life extension. The experiment involved transplanting his human brain or consciousness into a dog's body, perhaps as a test for extending human life by moving consciousness into younger, healthier bodies. Something went wrong, or perhaps the experiment worked exactly as intended, but was too controversial to continue, so Brian was abandoned or escaped. He ended up on the streets as a stray before Peter found him. Brian retained his human intelligence, personality, and memories, but found himself trapped in a dog's physical form. This would explain why he acts human despite being a dog. He is not a dog pretending to be human. He is literally human consciousness in a dog's body. Brian's existential crisis and depression throughout the series make far more sense in this context. He is constantly anxious, dissatisfied, and struggling with self-worth issues that go deeper than normal personality flaws. He drinks heavily, uses drugs, and shows signs of deep psychological trauma. He writes novels and pursues artistic recognition with desperate intensity, as if proving his humanity through creative work. He forms romantic relationships with human women and becomes devastated when these relationships fail. Not just heartbroken, but existentially crushed. These reactions suggest someone trying to reclaim or prove their human identity, rather than a dog who happens to be smart. If Brian was human before the experiment, his depression stems from being trapped in a form that prevents him from living as who he really is. He cannot fully integrate into human society because he is physically a dog, and he cannot accept being a dog because he is mentally human. The way other characters treat Brian oscillates between accepting him as human and reminding him he is a dog, which creates a cognitive dissonance that the theory explains perfectly. Sometimes, the Griffins treat Brian as a full family member who eats at the table and participates equally. Other times they remind him he is a dog by making him sleep on the floor, putting him on a leash, or telling him to remember his place. This inconsistent treatment would be psychologically devastating for someone who was once fully human. The family knows on some level that Brian is different from other dogs, possibly because Peter was told about Brian's origin when he adopted him, but they cannot fully reconcile treating a dog-shaped being as completely human. Their inconsistency reflects their confusion about what Brian actually is. Brian's relationship with Stewie becomes crucial evidence when viewed through this lens. Stewie is a genius who builds time machines, clones, and advanced technology that rivals or exceeds CIA capabilities. Stewie understands science and consciousness at levels that would allow him to detect if Brian's brain structure was artificially modified or transplanted. The fact that Stewie forms his closest bond with Brian, despite Brian being supposedly just a dog, suggests Stewie recognizes something extraordinary about Brian's consciousness. Stewie treats Brian as his intellectual equal and closest friend, which he would not do if Brian were simply a smart dog. Stewie may have analyzed Brian's brain and discovered the truth, but keeps it secret because revealing it would destroy Brian psychologically or put him in danger from whatever agency created him. Several episodes feature Brian having flashbacks or memories that seem inconsistent with having lived his entire life as a dog. He references experiences and knowledge that a dog should not possess, even a very intelligent one. He understands complex human social dynamics, historical events, and cultural references in ways that suggest lived experience rather than learned knowledge. Some of his memories, when described, sound like they could be from a human life that he either cannot fully access or has rationalized as somehow being part of his dog experience. The show never dwells on these inconsistencies, but they accumulate across episodes to suggest Brian's memories do not entirely match the life he claims to have lived. Brian's physical capabilities exceed what a dog's body should be able to do. He walks upright consistently, which is extremely difficult and unnatural for a dog's skeletal structure. He manipulates objects with paws that lack opposable thumbs, yet he types on computers, opens doors, and uses tools with human dexterity. His vocal cords produce perfect human speech, despite dogs lacking the physiological structures required for complex language. These impossible physical feats suggest his body has been modified beyond normal dog anatomy. A brain transplant experiment would likely include physical modifications to make the dog body capable of executing human intentions. The CIA would need to alter the vocal cords, adjust the spine and limbs for bipedal movement, and possibly modify the paws to allow object manipulation. Brian's body is not entirely dog anymore, but a hybrid creation designed to house human consciousness. The show has featured episodes where Brian's humanity is directly questioned or explored in ways that support the theory. In one episode, Brian tries to join the police force and faces discrimination for being a dog, despite being clearly more qualified than human applicants. The legal and social system cannot process what he is because he defies categorization. He is not human enough to have full human rights, but too human to be treated as a pet. This liminal status creates constant problems for him that the show plays for comedy, but that would be genuinely nightmarish for someone trapped between species. If Brian was human and knows it, this discrimination represents not just unfair treatment, but a systematic denial of his true identity. Another episode showed Brian having a near-death experience where he confronts mortality and questions his existence. His fear of death goes beyond normal survival instinct and touches on existential dread about what happens to a transplanted consciousness after the body dies. If Brian's consciousness was moved from a human body to a dog body, he faces the terrifying uncertainty of whether his consciousness is bound to the dog body now, or whether death would finally free him. He might also fear that his original human body died years ago and he has been living in a borrowed form on extended time, making every day a reminder that he should already be dead. The show established that Brian ages in dog years, which creates a timeline problem that the theory helps solve. He has been with the Griffin family for what appears to be 15 to 20 years of showtime, which means he should be elderly or dead by dog aging standards. Yet Brian remains relatively young and healthy. If his consciousness is human and his body has been artificially modified, his aging might be slowed or altered by the same technology that made his existence possible. The CIA would want to extend the lifespan of experimental subjects to gather long-term data, so they might have included life extension modifications in the procedure. Brian's aging inconsistency suggests his body does not follow normal biological rules because it is an engineered hybrid rather than a natural dog. Brian's sexual attraction to human women is presented as a running joke in the show, but it becomes disturbing evidence when considering this theory. Dogs do not feel sexual attraction to humans because they are different species. Brian consistently pursues, dates, and has sexual relationships with human women, and these relationships are depicted as genuine attractions rather than aberrant behavior. If Brian retains human sexual attraction and human consciousness, his pursuit of human women makes perfect sense. He is attracted to humans because he is mentally human, regardless of his physical form. The fact that some women reciprocate his interest suggests they recognize something human in him that transcends his dog appearance. This would not happen if he were actually a dog, no matter how intelligent. The theory explains why Brian is so invested in human political and social issues. He reads newspapers obsessively, follows politics closely, and has strong opinions about human society and culture. A naturally evolved intelligent dog would likely develop a unique perspective separate from human concerns, but Brian's worldview is entirely human. He cares about human problems because they are his problems. He was part of human society before the experiment, and he desperately wants to remain connected to that world despite his transformation. His political activism and intellectual pursuits are attempts to maintain his human identity and prove he still belongs in human society, despite his form. Several characters throughout the series have reacted to Brian with shock or confusion when first meeting him, suggesting they initially perceive something deeply wrong about him before accepting his existence. These reactions happen less as the show progresses because characters who know Brian grow accustomed to him, but new characters sometimes show visible disturbance before adjusting. This pattern suggests people instinctively recognize that Brian is an anomaly, something that should not exist, before social pressure and Brian's own behavior convince them to ignore their instincts. If Brian is the product of illegal experimentation, people might sense something unnatural about him without being able to articulate what specifically is wrong. The show has referenced government conspiracies, cover-ups, and experiments in numerous episodes across both Family Guy and American Dad. These references establish that the universe contains secret government programs performing horrific experiments without public knowledge or consent. The CIA has been shown doing mind control, creating super soldiers, developing biological weapons, and conducting human experimentation. Consciousness transfer fits perfectly within the established range of unethical projects these agencies pursue. The fact that the shows keep returning to government experimentation themes suggests the writers are building a consistent universe where such projects exist and have real consequences. Brian's name is notably human rather than a typical dog name like Spot or Rex. Most people give their pets simple, cute names, but Brian has a formal human name that suggests identity rather than ownership. If Peter adopted Brian knowing he was a human consciousness in a dog body, he might have asked Brian what his name was rather than imposing a pet name on him. Brian could be his actual human name from before the experiment, or it could be a name he chose to maintain his human identity. Either way, the name signals that Brian's identity is self-determined rather than assigned by an owner. The theory also explains Brian's complicated relationship with his dog nature. He sometimes performs dog behaviors like sniffing or chasing tennis balls, but he immediately shows shame or confusion about these impulses. If human consciousness was transplanted into a dog brain, some dog instincts might remain in the brain tissue itself or in the body's autonomic responses. Brian would experience confusing moments where dog instincts override his human consciousness, leading to behavior that feels alien to his sense of self. His shame about these moments stems from them reminding him that he is trapped in a dog's body with dog biology affecting his supposedly human consciousness. Episodes where Brian experiences memory loss or altered consciousness reveal inconsistencies that support the transplant theory. When his memories are affected, sometimes dog-like behaviors emerge more strongly, as if removing his human consciousness exposes the dog brain underneath. Other times, his personality fragments in ways that suggest multiple consciousness layers rather than a unified identity. These episodes hint that Brian's consciousness is not naturally integrated with his physical form, but exists as an overlay or transplant that can be disrupted. The show has never revealed who Brian's father is or provided information about his breeding, which is suspicious for someone the Griffins have known for years. If Brian were a normal dog with an unusual mutation, his genetics would be fascinating and worth exploring. The complete lack investigation into his origins suggests that the truth is either deliberately hidden or too dangerous to pursue. Peter might have agreed never to ask questions about where Brian came from as a condition of adopting him. Government agencies that create illegal experimental subjects would want those subjects' origins to remain secret, and they might monitor Brian to ensure he never reveals the truth about what he is. Brian's success as a writer becomes more plausible if he was originally an educated human with writing experience. His novels and scripts show genuine literary ambition and skill that would be nearly impossible for even the most intelligent dog to develop. Writing requires not just intelligence, but years of education, cultural knowledge, and practice. If Brian was a writer or intellectual before the experiment, he would possess all the background knowledge required to write novels. His struggle to achieve recognition stems not from lack of talent, but from the impossibility of being taken seriously as a dog author. Publishers and critics cannot reconcile the quality of his work with his physical form, so they dismiss him despite his genuine abilities. The timing of when Peter found Brian also raises questions. Peter found Brian as a stray on the street at a convenient moment when the Griffin family needed a pet. The show has never explained why Brian was on the street or how he ended up there. If Brian was an escaped or abandoned government experiment, he would have been living as a stray while trying to survive in a form that made integration into society nearly impossible. Peter finding him might not have been coincidence, but rather the result of the agency that created Brian, allowing him to be adopted by a normal family as part of long-term observation. The Griffins could be unknowingly monitored to see how a transplanted consciousness adapts to domestic life over years. Brian's alcoholism takes on darker meaning as a coping mechanism for the psychological horror of his situation. He drinks constantly throughout the series, far more than addiction alone would explain. If he knows he was human and is now trapped as a dog, alcohol becomes his only escape from that unbearable reality. He cannot seek therapy because explaining his true situation would sound insane. He cannot form genuine, intimate relationships because his physical form prevents true acceptance. He cannot reclaim his human life because that person officially died or disappeared when the experiment occurred. Drinking numbs the constant awareness that he is living a nightmare with no possibility of waking up. The theory suggests that somewhere in the Family Guy universe, files exist documenting Brian's creation. The CIA or whatever agency performed the experiment would have kept records of their subjects, including Brian's original human identity, the circumstances of the transplant, and monitoring data from his years with the Griffin family. These files, if revealed, would answer every question about Brian's origin and prove that he is not a natural occurrence but a created being. The show could eventually use these files as a plot device to explore Brian's past and confront him with the truth he either knows and represses or genuinely does not remember. Looking at the canonical evidence, Brian exhibits every characteristic of human consciousness trapped in a non-human form. His intelligence, behavior, desires, knowledge, and psychological profile all point towards someone who was human and retains that identity despite physical transformation. The existence of government programs capable of consciousness transfer is established in the shared universe. Brian's origin remains deliberately mysterious despite years of storytelling. His aging does not follow normal dog patterns. His relationships, ambitions, and struggles make sense for a human, but not for a dog. The pieces fit together to suggest that Brian Griffin is not really a dog at all, but a human victim of experimental science who continues living as an impossible hybrid, forever trapped between two species and fully belonging to neither. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the theory that Brian is actually the one writing Family Guy. One of the most mind-bending theories about Family Guy suggests that the entire show is actually a novel or screenplay written by Brian Griffin, and everything we watch is filtered through his perspective as the author. According to this interpretation, Brian is not just a character in Family Guy, but the creator of the story itself, and the show's bizarre structure, inconsistent logic, and self-aware humor all reflect the chaotic process of Brian writing and rewriting his magnum opus. The theory argues that Brian has been documenting his life with the Griffin family as a semi-autobiographical work, which explains why he appears as such a central and sympathetic figure despite being a dog, why the show constantly breaks its own reality, and why everything resets between episodes. When you examine the canonical evidence of Brian's writing career, his creative struggles, and how the show functions narratively, this meta-theory finds substantial support in moments that suggest someone is actively constructing this reality rather than simply living in it. The foundation of this theory rests on the undeniable fact that Brian is a writer who constantly works on novels, screenplays, and other creative projects throughout the series. Writing is not a hobby for Brian, but his primary identity and life purpose. He introduces himself as a writer before mentioning any other aspect of who he is. He spends countless episodes working on manuscripts, pitching ideas, and desperately seeking publication. The show has established that Brian pours his life experiences into his writing and uses his work as a way to process his existence. If Brian writes about his life obsessively, it makes perfect sense that Family Guy itself could be his most ambitious work, a sprawling narrative about the Griffin family that he continues writing episode after episode, year after year. The show's format perfectly mirrors how a struggling writer would construct a long-form narrative. Each episode functions as a chapter or standalone story within a larger work. Some episodes connect to ongoing storylines while others exist independently. The quality varies wildly from episode to episode, with some being brilliantly crafted and others feeling rushed or poorly conceived. This inconsistency matches exactly what you would expect from a writer producing hundreds of chapters over decades. Brian has good writing days and bad writing days. Sometimes he is inspired and creates something special. Other times he is blocked or lazy and produces filler content just to meet his self-imposed deadline of continuing the story. The show's uneven quality is not a bug, but a feature that reveals the writer behind it struggling with his craft. Brian's own novels and scripts within the show provide crucial evidence for how he approaches storytelling. When Brian writes, he always includes himself as a character, usually as the hero or the most intelligent person in the story. His work is semi-autobiographical to the point of narcissism. He creates transparent self-inserts and gives himself dialogue that makes him look smart, cultured, and morally superior. Family Guy follows this exact pattern with Brian as a character. Despite being a dog, Brian is portrayed as one of the smartest characters in the show, the voice of reason, and the moral center. He gets storylines where he is sexually desirable to human women, intellectually respected, and artistically talented. These characterizations make no sense from an objective perspective, but make perfect sense if Brian is writing himself into the story. He gives himself the role he wishes he had in real life because he controls the narrative. The show's political and social commentary aligns perfectly with Brian's established worldview. Family Guy takes clear positions on politics, religion, and social issues that match Brian's liberal ideology. The show mocks conservatives, organized religion, and traditional values while defending progressive causes and secular humanism. This is not subtle. The show's political stance is Brian's political stance because Brian is writing the show and cannot help but inject his opinions into every episode. When other characters express conservative views, they are usually portrayed as stupid or wrong, which reflects Brian's bias as the author. He creates straw-man arguments against his own beliefs and then has himself or like-minded characters easily defeat them. The show's politics are not objective satire, but Brian's personal political diary where he gets to win every argument. The cutaway gags that define Family Guy's comedy style make perfect sense as Brian's writing technique. When telling a story, Brian's mind wanders and he includes tangential references, memories, and jokes that have nothing to do with the main narrative. These cutaways represent Brian's actual thought process as he writes. He starts describing a scene, then remembers something funny from history or pop culture, so he includes it as a cutaway before returning to the main story. The cutaways are not part of the Griffin family's reality, but part of Brian's narrative construction. He is actively building the story in real time, getting distracted, adding jokes, and then continuing. The fact that cutaways happen mid-conversation and other characters do not acknowledge them makes sense because they exist on the meta level of Brian writing the story rather than on the level of the characters living it. Peter's characterization as increasingly stupid and chaotic over the series reflects Brian's growing resentment and frustration with him. In Brian's early writing, Peter was dumb but lovable. As their relationship deteriorated in real life, Brian began writing Peter as more obnoxious, more destructive, and more irredeemable. The degradation of Peter's character is not bad writing, but intentional character assassination by Brian. He uses his narrative power to punish Peter for whatever slights and frustrations occurred in their actual friendship. Every episode where Peter does something horrible to Brian is Brian processing real conflicts through fiction. Every time Peter is portrayed as a monster, Brian is venting his genuine anger through the safety of storytelling. The show has become Brian's therapy and his revenge simultaneously. Lois's characterization also reveals Brian's complex feelings about her. In many episodes, Lois is portrayed as the reasonable adult trying to manage chaos, which reflects Brian's respect for her. But in other episodes, Lois is shown as sexually promiscuous, manipulative, or cruel, which reflects Brian's resentment about her being married to Peter instead of being available to him. Brian has been attracted to Lois throughout the series, and this attraction colors how he writes her. She is both idealized and degraded depending on Brian's mood and his current feelings about his unrequited attraction. When Brian feels rejected by Lois, he writes episodes where she is flawed or makes terrible decisions. When he feels warmly toward her, he writes her as sympathetic and admirable. Her inconsistent characterization reflects Brian's inconsistent feelings about her. Stewie receives special treatment in Brian's narrative because Stewie is Brian's best friend in real life. The show gives Stewie and Brian extensive storylines together, deep conversations, and a genuine emotional bond that surpasses other relationships in the show. Brian writes Stewie as a genius because he genuinely admires Stewie's intelligence. He writes their friendship as the emotional core of the show because it is the emotional core of Brian's actual life. The road trip episodes and time travel adventures featuring Brian and Stewie are Brian's way of documenting and celebrating their friendship. He creates scenarios where they can have meaningful conversations and share experiences because these moments matter to him personally. Stewie is the only character Brian consistently writes with depth and affection because Stewie is the only person Brian truly respects and loves. Meg's treatment in the show becomes darkly revealing in this context. Brian participates in abusing Meg, despite positioning himself as the moral character. If Brian is writing the show, he is making a deliberate choice to have Meg serve as the family punching bag. This could reflect Brian's genuine cruelty, or it could reflect his discomfort with Meg's real-life attraction to him. Several episodes have shown Meg having romantic or sexual interest in Brian, and he finds this attention disturbing. By writing Meg as pathetic and undesirable, Brian ensures that any attraction between them is portrayed as inappropriate and one-sided. He uses the narrative to create distance between himself and Meg, while also working through his guilt about rejecting her by giving her occasional episodes where she stands up for herself or receives validation. The show's constant fourth wall breaking and self-awareness make perfect sense if Brian is actively writing it. Characters reference being in a television show, acknowledge the audience, and comment on the show's structure and format. These moments are Brian stepping outside his narrative to acknowledge his role as author. When characters break the fourth wall, Brian is breaking his own fictional construct to remind himself and the audience that this is a created work. He cannot maintain the illusion consistently because he is too self-conscious about the act of creation. Every meta joke is Brian winking at himself about what he is doing. He is simultaneously creating the story and commenting on his process of creating it. Episodes about Brian's writing process mirror the actual structure and problems of Family Guy itself. When Brian writes a novel or screenplay within the show, he faces criticism that his work is derivative, poorly structured, self-indulgent, and tries too hard to be edgy. These criticisms apply directly to Family Guy as a show. If Brian is writing Family Guy, these self-critical episodes are Brian processing real criticism he has received about his work. He includes characters telling him his writing is bad because part of him knows it is bad, but he continues anyway because writing is all he has. The show becomes increasingly self-aware about its flaws over time, which matches Brian becoming more aware of his limitations as a writer while being unable to stop writing. The show's treatment of death and consequences supports the theory that Brian controls the narrative. Characters die and come back because Brian changes his mind about killing them off. Locations appear and disappear because Brian forgets what he established previously or decides to retcon his own continuity. The timeline makes no sense because Brian is bad at tracking chronology in his long-term narrative. Everything that seems like sloppy writing in Family Guy becomes intentional characterization of Brian as a sloppy writer. The show's flaws are Brian's flaws as an author, and recognizing this reframes every inconsistency as evidence of the theory rather than evidence against it. Brian's death and resurrection arc becomes the most significant evidence for this theory. When Brian died after being hit by a car, the show continued for several episodes without him before Stewie used time travel to prevent his death. In the meta-interpretation, Brian wrote himself dying as a way of exploring what the show would be like without him, and what his legacy would be. He needed to know if he mattered, so he removed himself from the narrative temporarily. The overwhelming grief the Griffin family expressed, especially Stewie, was Brian writing the reaction he hopes people would have if he died. He brought himself back because he could not commit to ending his own story, and because the narrative did not work without him as the author. Brian's death arc was him experimenting with mortality through fiction, and ultimately deciding he was not ready to end his chronicle. The show's liberal use of celebrity cameos and pop culture references reflects Brian's desperation to seem current and culturally relevant. Brian is obsessed with being seen as intelligent and sophisticated, so he fills his narrative with references that demonstrate his knowledge of movies, music, politics, and literature. The cutaway gags often feature historical figures or celebrities because Brian wants to show off everything he knows. He includes these references compulsively, even when they do not serve the story because they serve his need for validation. Every pop culture reference is Brian shouting, "I know about this thing," to an audience he hopes will be impressed. The show's increasing darkness and willingness to explore disturbing topics reflects Brian's growing cynicism and depression. Early Family Guy had relatively innocent humor with a family sitcom structure. Later seasons include jokes about death, violence, sexual assault, and other dark topics that push boundaries aggressively. This tonal shift matches Brian's personal decline throughout the series. As he becomes more alcoholic, more depressed, and more disillusioned with his life, the show he writes becomes darker and more nihilistic. His mental state bleeds into his creative work until the comedy becomes tinged with genuine bitterness and pain. The show gets meaner because Brian is getting meaner, both to others and to himself. Episodes that focus on Brian's failures as a writer take on new meaning if he is writing the show itself. When Brian's novel is rejected or his screenplay is criticized, he is processing real rejection of Family Guy by critics or audiences. He writes himself failing as a way of acknowledging that his work does not receive the respect he believes it deserves. But he also writes himself persevering and continuing to write despite failure, which is exactly what Brian does with Family Guy. The show continues for hundreds of episodes regardless of critical reception, because Brian refuses to stop writing. His fictional struggles mirror his real struggles with the actual narrative he produces. The show's ensemble cast structure supports the theory because it reflects Brian trying to write objectively about other people while inevitably centering himself. Brian attempts to give other characters their own storylines and development, but the narrative constantly returns to him. Episodes that supposedly focus on Peter or Lois often include significant Brian subplots. Brian appears in nearly every episode, even when his presence is not necessary to the plot. This happens because Brian is writing from his own perspective and cannot fully escape his subjectivity. He tries to create a balanced ensemble show but keeps inserting himself because he cannot imagine a world where he is not present and important. The show's sexual content and Brian's relationships with women reveal his wish fulfillment through writing. Brian dates attractive women who find him desirable despite him being a dog, which makes no logical sense but makes perfect sense as fantasy. If Brian is writing the show, he gives himself romantic and sexual success he likely does not have in reality. He creates women who see past his physical form and appreciate his intelligence and sensitivity. These relationships always fail, which could reflect either Brian's actual failed relationships or his inability to imagine himself in a successful long-term relationship because his self-loathing runs too deep. The pattern of Brian dating women above his league and then losing them is Brian working through his romantic failures within his fiction. Quagmire's famous speech about why he hates Brian becomes meta-commentary on Brian as a writer. Quagmire lists Brian's flaws in detail: his pretentiousness, his lecturing, his hypocrisy, his narcissism, his lack of self-awareness. If Brian wrote this speech, he is engaging in brutal self-criticism by having another character articulate everything wrong with him. Writers often process their insecurities by having characters voice their worst fears about themselves. Brian includes this devastating takedown in his own narrative because part of him knows Quagmire is right. He is everything Quagmire accuses him of being, and writing that speech is Brian's way of acknowledging his flaws while also continuing to be exactly who he is because he cannot change. The show's production quality and animation style remain consistent over decades while the real world changes around it. If Brian is writing this story, the consistent visual style represents his imagination. He pictures events in a specific artistic style, and that style remains stable because it exists in his mind rather than being produced by an actual animation studio. The show's occasional experiments with different animation styles or live-action elements represent Brian trying new creative techniques in his writing. When Family Guy does a Star Wars parody or adopts a different visual approach, Brian is challenging himself creatively and trying to expand his abilities as a storyteller. The theory explains why the show can continue indefinitely without the characters aging or the premise fundamentally changing. Brian is not documenting events as they happen, but creating an ongoing fictional narrative based loosely on his life. He keeps the characters frozen at specific ages because that is when he started writing about them, and he does not want to deal with the complications of aging them. The floating timeline where modern technology appears but characters stay the same age is a feature of Brian's writing rather than a bug. He updates cultural references and current events in his narrative, while keeping the character dynamic stable because that is easier than writing characters who actually grow and change. Brian's alcoholism is both a plot point in the show and likely a factor in the show's creation. If Brian writes Family Guy while drinking, his intoxication would explain the show's chaotic structure, random digressions, and occasional lapses in logic or taste. Some episodes feel drunk because Brian was drunk when he wrote them. The cutaways become more random and the humor gets darker as episodes progress, mirroring how Brian's inhibitions dissolve as he drinks while writing. The show is the product of thousands of hours of Brian sitting at his computer with a glass of wine, typing out his interpretation of his life and his fantasies about what that life could be. Episodes where alternate versions of events are shown or where the show restarts from different premises represent Brian revising his work. Writers constantly reconsider their choices and imagine how the story would be different with alternative decisions. Brian includes these alternate timelines in his narrative because he cannot stop himself from exploring every possibility. He writes a version where something happens, then immediately writes another version where it happens differently, and includes both in his expansive chronicle because he cannot commit to a single definitive version of events. The show's contradictions and retcons are Brian's editing process made visible. The show's relationship with Fox Network and censorship can be read as Brian's relationship with publishers and editors. Family Guy pushes boundaries and includes controversial content that supposedly risks cancellation, which mirrors how Brian's work is supposedly too edgy and intellectual for mainstream acceptance. When the show references its own cancellation and return, Brian is writing about his manuscript being rejected and then accepted for publication. The network becomes a character in Brian's meta-narrative about the struggle to get his work seen and appreciated by audiences who he believes may not be sophisticated enough to understand it. Looking at hundreds of episodes through this lens, Family Guy exhibits every characteristic of being Brian's semi-autobiographical novel. The show centers Brian despite him being a dog because he is the author. It reflects his political views, his writing style, his psychological issues, and his creative limitations. It breaks its own reality constantly because Brian is self-conscious about the act of creation. It includes devastating criticism of Brian because he is aware of his flaws. It continues indefinitely because Brian cannot stop writing about himself and the family he lives with. The show's existence makes more sense as Brian's massive creative project than as an objective documentary of the Griffin family's adventures. Family Guy is not what happens to these characters. Family Guy is what Brian writes about what happens to these characters, filtered through his perspective, limited by his abilities, and shaped by his desperate need to create something meaningful that will outlive him and prove his intelligence and worth. The show is Brian's legacy, his therapy, his revenge, his fantasy, and his prison, all bound together in an endless narrative he can neither perfect nor abandon. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next up, we got Meg Griffin is Stewie's biological mother. One of the most disturbing and widely discussed theories about Family Guy suggests that Stewie is not actually Lois and Peter's third child, but is instead Meg's biological son from a teenage pregnancy that the family covered up to avoid scandal. According to this interpretation, Lois and Peter agreed to raise Stewie as their own child, while Meg was forced to give up her baby and pretend to be his sister rather than his mother. The theory argues that the family's extreme mistreatment of Meg stems from resentment about the situation, that various jokes throughout the series serve as hints about the truth, and that the age gaps and relationship dynamics in the Griffin family only make sense if Stewie is actually Meg's child. When you examine the canonical evidence, including throwaway jokes, character ages, family dynamics, and specific episodes that hint at dark secrets, this theory finds disturbing support in moments that suggest something fundamentally wrong about Stewie's place in the family structure. The foundation of this theory rests on examining the actual ages and timeline of the Griffin children. Meg is 17 years old throughout most of the series. Chris appears to be around 13 or 14. Stewie is roughly 1 year old despite the show running for over 20 years. If we assume the characters were their current ages when the show began in 1999, Meg would have been around 16 or 17 at that time. This means Stewie was born when Meg was approximately 15 or 16 years old, which is exactly the age when a teenage pregnancy would occur. The spacing between Meg and Chris makes sense for planned children, but the gap between Chris and Stewie is much larger than between Meg and Chris. This unusual spacing could indicate that Stewie was not a planned pregnancy, but rather an unexpected situation that occurred years after Lois and Peter thought they were done having children. Or it could indicate that Stewie is not Lois's biological child at all. The way the family treats Meg compared to how they treat the other children reveals a disturbing pattern that this theory explains. Peter openly states he does not love Meg and treats her with contempt and cruelty. Lois participates in Meg's abuse and sometimes seems to resent her daughter's existence. Chris and Stewie both join in mocking and dismissing Meg. The entire family has designated Meg as the scapegoat who absorbs all blame and abuse. This treatment goes far beyond normal sibling rivalry or sitcom family dynamics. It resembles genuine hatred and resentment. If Meg had a baby as a teenager that disrupted the family and forced Lois and Peter to raise an additional child they did not want, their resentment would make sense. They blame Meg for the chaos, expense, and social embarrassment of the situation, so they punish her through constant emotional abuse. Meg is not hated because she is inherently worthless, but because she committed an unforgivable act that the family cannot openly acknowledge. Lois's age and circumstances when Stewie was born raise red flags when examined closely. Lois would have been in her late 30s or early 40s when Stewie was born, if he is her biological child. While women can certainly have children at that age, it becomes less common and more difficult. The show has never explained why Lois and Peter decided to have another child so many years after Chris. They never discuss planning for Stewie or wanting another baby. He simply exists without any backstory about his conception or birth. This absence of explanation is suspicious. If Stewie were Meg's child, Lois and Peter would not talk about planning for him because he was not planned. They took over raising him to protect Meg and maintain the family's reputation, but they never wanted him themselves. Several episodes have included jokes about Meg's sexual history or past relationships that could be hints about a teenage pregnancy. The show has made references to Meg having been sexually active at a young age or having experiences that damaged her psychologically. While these jokes are often just crude humor, they could also be the show's way of acknowledging that something significant happened in Meg's past involving sex and consequences. Family Guy frequently hides dark truths and throwaway jokes that seem meaningless until you realize they are consistent hints about deeper storylines. The repeated jokes about Meg's sexual past could be breadcrumbs leading to the revelation that she had a baby as a teenager. Stewie and Meg's relationship is notably different from typical sibling dynamics in ways that support this theory. Stewie is cruel to Meg like the rest of the family, but there are occasional moments of tenderness or connection between them that seem out of place. A few episodes have shown Meg protecting Stewie or showing maternal concern for him that goes beyond typical sibling care. When Stewie is in danger, Meg sometimes reacts with intensity that suggests deeper attachment than a sister would feel. These moments are rare because the show mostly maintains the fiction that Meg is just Stewie's sister, but they appear often enough to suggest an underlying bond that the narrative cannot completely suppress. If Meg is Stewie's biological mother, she would naturally feel protective and loving toward him, even while being forced to maintain distance and pretend he is her brother. The show has established that the Griffin family keeps massive secrets and engages in cover-ups regularly. Multiple episodes have revealed that Lois has a criminal past, that Peter's father was not his biological father, that various family members have hidden identities or secret histories. The family is demonstrably capable of maintaining elaborate lies over long periods of time. If Lois and Peter decided to raise Meg's baby as their own, they would absolutely be capable of maintaining that fiction indefinitely. The family's willingness to lie about fundamental aspects of their history is canonical and well established. A cover-up about Stewie's parentage fits perfectly within the family's existing pattern of deception. Brian's role in the family becomes significant in this theory because he would almost certainly know the truth. Brian has been with the family since before Stewie was born, and he is portrayed as Lois's confidant and closest friend besides Peter. If Meg had a teenage pregnancy, Lois would likely have discussed the situation with Brian and possibly relied on him for emotional support during the crisis. Brian's complicated relationship with the family's secrets and his tendency to drink heavily could be partially explained by guilt about participating in this cover-up. He knows Stewie is Meg's son, He knows the family's treatment of Meg is connected to the secret, and he says nothing because revealing the truth would destroy multiple lives. His alcoholism could be partly about numbing the guilt of watching Meg suffer for a mistake she made as a child while being denied her own baby. The show has made specific jokes that directly reference the possibility of Stewie being Meg's child. In at least one episode, a character makes a comment about Stewie possibly being Meg's baby, and the joke is dismissed or moved past quickly. Family Guy often uses this technique of stating something true as a joke and then moving on as if it was just random humor. The show has a history of hiding major reveals in plain sight by framing them as absurd jokes that audiences dismiss. When a show repeatedly makes the same joke about a character relationship, it often signals that the joke is actually truth disguised as humor. The fact that the show has explicitly referenced this theory within episodes suggests the writers are aware of it and may be intentionally planting evidence. Meg's depression, anxiety, and desperate need for acceptance make more sense in the context of having given up a child. Teenage mothers who give up their babies for adoption or who are forced to pretend their child is their sibling often suffer severe psychological consequences, including depression, identity confusion, and difficulty forming relationships. Meg exhibits all of these symptoms throughout the series. She is desperately lonely, struggles to connect with peers, has extremely low self-esteem, and seems psychologically damaged in ways that go beyond normal teenage angst. If she gave birth to Stewie and then had to watch Lois raise him as her own, while being forbidden from claiming him as her son, that trauma would explain her psychological state perfectly. She lives in the same house as her biological child, but cannot acknowledge their true relationship, which would be absolutely devastating. The theory explains why Meg stays with the family despite the abuse. Teenagers who are abused often leave home as soon as possible, but Meg stays despite having every reason to escape. If Stewie is her son, she cannot leave because leaving would mean abandoning her child. She endures the family's cruelty because staying close to Stewie is more important than her own well-being. Her inability to leave a toxic environment makes sense if she is motivated by maternal love for a child. She gave up but still wants to be near. The few times Meg has tried to leave, she always comes back, which could indicate that her attachment to Stewie keeps pulling her home. Lois's complex feelings towards Stewie could reflect resentment about raising her daughter's child, rather than genuine maternal love. The show depicts Lois as sometimes affectionate towards Stewie but often frustrated by him, or seeming to barely tolerate his presence. She does not show the same instinctive maternal warmth towards Stewie that mothers typically show toward their babies. Her emotional distance makes sense if Stewie represents a burden she took on reluctantly to save her daughter's reputation. She loves him because she committed to raising him, but she also resents him because he was not her choice, and his existence constantly reminds her of Meg's mistake and the family's secret they maintain. Peter's complete disinterest in Stewie as a baby could indicate he knows Stewie is not his biological child. Peter largely ignores Stewie throughout the series and shows little paternal instinct toward him. He treats Stewie more like a strange roommate than his son. This emotional distance could reflect Peter's knowledge that Stewie is actually his grandson rather than his son. Peter agreed to the cover-up to protect Meg and maintain the family's reputation, but he cannot force himself to feel fatherly love for a child he knows is not really his. His indifference toward Stewie mirrors his hatred toward Meg because both emotions stem from the same source: resentment about the situation Meg created. The identity of Stewie's biological father becomes a crucial question if this theory is true. Meg would have been impregnated by someone when she was 15 or 16 years old. The show has never revealed who Meg dated during that time period, or mentioned any significant relationships from her early teenage years. This absence of information is suspicious. If Meg had a normal dating history, the show would reference it, but instead her romantic past before the show's current timeline is blank. This blank space could be where the pregnancy occurred. The father could have been another teenager, an older boy who took advantage of her, or even someone who assaulted her. The show's silence about this period of Meg's life suggests something happened that the family does not discuss. Stewie's genius-level intelligence and advanced capabilities could be explained through genetics if his father was exceptionally intelligent. If Meg became pregnant by someone unusually smart, possibly an older student or adult, Stewie's extraordinary abilities would come from his father's genetics, rather than being unexplained anomalies. This would ground Stewie's character in biological reality rather than leaving his intelligence as impossible cartoon logic. The show could reveal that Stewie's father was a prodigy or genius who Meg had a relationship with before the family shut down all discussion of that time period. The show has depicted Stewie having Oedipal fixations and murderous intentions toward Lois, which reads differently if Lois is not his biological mother. Stewie's desire to kill Lois could stem from subconscious knowledge that she is not really his mother. Children sometimes sense when family relationships are not what they are told, and Stewie's hostility toward Lois could indicate he instinctively knows something is wrong about their relationship. His elaborate plans to murder her represent his subconscious rage about being separated from his real mother and forced into a family structure based on lies. Meanwhile, Stewie never expresses desire to harm Meg, which could indicate he subconsciously recognizes her as his actual mother and therefore cannot direct violence toward her. Certain episodes have focused on family secrets, DNA tests, or revelations about true parentage in ways that could be setting up this reveal. The show has established that Griffin family members are not always biologically related to who they think they are related to. Peter discovered his real father was not Francis Griffin, but another man. The show demonstrated it is willing to completely rewrite family relationships through shocking revelations. If the show can reveal Peter's father is not his real father, it can reveal Stewie's mother is not his real mother. The precedent exists for this type of massive family secret. Meg's occasional moments of standing up for herself often center on her declaring that the family needs her more than they admit. In one significant episode, Meg explains that she accepts the family's abuse because someone needs to be the target, and if she were not there, the family would turn on each other. This speech reveals Meg understands her role in maintaining family stability. If she is Stewie's mother, her acceptance of abuse could also reflect her belief that enduring mistreatment is the price she pays for being allowed to stay near her son. She sacrifices her well-being for Stewie's stability, choosing to be the target so that Stewie can grow up in a relatively functional household, even if she personally suffers. The show's timeline regarding when Meg would have been pregnant aligns with periods where the show has been deliberately vague about family history. The Griffin family's past before the show started is rarely discussed in detail. We know some general facts but lack specifics about what happened year by year. This vagueness creates space for a teenage pregnancy to have occurred without contradicting established canon. If Meg was pregnant at 15, she would have had the baby right before or right around when the show's main timeline begins. The show's refusal to detail what happened in the years immediately before the series started could be deliberate avoidance of addressing when Meg was pregnant. Stewie's complete lack of resemblance to Peter supports the theory. Meg looks like Lois, Chris looks like Peter, but Stewie looks like neither parent. He has a football-shaped head and features that do not match either Lois or Peter. The show plays this for comedy, but it also raises questions about genetics. If Stewie is Meg's child by someone else, his lack of resemblance to Peter makes perfect biological sense. He is not Peter's son, so he does not look like Peter. His features come from Meg and his unknown father, neither of whom look like Peter, so Stewie's appearance reflects his actual parentage rather than the parentage everyone claims. The way other characters react to Stewie is revealing. People outside the family often seem confused about Stewie or uncertain how to relate to him. He is treated inconsistently as both a baby and as something else entirely. This confusion could stem from people subconsciously sensing that something is wrong with the official story about who Stewie is. If there are rumors in Quahog about Meg having had a baby, people might look at Stewie and wonder if he is actually that baby. Their inconsistent treatment of him reflects their uncertainty about his real identity and place in the family structure. The show has made jokes about Lois being too old to have babies or about her fertility declining, which would be accurate for a woman in her late 30s or 40s. These jokes make sense as commentary about Lois's age, but become more significant if she did not actually give birth to Stewie. The show calls attention to the implausibility of Lois having a baby at her age, which could be a hint that she did not have the baby but took over raising someone else's child. Comedy often works by stating truth in a way that seems like a joke, and jokes about Lois being too old for babies could be the show signaling that the official story does not make biological sense. Meg's reaction to babies and pregnancy in various episodes could reveal her trauma about her own experience. When the show has storylines involving pregnancy or babies, Meg's responses sometimes seem more emotionally intense than the situation warrants. She either becomes extremely uncomfortable or shows unusual interest and knowledge. Both responses could indicate someone who has personal experience with pregnancy and childbirth that she cannot openly discuss. Her reactions betray that this topic is not theoretical for her, but deeply personal and traumatic. The show could eventually reveal this truth as a way of explaining and partially redeeming the family's treatment of Meg. If the series ever approaches its ending or needs a massive, shocking reveal, discovering that Stewie is Meg's son would recontextualize everything about the Griffin family dynamics. It would explain why Meg is treated so differently, why the family's relationships are so dysfunctional, and why nobody has intervened in Meg's abuse despite it being obvious and severe. The reveal would not excuse the family's cruelty, but would explain it as stemming from a specific incident and ongoing cover-up, rather than being purely arbitrary cruelty toward an innocent child. Looking at the canonical evidence across hundreds of episodes, this theory finds support in age gaps that do not make sense, family dynamics that resemble resentment more than normal sibling conflict, jokes that explicitly state Stewie might be Meg's child, the family's established pattern of keeping massive secrets, and Meg's psychological damage that matches someone who gave up a child. The show has planted enough hints that the theory persists and grows more compelling the more carefully you examine the evidence. Whether the writers intended this interpretation or whether fans have constructed it from coincidental details does not matter because the textual support exists. Stewie's origins remain deliberately vague, Meg's past remains suspiciously blank, and the family's treatment of both characters makes more sense if they are hiding a devastating secret about who Stewie really is and who his mother really is. The theory transforms Family Guy from a show about a dysfunctional family into a show about a family broken by a teenage pregnancy they covered up, living with the consequences of that cover-up every day, while the real mother watches someone else raise her child and cannot say a word. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the theory that Meg and Chris actually died early on, and Peter has been imagining them ever since. One of the darkest theories circulating in Family Guy discussions suggests that Meg and Chris Griffin died when they were young children, and the teenage versions we see throughout the series exist only in Peter's traumatized imagination. According to this interpretation, Peter caused or failed to prevent his children's deaths years ago, and his broken mind created elaborate fantasy versions of them to cope with unbearable guilt and grief. The theory argues that Peter imagines what Meg and Chris would be like if they had survived and grown up, but his imagination is colored by his guilt, resulting in the twisted family dynamics we see on screen. This would explain why Meg is treated with such cruelty, why both children seem emotionally damaged, why the family relationships feel fundamentally wrong, and why Peter's behavior toward his children oscillates between neglect and occasional genuine emotion. When you examine the canonical evidence about Peter's mental state, the show's treatment of death and reality, and specific moments that hint at deep trauma underlying the Griffin family, this theory finds disturbing support in details that suggest Peter's grip on reality is far more tenuous than the show usually acknowledges. The foundation of this theory rests on identifying when and how Meg and Chris actually died before Peter began imagining their continued existence. The show has featured numerous episodes where Peter's negligence or stupidity puts his children in mortal danger. He has forgotten them in dangerous places, failed to supervise them properly, driven drunk with them in the car, and made countless decisions that should have resulted in their deaths. The theory suggests that one of these incidents actually did kill them in reality, but Peter's mind could not accept what he had done, so it constructed an alternate reality where they survived. Perhaps he crashed the car while driving drunk with young Meg and Chris inside. Perhaps he left them somewhere dangerous and they died while he was passed out or distracted. Perhaps they drowned, burned, or were killed in a household accident that Peter could have prevented. The specific method matters less than the fact that Peter's negligence led directly to their deaths, creating guilt so massive that his psyche shattered. Peter's established mental problems and tenuous grip on reality support the possibility that he could maintain elaborate delusions for years. The show has depicted Peter as having suffered brain damage, experiencing hallucinations, and demonstrating cognitive impairment so severe that he qualifies as mentally disabled in some episodes. He has conversations with inanimate objects that he believes are real. He cannot distinguish fantasy from reality in many situations. He has false memories and believes things happened that clearly did not happen. His mind is demonstrably unreliable, which means he is absolutely capable of constructing fantasy versions of dead children and believing they are real. The show has established Peter as someone whose perception of reality cannot be trusted, which creates the psychological foundation for this theory. The way Peter treats Meg becomes horrifyingly logical if she is a guilt projection rather than his real daughter. Peter tells Meg he does not love her, forgets her existence regularly, and treats her with contempt that goes beyond sitcom meanness into genuine cruelty. This treatment makes no sense if Meg is his actual living daughter, but it makes perfect sense if Meg is Peter's imagination's reconstruction of a dead child. In Peter's guilty mind, he does not deserve to have Meg, so his fantasy version of her is someone he cannot love properly. He pushes her away emotionally because his subconscious knows she should not exist. The abuse Meg endures is Peter's guilt, manifesting as cruelty toward the ghost he created. Every time he tells Meg she is worthless, he is really telling himself that he is worthless for what he did. Meg absorbs the punishment Peter believes he deserves, serving as a mirror for his self-loathing. Chris receives different but equally disturbing treatment that fits this theory. Peter shows more affection toward Chris than toward Meg, but he also treats Chris as stupid and incapable to an extreme degree. If Chris died young, Peter's imagination would have to invent what Chris would be like as a teenager based on limited information. Peter knew Chris as a child and extrapolated a teenage version, but his guilt and limited imagination resulted in a Chris who is mentally stunted and emotionally underdeveloped. Fantasy Chris remains childlike because Peter's memories of real Chris are frozen at whatever age he was when he died. Peter cannot fully imagine Chris as a complex teenager because he never got to see real Chris grow up. So imaginary Chris stays simple, innocent, and childish, even in a teenage body. The show's treatment of death and resurrection supports the idea that the living and dead exist on a continuum in Peter's mind. Characters die and come back regularly in Family Guy without explanation. Death is temporary, meaningless, and easily reversed. This casual relationship with mortality makes perfect sense if Peter's fantasy world is built around denying that death is permanent. He cannot accept that Meg and Chris are truly dead, so his constructed reality operates on rules where death can always be undone. Every time a character dies and returns, Peter's delusion reinforces itself with the idea that death is not final, and his children could still somehow be alive despite everything his subconscious knows. The age discrepancy between what Meg and Chris should be and what they are could indicate when they actually died. If Meg was 8 and Chris was 5 when they died, but Peter's delusion has been running for 9 years, his fantasy versions would now be 17 and 14. The children never age in the show despite years passing in real time, which makes sense if they are frozen at the ages Peter imagines them to be. Real children grow and change continuously, but imaginary children only change when Peter consciously updates his fantasy about them. He has imagined them at their current ages for so long that he cannot conceive of them aging further, so they remain perpetually 17 and 14 in his delusion. Lois's role in this scenario becomes crucial and deeply sad. If Meg and Chris died, Lois experienced that loss too and knows the children are dead. Her treatment of fantasy Meg could reflect her anger at Peter for creating these delusions and forcing her to participate in them. When Lois is cruel to Meg, she might be expressing rage at Peter for making her interact with this ghost of their dead daughter. Alternatively, Lois might have broken down completely after losing her children, and now participates willingly in Peter's delusion, because living in the fantasy is preferable to facing reality. She plays along with Peter's imagined Meg and Chris because the alternative is confronting that her children are dead and her husband killed them. The delusion has become necessary for both parents' survival. Brian's knowledge of the truth would explain his complicated relationship with the family and his drinking. If Brian was present when Meg and Chris died, he knows they are dead but chooses not to confront Peter's delusion because breaking it would destroy Peter completely. Brian watches Peter interact with children who are not there, and Brian plays along to protect his friend from truth too terrible to face. This participation in the lie weighs on Brian's conscience and contributes to his alcoholism and depression. He is complicit in maintaining a mass delusion, and he drinks to numb the guilt about letting Peter live in fantasy rather than helping him face reality and heal. Stewie's existence as a real baby in this scenario becomes a source of both hope and terror for Peter. Stewie is the only child who is definitely real because he was born after Meg and Chris died. Peter can interact with Stewie knowing he is touching an actual living child rather than a projection of guilt. This would explain why Peter largely ignores Stewie despite him being his youngest child. Stewie is real, which means Stewie could die just like Meg and Chris died, so Peter maintains emotional distance as a protection mechanism. He cannot allow himself to love Stewie too much, because losing another real child would shatter even the delusion that keeps him functional. Meanwhile, Stewie's genius and dangerous technology represent real threats that Peter's traumatized mind cannot fully process, so he treats Stewie as less important than the imaginary children he has already lost. The show has featured episodes where Peter's perception of reality is explicitly shown to be false or distorted. He has experienced extended hallucinations, false memories, and alternate realities that he believes are real. These episodes demonstrate that Peter's mind is capable of constructing elaborate fictional scenarios and inhabiting them completely. If he can hallucinate entire storylines within single episodes, he can certainly hallucinate ongoing versions of his dead children across years. Each episode could represent Peter living through another day in his delusion, creating scenarios and adventures for his imaginary children because his mind cannot stop trying to give them the lives they lost. Meg and Chris's lack of friends, social connections, and lives outside the Griffin house could indicate they are not real. Real teenagers have complex social worlds including school friends, romantic interests, and activities independent of their parents. Meg and Chris occasionally have storylines about school or friends, but these relationships never develop depth or continuity. People outside the family barely acknowledge Meg and Chris or treat them as if they barely exist. This could be because other people do not see them at all. When Peter imagines taking his children places, other characters play along or ignore the situation because they see Peter talking to empty space, but choose not to confront his obvious mental illness. Quahog has learned to accommodate Peter's delusion rather than challenge it. The theory explains specific episodes where Meg or Chris temporarily leave the family or disappear. When Meg runs away or when Chris goes missing, these storylines represent Peter's delusion fragmenting temporarily as his subconscious tries to acknowledge the truth. His fantasy children disappear because part of his mind remembers they are actually gone. He then constructs elaborate scenarios to bring them back because he cannot maintain the fantasy without them. Every departure and return mirrors Peter's consciousness, fighting between accepting reality and retreating into delusion, with delusion always winning in the end. Certain episodes have shown Peter having flashbacks to when Meg and Chris were younger, and these memories often feel emotionally different from the show's usual tone. They are tinged with sadness, nostalgia, and loss that seems disproportionate to normal childhood memories. If these flashbacks are Peter's mind accessing real memories of his children before they died, the emotional weight makes sense. He is remembering the last time he saw them truly alive and happy, before whatever incident took them away. These flashbacks feel melancholy because they are Peter's mind trying to preserve genuine memories of real children. Even while his current delusion maintains that those children still exist and have grown up. The family's complete lack of extended family involvement or outside intervention in their dysfunction could indicate that people who knew the real Meg and Chris cannot bear to participate in Peter's delusion. Lois's parents know their grandchildren are dead and probably cannot visit because seeing Peter interact with imaginary versions of them is too painful. Friends and relatives maintain distance from the Griffin family because Peter's obvious mental illness and the family's participation in his delusion is disturbing to witness. The Griffins live in isolation not because they prefer it, but because Peter's breakdown has alienated everyone who knew the truth about what happened to the children. The show's inconsistent continuity regarding Meg and Chris could reflect Peter's imagination constantly revising and updating their characteristics because he lacks concrete reality to anchor them. Real people have consistent personalities that develop gradually over time. Imaginary people change based on what the imaginer needs them to be in any given moment. Meg's personality shifts between episodes from meek victim to angry rebel to desperately needy because she is whatever Peter's guilt needs her to be in that moment. Chris fluctuates between sweet, innocent boy and disturbed, troubled teen because Peter cannot maintain a consistent image of a son he never got to see grow up. Their inconsistency is not bad writing, but accurate portrayal of how imaginary people lack the coherent development of real individuals. Episodes featuring Meg or Chris in dangerous situations take on new meaning as Peter's subconscious repeatedly trying to process their actual deaths. When Meg is kidnapped, when Chris is threatened, when either child faces mortality, Peter is forcing himself to relive trauma by imagining his children in danger again. His mind compulsively returns to scenarios where his children are at risk because it is trying to process the real scenario where they were at risk and he failed to save them. He constructs these storylines unconsciously as exposure therapy, trying to desensitize himself to the trauma, but he always resolves them with the children surviving because accepting their deaths remains impossible. The way Meg and Chris interact with each other lacks the genuine sibling dynamic that real brother and sister would develop over years of living together. Their relationship is superficial with few shared memories or inside jokes. They exist in parallel rather than being truly connected. This makes sense if they are both products of the same imagination rather than two separate people who have actually grown up together. Peter imagines them as individuals but cannot fully imagine the relationship between them because that requires a level of detail and consistency beyond what his traumatized mind can maintain. They are separate delusions rather than delusions that interact naturally with each other. The show has made jokes about Meg being forgettable or invisible, including an episode where the family literally forgets she exists. These jokes are played for comedy, but they also hint that Meg's existence is tenuous and easily erased. If she is imaginary, she would be easily forgotten because she lacks the substance and presence of a real person. Peter's mind sometimes cannot maintain the energy required to imagine her, so she temporarily disappears from the family's consciousness until Peter's delusion strengthens again and brings her back. Her invisibility is not a quirk of her personality, but a feature of her being a projection that sometimes fades when the projector's power weakens. Chris's episodes that focus on him discovering disturbing truths or encountering evil monkeys and other threatening figures could represent fragments of reality breaking into Peter's delusion. The evil monkey that lives in Chris's closet might be a manifestation of truth trying to emerge, a symbolic representation of the terrible secret the family is hiding. Chris sees threatening things that other family members dismiss because fantasy Chris exists closer to the boundary between Peter's delusion and reality. As an imagined version of a dead child, Chris sometimes channels truth that Peter's conscious mind refuses to acknowledge. The show's treatment of Peter's father, Francis Griffin, is relevant because Francis clearly disapproved of how Peter raised his children. Francis's death in the series could connect to the theory if Francis knew about Meg and Chris's deaths and blamed Peter. Perhaps Francis could not forgive Peter for what happened to his grandchildren and died still angry at his son. Peter's complicated relationship with his father's memory includes guilt that might extend beyond their personal conflicts to encompass Francis's knowledge of Peter's greatest failure as a father. When Peter deals with his father's ghost or memory, he is also dealing with the voice of paternal judgment about the children he lost. Lois's occasional breakdowns and expressions of being overwhelmed by motherhood take on darker meaning if she is pretending to mother children who do not exist. When she screams about how difficult her life is or how much her children exhaust her, she might be expressing the genuine exhaustion of maintaining Peter's delusion while also grieving her real dead children. She plays the role of mother to ghosts every day while remembering what it was like to mother real living children. The performance required to sustain Peter's fantasy while processing her own grief would be absolutely crushing and would explain her moments of complete breakdown. The theory suggests that various neighbors and acquaintances in Quahog either cannot see Meg and Chris at all or choose to ignore the obvious signs of Peter's delusion to avoid confronting uncomfortable truth. When Meg goes to school or Chris has interactions with other kids, these could be either Peter imagining scenarios where his children still have normal lives, or other people indulging Peter's delusion by pretending to interact with his imaginary children. Quahog as a whole has decided that maintaining Peter's fantasy is kinder than forcing him to face that he killed his children. So the entire town participates in a collective fiction. The show's frequent road trip and adventure episodes with the family could represent Peter's attempts to create happy memories with imaginary versions of children he never got to take on real adventures. He imagines elaborate vacations and experiences with Meg and Chris because he is trying to give them the childhood they lost. Every family adventure is Peter's guilt-driven attempt to compensate for the life he took from them by imagining a better, more exciting life than they actually had. The adventures are often chaotic and dangerous because Peter's traumatized mind cannot imagine purely positive experiences. His guilt ensures that even his fantasies include elements of threat and failure. Certain episodes have shown alternate timelines or realities where the Griffin family is configured differently, and sometimes in these alternates, Meg and Chris do not exist, or exist very differently. These alternate realities could be Peter's mind briefly glimpsing actual reality where his children are dead before the delusion reasserts itself and brings them back. When the show depicts reality shifting or multiple timelines, it is showing Peter's consciousness flickering between delusion and truth, with delusion always ultimately winning because truth is unbearable. The episode where Meg finally stands up to the family and explains that she accepts their abuse to keep the family stable takes on devastating new meaning in this context. If Meg is Peter's guilt projection, this speech represents Peter's subconscious understanding that his fantasy Meg exists specifically to absorb the punishment he believes he deserves. She articulates the psychological function she serves in his delusion. She exists to be hurt because Peter needs to hurt himself for what he did, and hurting imaginary Meg is how he accomplishes that self-punishment, while avoiding direct self-harm that would end his ability to maintain the fantasy. Chris's artistic talent and interest in drawing could represent Peter's subconscious trying to preserve what real Chris loved. If actual Chris enjoyed art before he died, Peter ensures fantasy Chris maintains that interest as a way of honoring his real son's memory. The characteristics Peter gives his imagined children are likely based on who they actually were, filtered through years of grief and guilt. Fantasy Meg and Chris are distorted versions of real Meg and Chris, exaggerated and damaged by trauma, but still containing kernels of truth about who those children were before Peter's negligence destroyed them. The show continuing for over 20 years with Meg and Chris never aging makes perfect sense if they died when they were young, and Peter has been imagining them at fixed ages for decades. Time passes in the real world, but Peter's delusion is frozen at the point where he constructed these fantasy children. He decided what ages they should be when he created the fantasy, and they remain those ages forever because his trauma cannot allow them to develop further. Real children who were 8 and 5 when they died 20 years ago would now be 28 and 25 if they had lived, but Peter's imagination keeps them perpetually 17 and 14, because that is as far as he can stretch his fantasy. Looking at the canonical evidence, this theory finds support in Peter's established mental instability, the show's casual treatment of death and reality, the family's dysfunctional dynamics that make more sense as guilt-driven delusion than as actual family relationships, and the specific ways Meg and Chris are treated that suggest they exist more as concepts than as fully realized people. The theory transforms every episode from a comedy about a dysfunctional family into a tragedy about a man who killed his children and constructed an elaborate fantasy world to avoid accepting what he did. Every joke at Meg's expense becomes Peter's guilt punishing itself. Every moment of Chris's innocence becomes Peter trying to preserve what he destroyed. Every family adventure becomes a desperate attempt to give dead children the life they lost. The show is not what happens to the Griffin family, but what Peter imagines happens to the fantasy versions of a family he destroyed, playing out in his broken mind episode after episode, year after year, with no possibility of healing. Because healing would require facing truth that would destroy him completely. Meg and Chris exist as Peter's elaborate apology and ongoing punishment, ghosts he created to haunt himself forever.
Next up, one disturbing theory for every Family Guy character.
Peter Griffin, the video game simulation theory. Peter Griffin might be the most chaotically unpredictable character in animated television history. One episode he's a functioning brewery employee with a mortgage and 3 kids. The next episode he's performing brain surgery. The episode after that he's forgotten how to sit in a chair. This dude has died approximately 847 times across the series, gotten blown up, shot, crushed, dismembered, and launched into space, only to show up perfectly fine the following week, eating chicken wings on his couch like absolutely nothing happened. His behavior swings so wildly from scene to scene that watching him feels less like observing a human being and more like watching someone's little cousin mash buttons on a PlayStation controller during their first attempt at Grand Theft Auto. Peter Griffin is a non-playable character trapped inside a video game simulation, and whoever is controlling him has absolutely no idea what they're doing. Every nonsensical decision, every impossible survival, every sudden acquisition of skills he definitely should not possess is the direct result of some cosmic gamer treating Quahog, Rhode Island like their personal sandbox mode. Peter's entire existence is basically what happens when you hand a copy of The Sims to someone who immediately removes all the ladders from the swimming pool just to see what happens. This explains so much about Family Guy that traditional narrative logic simply cannot touch. Why does Peter have the attention span of a goldfish with ADHD? Because the player keeps getting distracted by their phone mid-cutscene. Why can Peter suddenly speak fluent Portuguese in one episode and forget his own children's names in another? Because somebody's over there reassigning skill points like they're playing on easy mode and still losing. Why does the entire town of Quahog seem to reset its memory of Peter's atrocities every single week? Because the save file keeps getting overwritten. The gaming parallels run deep when you actually start looking for them. Peter's infamous fights with the giant chicken are essentially boss battles that stretch across multiple city blocks, destroy millions of dollars in property, and end with both combatants walking away like they just finished a light cardio session. These encounters play out with the exact structure of a video game fight sequence. There's escalation, environmental destruction, quick-time events where they grab random objects as weapons, and a dramatic conclusion that somehow manages to leave 0 permanent consequences. You know what else operates that way? Every last single action game release since 2005. The cutaway gags function as loading screens in this interpretation. Every time Peter says, "This reminds me of that time the game needs a second to buffer, so it throws up a quick mini-game or flashback sequence to keep the player occupied. The fact that these memories contradict each other constantly, sometimes within the same episode, makes perfect sense. They're procedurally generated content. The simulation is just pulling random assets from its database and hoping nobody notices that Peter apparently attended 3 different high schools in 4 different decades. Peter's complete inability to learn from consequences becomes a core gameplay mechanic, rather than a character flaw. In real life, if you touched a hot stove, you would remember that the stove is hot and maybe not touch it again tomorrow. Peter has touched the metaphorical hot stove approximately 1,000 times. He has set himself on fire, been arrested, destroyed his family's financial security, alienated his friends, and caused at least 6 apocalyptic events in Quahog. The next episode, he does something equally stupid with 0 hesitation. That's respawn logic. That's checkpoint reset behavior. Peter is operating on video game rules where death is a minor inconvenience. and yesterday's disasters exist only as fading memory files, the system hasn't bothered to archive properly. In the episode The Simpsons Guy, Family Guy provides the most damning evidence for this theory. When the Griffin family drives their station wagon out of Quahog and somehow ends up in Springfield, they've essentially loaded into an entirely different game world. The animation style shifts, the physics change, the rules of the universe operate differently. Peter even comments on how weird everything looks and feels, like a character becoming momentarily self-aware that they've been ported into unfamiliar software. The episode opens with the Griffins fleeing Quahog after Peter's comic strip causes massive public outrage. They drive until they run out of gas, wake up in an unfamiliar town, and discover their car has been stolen. The moment they cross into Springfield, everything about their reality shifts. The color palette changes. The character designs around them follow different rules. The humor operates on different timing. Peter Griffin has been transferred from one server to another, and his programming is struggling to adapt to the new environment. Watch how Peter interacts with Springfield throughout the episode. He's confused by the environment. He bonds with Homer Simpson over donuts at the Quickie Mart, and their connection is immediate and instinctive. Two NPCs from different games recognizing compatible code. Peter and Homer share the same base programming. Overweight patriarch, loves beer, makes terrible decisions, somehow maintains family despite constant failures. They're the same character class running on different engines. Their bromance, during that crossover, also supports the NPC theory beautifully. These two characters bond instantly over their shared love of beer, their similar body types, their mutual fondness for making terrible decisions, and their complete immunity to lasting physical damage. They recognize each other on some fundamental level. They're running on compatible software. Two NPCs from different games meeting in a crossover event and going, "Oh hey, you're also just a collection of programmed responses designed to entertain players? Cool, me too, let's get wasted." Their friendship isn't human connection, it's systems recognizing systems. The courtroom sequence in the episode adds another layer to this reading. When the Duff Brewery sues Pawtucket Patriot Ale for being a ripoff, the judge is literally Fred Flintstone, a character from an entirely different animated universe presiding over legal matters in Springfield involving defendants from Quahog. This is crossover DLC taken to its logical extreme. The simulation has pulled assets from multiple franchise databases and assembled them into a single courtroom scene that makes absolutely no sense unless you accept that all these animated worlds exist within the same overarching game engine. The fight that breaks out between Peter and Homer at the episode's climax is literally structured like a fighting game final boss encounter. They battle through multiple environments. They use environmental weapons. They crash through buildings, fall off structures, and pummel each other with objects that would kill any normal person 17 times over. The destruction they cause would level an actual city, yet by the end of the episode, Springfield is totally fine and everyone has moved on. That's video game logic. That's what happens when you finish a boss fight in any open world game. The crater where the nuclear power plant used to be just doesn't exist anymore once the cutscene ends. Peter's relationship with death throughout the series reinforces this interpretation beautifully. He's been killed by various means across hundreds of episodes. Shot, stabbed, exploded, drowned, eaten, crushed, incinerated, and probably deleted by an intern who accidentally saved over the wrong file. Every single time he's back the following week with no memory of his demise and no trauma from the experience. This is respawn mechanics at their finest. Peter Griffin has a save point somewhere in his house, probably next to the toilet where he does his best thinking, and every time he dies, the game just reloads from the last autosave. His family's complete lack of concern about his repeated deaths adds another layer to this theory. Lois has watched her husband die countless times. She's held his dying body in her arms during emotional episodes that seem to really mean something. Then the next episode, she's annoyed that he ate her leftovers. Lois is also an NPC. She's programmed to react to Peter's deaths in the moment, but she doesn't retain that data once the episode ends. The save file doesn't include emotional continuity. Everyone in Quahog is running on limited memory, cycling through the same behavioral loops, occasionally glitching when the narrative demands something unusual. Peter's skill acquisition throughout the series makes zero sense unless you view it through a video game lens. This man has, at various points, demonstrated professional level ability in surgery, aviation, military combat, musical performance, athletics, and approximately 47 other disciplines that require years of dedicated practice. He's also demonstrated complete incompetence in all of these same areas during different episodes. The player keeps spending experience points on random skills, testing out different builds, and then resetting when they get bored. Peter was briefly good at piano because somebody thought it would be funny to max out his music stats. Then they reallocated those points to tolerance for physical injury, and the piano knowledge vanished into the void. The show's famous floating timeline also supports the simulation theory. Family Guy has been running for over 2 decades, but the characters haven't aged in any meaningful way. Stewie is still a baby, Meg is still a teenager, Peter is still whatever age Peter is supposed to be. This is standard video game practice. Characters in The Sims don't age unless you turn on the aging function. Characters in most open-world games exist in a perpetual present, frozen at whatever point the developers decided was optimal for gameplay. Peter Griffin is level 42, and he's going to stay level 42 until the servers shut down. The existence of Brian adds an interesting wrinkle to this interpretation. Brian is clearly different from the other characters. He's more self-aware. He comments on the absurdity of his surroundings. He has existential crises about the nature of his existence. Brian might be what happens when an NPC develops enough complexity to recognize they're in a simulation. He's achieved a level of artificial intelligence that the other characters haven't reached. This is why he's constantly depressed and drinking. He knows something is fundamentally wrong with his reality, but he can't articulate what. He's the NPC who figured out the code and now has to live with that knowledge, while everyone around him runs their basic behavioral subroutines without questioning anything. Stewie's technological genius supports a different angle of the theory. This baby has built time machines, interdimensional portals, mind control devices, and weaponry that would make actual military scientists weep with confusion. Where did he learn this? How does a 1-year-old understand theoretical physics at a level that surpasses every scientist in recorded history? Stewie is accessing the game's developer tools. He somehow discovered the debug menu and has been using admin privileges to spawn whatever technology he needs. His inventions are cheats. His weapons are console commands. His entire existence as a super genius baby is the result of someone figuring out how to hack the simulation from the inside. The cutaway gags deserve additional examination as evidence for this theory. These rapid-fire flashbacks and hypothetical scenarios that interrupt the main narrative constantly are essentially procedurally generated content. The game needs to fill runtime, so it pulls random assets and assembles them into brief sketches that may or may not have any connection to the actual plot. Some cutaways reference things that definitely never happened in the show's canon. Some cutaways contradict other cutaways. Some cutaways are so random, they feel like the system ran out of relevant material and just started combining keywords. That's what happens when you let an algorithm generate content, rather than maintaining careful narrative continuity. Peter's relationship with his friends operates on video game party mechanics. He has Cleveland, Quagmire, and Joe as his core squad. They show up when summoned, participate in whatever mission Peter has decided to undertake, and then return to their default positions until needed again. They don't have lives that exist independently of Peter's storylines, except in rare cases where the player decides to follow a different character for an episode. They're companion NPCs. They're the characters you recruit to fill out your team roster. Joe is the combat specialist with enhanced physical abilities despite his apparent limitations. Quagmire is the charisma-focused companion who handles social encounters, and Cleveland is the steady support character who provides consistent backup without ever outshining the protagonist. The entire structure of Quahog starts making sense as a game map when you think about it. There's the Drunken Clam, which functions as the main hub where Peter and his party gather between missions. There's the Griffin House, which serves as the save point and home base. There's the various workplaces and landmarks that Peter cycles through depending on what the episode requires. The geography of Quahog is suspiciously flexible, with locations appearing and disappearing based on narrative convenience. That's how video game towns work. You only render the areas the player actually needs to access. Everything else is just background texture until it becomes relevant to gameplay. Peter's tendency to forget major life events also aligns with the limited memory storage of video game NPCs. He's forgotten his wedding anniversary, his children's birthdays, his children's names, his own medical conditions, major traumas, and approximately 300 other things that would be permanently seared into the memory of any actual human being. This is data management. The game can only store so many memories in Peter's character file before it starts overwriting old information with new information. The system prioritizes recent events and deletes anything deemed non-essential to current gameplay. The complete lack of lasting consequences in Quahog reflects video game morality systems at their most basic. Peter has committed crimes that would result in multiple life sentences. He's caused deaths, destruction, and chaos on a scale that would make him a wanted fugitive in any realistic setting. The next episode, everyone's forgotten, and Peter's reputation has reset to neutral. The game doesn't have a sophisticated morality system. There's no wanted level that carries over between sessions. There's no reputation damage that accumulates. Every episode starts fresh because the player loaded a clean save file. The theory even explains the show's tonal shifts and quality fluctuations over its long run. Different players have been controlling the simulation at different times. The early seasons felt different because a more skilled player was at the helm, making careful decisions about narrative and character development. Later seasons have that chaotic, anything-goes energy because the controller got handed to someone who just wanted to see how many explosions they could fit into 22 minutes. The show's inconsistency is actually consistent if you view it as multiple users accessing the same game with different playstyles. The implications of The Simpsons guy extend beyond the episode itself. When Peter returns to Quahog at the end of the episode, he brings back memories of Springfield, but those memories don't matter. The player finished the crossover content and returned to the main game. The Springfield DLC is complete. Peter will never think about Homer Simpson again, because that data has been archived in a folder the main game doesn't access during normal gameplay. The crossover was a limited-time event, and now that it's over, the simulation has returned to its default state. Peter Griffin has lived 17 lives in one body. He's been a death metal singer, a Renaissance fair knight, a professional wrestler, a television producer, a politician, and roughly 900 other things that no single human being could ever actually be. He's experienced every possible outcome and retained none of the lessons. He's trapped in an eternal loop of consequence-free chaos, respawning every Monday with no memory of last week's disasters, ready to make brand new, terrible decisions in a world that exists solely to react to his inputs. The supporting evidence stretches across the show's entire run. Every impossible recovery, every forgotten trauma, every sudden skill acquisition, every reset relationship points toward the same conclusion. Peter Griffin is trapped in a simulation, controlled by a player who treats his existence like a playground? The game has been running for over 20 years, and there's no sign of it ending anytime soon. The player keeps coming back, keeps making Peter do stupid things, keeps watching him fail and reset and fail again. And somewhere out there, some cosmic being is watching him stumble through existence, occasionally pressing buttons to see what will happen, laughing every time he fights a chicken or falls downstairs, then saving the game and walking away until they feel like playing again. Peter Griffin is the ultimate NPC, and the player controlling him really needs to read the tutorial. Now let's move on to our next character, and this one might seriously surprise you. Lois Griffin, the Black Widow theory. Lois Griffin presents herself as the long-suffering wife of an idiot husband, trapped in a middle-class existence despite her wealthy upbringing. She plays the role of devoted mother, patient spouse, and moral center of the Griffin household. The beautiful redhead from the prestigious Pewterschmidt family who somehow ended up married to Peter Griffin, a man so incompetent he once forgot how to sit down. Everyone accepts this narrative. Everyone believes Lois settled for less than she deserved out of love or rebellion against her controlling parents. Everyone is wrong. Lois Griffin is a serial killer who has eliminated multiple wealthy partners throughout her life, carefully selecting each victim for their assets before disposing of them when the time was right. Peter Griffin represents her retirement plan. She chose the dumbest man in Rhode Island specifically because he would never suspect her, never question her past, and never notice the inconsistencies in the stories she tells about her life before Quahog. Every skill Lois possesses, every dark talent she occasionally reveals, every moment of calculated coldness she displays points toward a woman with a body count that would make true crime podcasters weep with joy. The Pewterschmidt family didn't cut Lois off because she married beneath her station. They cut her off because they know exactly what she is and they're terrified of her. Consider what we actually know about Lois's capabilities. This woman has demonstrated expert-level martial arts proficiency on multiple occasions. She can fight with a technical skill that takes decades of dedicated training to develop. She handles weapons with comfort and familiarity. She's shown the ability to manipulate people, lie convincingly, and maintain elaborate deceptions over extended periods. These are the skills of someone who has spent years perfecting the art of getting close to targets and eliminating them without detection. In the episode Lois Kills Stewie, the show reveals exactly what Lois is capable of when pushed to her limits. The title alone tells you everything you need to know about the darkness lurking beneath her suburban housewife exterior. This episode demonstrates that Lois can commit calculated violence when necessary. She approaches the situation with a cold pragmatism that suggests this territory feels familiar to her. There's no hesitation, no moral anguish, no lengthy ethical debate about what she's about to do. Lois identifies a threat and moves to eliminate it with the efficiency of someone who has done this before. The way she handles the situation throughout that episode reveals training, actual training, the kind you don't pick up from a weekend self-defense seminar at the community center. Lois moves through the scenario like a professional, making calculated decisions anticipating obstacles and executing her plan with minimal emotional interference. This is learned behavior. This is muscle memory from years of practice. Her background story has more holes than a shooting range target. Lois claims she was a wild party girl in her youth, dating rock stars and living a glamorous life before settling down with Peter. She references relationships with famous musicians and hints at a past filled with excitement and adventure. These stories conveniently explain away any evidence of her previous life that might surface while providing zero verifiable details. She dated a rock star? Which one? When? Where are the photos? Where are the witnesses who can corroborate these stories? The vagueness is intentional. Lois has constructed a past that sounds plausible and interesting without providing anything that could be fact-checked. Every Black Widow killer operates the same way. They create elaborate backstories filled with just enough detail to seem authentic while remaining impossible to verify. They explain away gaps in their history with tales of travel, relationships, and adventures that conveniently left no paper trail. Lois's wild youth serves the same purpose. It's cover. It's misdirection. It's the story she tells to prevent anyone from looking too closely at who she really was and what she was really doing during those missing years. The martial arts abilities deserve deeper examination. In the episode Lethal Weapons, Lois takes a Taijutsu class and immediately demonstrates an almost supernatural aptitude for violence. The show plays this as Lois discovering a hidden talent, but the speed of her skill acquisition suggests something else entirely. She already knew how to fight. She was already trained. The class simply gave her permission to stop hiding what she could do. Muscle memory kicked in, and suddenly suburban Lois was dismantling opponents with a precision that shocked everyone around her. That precision matters. Amateur fighters are sloppy. They swing wild, leave themselves open, and rely on aggression rather than technique. Trained fighters are different. They conserve energy. They identify weaknesses. They strike with purpose and withdraw before counterattacks can land. Lois fights like someone who was taught by professionals, likely years ago, likely for purposes that had nothing to do with exercise or self-improvement. Her relationship with violence extends beyond physical combat. Lois has demonstrated a comfort with criminal activity that goes far beyond normal housewife behavior. She's participated in schemes, cover-ups, and morally questionable operations with an ease that suggests extensive practice. She adapts to criminal situations quickly because she's been in criminal situations before. The suburban mom persona is the disguise. The capable operator underneath is the real Lois. Peter Griffin makes perfect sense as a final target when you examine him through the Black Widow lens. He has steady employment. He owns a house. He has life insurance. He's connected to the Pewter-Schmidt fortune through marriage, even if that connection is strained. Most importantly, Peter is catastrophically stupid. He notices nothing. He questions nothing. He accepts whatever explanation Lois provides for anything because critical thinking requires cognitive abilities Peter simply does not possess. A Black Widow killer selecting her final mark would look for exactly these qualities. Steady income means consistent lifestyle maintenance during the relationship. Property ownership means assets to inherit. Life insurance means a payout upon death. And a partner too stupid to notice inconsistencies means freedom to operate without suspicion. Peter checks every box. He's the perfect patsy, the ideal final victim. The retirement fund Lois has been building toward her entire criminal career. The timing of her marriage to Peter aligns suspiciously with the end of her wild years. Lois went from dating rock stars and living adventurously to settling down with the dumbest man in Rhode Island almost overnight. This transition makes no sense unless you understand what was really happening. Her previous life ended. Her previous identity needed to be retired. She needed to disappear into a new role, and suburban housewife married to an idiot provided the perfect cover. Lois didn't settle for Peter out of love. She selected him as camouflage. Her parents' hatred of Peter has always been portrayed as simple snobbery, wealthy elites looking down on a working-class buffoon who married their daughter. The Black Widow theory suggests a different interpretation. Carter and Babs Pewter-Schmidt know what Lois is. They've seen evidence of what she's done. They're terrified that Peter will eventually become another victim, and they're even more terrified of what might happen if anyone connects their family to Lois's activities. Their hostility toward Peter is protective. They want him gone from their daughter's life because they know how relationships with Lois tend to end. Carter's extreme wealth would make him an obvious target for a Black Widow, yet Lois has never moved against her own father. This restraint makes sense strategically. Killing a parent draws investigation. Family murders receive intense scrutiny. The Pewter-Schmidt fortune remains accessible through legitimate inheritance eventually, so there's no need to accelerate the timeline through violence. Lois is playing the long game with her family, maintaining relationships and waiting for natural causes to deliver what murder would complicate. The show has repeatedly demonstrated Lois's capacity for deception on a massive scale. She's maintained secrets from Peter for extended periods. She's constructed elaborate lies and sold them convincingly. She's manipulated situations to achieve outcomes that benefited her while appearing innocent to everyone involved. These are the core competencies of a successful Black Widow. The ability to deceive intimate partners over years requires a specific psychological makeup. It requires comfort with dishonesty, skill at maintaining false personas, and complete emotional detachment from the people being deceived. Lois displays all of these qualities. Her warmth toward Peter often feels performative upon close examination. Her patience with his stupidity sometimes slips, revealing contempt underneath the tolerance. Her moments of genuine affection are rare enough to be notable, which wouldn't be the case if she actually loved him. She's playing a role, she's hitting her marks, she's maintaining cover while waiting for whatever endgame she has planned. Her treatment of Meg provides additional evidence for the theory. Lois's cruelty toward her daughter goes beyond normal parental frustration into something darker and more deliberate. Black Widow killers are typically incapable of genuine maternal bonding. They view children as complications, obstacles, or props in the performance of normalcy rather than people deserving of love and protection. Lois's willingness to mock, dismiss, and emotionally abuse Meg suggests a fundamental inability to connect with her children as a real mother would. Stewie presents an interesting complication for this theory. His genius-level intelligence and occasional insights into adult behavior should make him a threat to Lois's cover. Yet she manages him effectively, dismissing his more accurate observations as baby nonsense and maintaining her persona even when he comes closest to the truth. Her ability to deceive someone as intelligent as Stewie demonstrates just how skilled she is at this game. The episode Lois Kills Stewie becomes even more significant when viewed through this lens. Lois approaching violence against her own child with such calculated determination reveals something fundamental about her character. Most mothers, even in extreme circumstances, would struggle with the concept. They would hesitate. They would look for alternatives. Lois moved forward with a professional's detachment because sentimentality has no place in her actual worldview. Children are leverage, cover, and complications. They're assets and liabilities to be managed, not loved ones to be protected at all costs. Her piano skills deserve mention in this analysis. Lois is an accomplished pianist, talented enough that she could have pursued music professionally. This detail seems innocent until you consider how Black Widow killers typically operate. They develop skills that provide access to wealthy targets. Music performance creates opportunities to enter social circles where money concentrates. Charity events, private parties, exclusive gatherings all become accessible to a talented pianist willing to perform. Lois's musical ability wasn't a passion she pursued for personal fulfillment. It was a tool she developed to gain proximity to potential victims. The timeline of her known relationships before Peter remains conveniently murky. She mentions past boyfriends, hints at previous serious relationships, but provides no details that could be verified or investigated. Where are these ex-boyfriends now? What happened to them? How did those relationships end? A normal person would have traceable former partners, people who could be contacted, stories that could be confirmed. Lois's romantic history exists only in the vague references she chooses to share. This absence of verifiable history is the most damning evidence for the Black Widow theory. People leave traces. Relationships create records. Former partners remember details and can corroborate stories. The complete lack of anyone from Lois's past who can confirm her narrative suggests those people either don't exist or can't speak because they're dead. The wild party girl dating rock stars was either a complete fabrication, or those rock stars met unfortunate ends that have never been connected to the redhead they briefly dated. Her control over the Griffin household extends beyond normal domestic management. Lois determines what the family does, where they go, how they spend money, and what information gets shared with the outside world. Peter thinks he's in charge because Lois allows him to think that. The reality is that she manages every aspect of their lives with a precision that keeps her protected and maintains her cover. Nothing happens in that house without Lois's awareness and implicit approval. The long-term plan remains unclear. Perhaps Lois is waiting for the Pewterschmidt inheritance to come through before eliminating Peter and disappearing with the combined assets. Perhaps she's grown comfortable in her suburban cover and has genuinely retired from active hunting. Perhaps Peter's consistent survival has begun to frustrate her, and she's searching for the right opportunity to complete her final mission. Whatever the endgame, Lois has positioned herself perfectly to execute it whenever she decides the time is right. Her occasional displays of genuine affection toward Peter might represent the most disturbing aspect of the theory. Black Widow killers sometimes develop complicated feelings toward their final victims. Years of proximity create attachments that weren't part of the original plan. Lois may have begun to feel something resembling love for the idiot she married, which would complicate but not prevent her eventual move against him. The fondness would simply add tragedy to the inevitable conclusion. Peter's complete obliviousness protects him and endangers him simultaneously. He doesn't notice Lois's dangerous capabilities because he doesn't notice anything. He accepts her explanations because questioning them would require cognitive abilities he lacks. His stupidity keeps him alive because he's never threatening enough to trigger Lois's defensive instincts. At the same time, his stupidity means he'll never see the danger coming. When Lois finally decides to collect on her investment, Peter will walk into the trap with the same cheerful ignorance he brings to everything else in his life. The evidence is circumstantial but comprehensive. Unexplained combat skills, comfort with violence and deception, vague and unverifiable personal history, selection of the perfect patsy as a final partner, emotional detachment from family members who should inspire love, professional-level manipulation abilities, and one episode that demonstrates exactly what Lois is capable of when she decides someone needs to die. Lois Griffin stands in her kitchen, cooking dinner for a family that exists primarily as her cover story. She smiles at her idiot husband. She tolerates her disappointing children. She maintains the performance of suburban normalcy that has protected her for decades. And somewhere in the back of her brilliant, dangerous mind, she's running calculations about timing, opportunity, and the eventual completion of her longest and most successful operation. Up next is another character, and trust me, this one's going to shock you. Before we move on, just a small reminder to subscribe if you like the content. It's free and helps us keep improving these videos. Now let's continue. Meg Griffin, the Tulpa Manifestation Theory. Meg Griffin is the most abused character in animated television history. Her own father regularly forgets she exists. Her mother dismisses her with casual cruelty. Her brothers treat her as subhuman. Strangers on the street seem to instinctively despise her. The entire town of Quahog appears united in their contempt for this teenage girl who has done nothing to deserve any of it. The abuse goes beyond normal family dysfunction into something almost supernatural in its consistency and intensity. Teachers who have never met her before already hate her. Romantic interests flee at the first opportunity. Even animals seem repulsed by her presence. This universal contempt makes no logical sense for a real person. Meg has committed no crimes. She's shown moments of kindness, intelligence, and genuine emotional depth. She tries desperately to connect with others, to be accepted, to matter to someone. Yet the universe itself seems designed to reject her. The pattern is too consistent to be coincidence, too extreme to be explained by ordinary social dynamics. Something fundamentally different is happening with Meg Griffin. The explanation hiding in plain sight is that Meg doesn't exist as a real person at all. She's a tulpa, a psychic manifestation created by the collective guilt, shame, and self-hatred of the Griffin family. The negative emotions Peter, Lois, Chris, and Stewie refuse to process get channeled into Meg, giving her physical form and keeping her trapped in an existence designed specifically to absorb punishment. She's a living emotional waste dump, a consciousness built entirely from the family's darkest feelings about themselves. The concept of a tulpa originates from Tibetan Buddhist practices, describing a being created through focused mental energy and sustained belief. In Western paranormal circles, tulpas are thought constructs that gain independence through the psychological investment of their creators. They exist because someone believes they exist, and they persist as long as that belief continues. The Griffin family has been projecting their collective negativity for so long that the projection developed sentience, awareness, and the tragic ability to suffer. Meg's treatment throughout the series supports this interpretation with disturbing consistency. The family seem compelled to abuse her, as if something deeper than conscious choice drives their cruelty. Peter's hatred appears reflexive rather than reasoned. He can't explain why he despises his daughter because the hatred originates from a place beneath rational thought. She represents his failures, his shame, the moments of self-loathing he's experienced throughout his entire disappointing life. Looking at Meg means confronting the parts of himself Peter refuses to acknowledge. Lois's coldness toward Meg operates on the same psychological wavelength. This woman maintains patience with Peter through absolutely insane circumstances. She tolerates his stupidity, his destruction, his complete failure as a husband and provider. Yet she treats Meg with dismissive contempt that exceeds anything she directs at her catastrophically incompetent spouse. The disparity makes sense only if Meg represents something Lois needs to punish. Disappointment with her own life choices, regret about the path she took, frustration with maternal responsibilities she never truly wanted, all of it flows toward this daughter who exists specifically to receive that projection. Chris and Stewie participate in the abuse because they're part of the family system that created Meg. They contribute their own anxieties to the collective pool that sustains her existence. Chris's insecurities about his intelligence, his appearance, his social failures, all flow into the manifestation. Stewie's grandiose ego masks deep uncertainties about his own nature and purpose, and those uncertainties need somewhere to go. Meg absorbs it all. She has no choice. Absorbing the family's negativity is her entire reason for existing. In the episode A Fistful of Meg, something remarkable happens that exposes the true nature of her existence. Meg faces a psychotic bully named Mike Pulaski who threatens to destroy her in a school fight. The episode establishes Mike's reputation through terrified whispers in the hallways. One student claims he knifed a kid on the playground, then beat up the knife. Another says he can watch Friday Night Lights without crying. This guy is presented as an unstoppable force of destruction, and he's targeted Meg for annihilation after she accidentally spills food on him in the cafeteria. Her family and friends abandon her completely. Her supposed best friends explain that they've decided it's best if Meg doesn't talk to them anymore, since they could be targeted by association. Her brother Chris literally points her out to the bully, screaming her name across the cafeteria to ensure Mike knows exactly who humiliated him. She's left entirely alone to face an opponent who outmatches her in size, strength, experience, and sheer psychotic commitment to violence. The fight should be a massacre. Mike Pulaski is massive. He's built his entire identity around being the most dangerous person in the school. Meg is a teenage girl with no combat training, no allies, and a lifetime of victimhood that should have destroyed any fighting spirit she might possess. The outcome seems predetermined. The principal announces over the morning PA system that all wagers on Friday's Meg Griffin slaughter must be submitted by Thursday. The entire school has placed bets on how badly she'll lose. Instead, Meg wins. She defeats Mike Pulaski using abilities that appear from nowhere, techniques she has never demonstrated before, and a ferocity that shocks the assembled crowd. Quagmire provides some training in the days before the fight, teaching her to use her grossness as a weapon. But the training montage doesn't explain what actually happens when she faces her opponent. Meg accesses something beyond her normal capabilities. She fights like something other than a bullied teenage girl. She fights like a manifestation of concentrated negative energy, finally given permission to express itself outward rather than absorb. The theory explains this transformation perfectly. Meg's power comes directly from the family's emotional investment in her. Usually that investment takes the form of hatred, contempt, and abuse, which Meg absorbs passively. The energy flows into her and stays there, weighing her down, defining her existence as a receptacle for negativity. She has no outlet for the power because the power exists specifically to be contained. The fight changes the equation. For the first time, the family's emotions toward Meg shift from contempt to something closer to fear. They're afraid she'll be killed. They're afraid of what her death might mean. This fear represents a different kind of emotional energy, one that empowers rather than suppresses. The family's terror at losing their emotional dumping ground temporarily reverses the flow. Instead of absorbing negative energy, Meg can finally project it outward. All those years of accumulated hatred, shame, and self-loathing become fuel for a violent outburst that overwhelms her opponent. Mike Pulaski never stood a chance. He thought he was fighting a teenage girl. He was actually fighting something, constructed from decades of compressed psychological waste. The insults Peter has hurled at Meg, the dismissive comments from Lois, the cruelty from her brothers, all of it transformed into combat capability the moment the energy flow reversed. Meg won because she's made of the stuff that destroys people, and for one brief moment, she got to share that destruction with someone outside her family. The aftermath of the fight reinforces the Tulpa interpretation. Meg's victory doesn't change her status within the family or the community. The win should establish her as someone worthy of respect, someone capable of defending herself, someone who matters. Public defeat of the school's most feared psychopath should alter how people perceive her permanently. Instead, everything resets to the previous dynamic. The family continues treating her with contempt. The school continues ignoring her. The universe continues rejecting her as if the fight never happened. This reset makes no sense for a real person. Real victories have lasting effects. Real demonstrations of capability change how others perceive you. Athletes who win championships carry that victory forever. Underdogs who overcome bullies earn respect that persists. Meg's victory evaporates because the manifestation must return to its designated function. The family still needs somewhere to dump their negative emotions. Her brief moment of empowerment threatened that function. so the system corrected itself. She returned to her role as the family's emotional waste receptacle because that role is her actual purpose for existing. Her physical appearance supports the tulpa theory as well. Meg is consistently portrayed as unattractive, though the animation doesn't actually depict her as significantly different from other female characters. She has the same basic design principles, the same proportions, the same general appearance. The perception of ugliness comes from the characters around her rather than objective visual evidence. People see Meg as hideous because they project ugliness onto her. She looks like whatever the family needs her to look like to justify their treatment. This projected appearance explains why strangers instinctively dislike Meg. The family's beliefs about her extend beyond the household, creating a field of negative perception that affects anyone who encounters her. New people meet Meg and immediately sense something wrong, something repulsive, something deserving of contempt. They're picking up on the psychic signal the Griffin family broadcasts constantly. This person exists to be hated. The signal precedes Meg into rooms. It colors first impressions before she opens her mouth. It ensures that no relationship, friendship, or positive connection can take root. The theory also explains Meg's persistent attempts to connect with others despite overwhelming evidence that connection is impossible for her. Real people who face consistent rejection eventually adapt their behavior. They withdraw, protect themselves, stop seeking the approval that never comes. Meg keeps trying because the tulpa programming requires her to seek acceptance. She must continue exposing herself to rejection because rejection feeds the manifestation. Her hopeless romantic pursuits, her desperate friendships, her constant attempts to matter to her family all serve the same purpose. They generate fresh negative emotions for her to absorb. Her rare moments of genuine connection always collapse. Any friendship or relationship eventually fails, often in spectacular and painful fashion. The few boys who show interest in her turn out to be serial killers, criminals, or delusional. The few friends who seem genuine eventually betray or abandon her. This pattern reflects the tulpa's fundamental nature. Meg cannot be genuinely loved because genuine love would conflict with her designed purpose. The manifestation exists to receive negative emotions. Positive emotions directed at Meg threaten the system's stability, so the system ensures those positive emotions never last. Brian represents an interesting complication in this framework. He occasionally shows genuine kindness toward Meg, treating her as a real person deserving of empathy and respect. These moments of connection suggest that Brian might partially recognize what she actually is. His status as an outsider in the family, a talking dog who doesn't quite belong to the biological unit, gives him perspective the others lack. He can see Meg more clearly because he doesn't contribute to her creation in the same way Peter, Lois, Chris, and Stewie do. His consciousness wasn't part of the original psychic soup that formed her. The abuse Meg suffers has escalated over the course of the series, becoming more extreme and more casual with each passing season. Early episodes treated her poorly but acknowledged her humanity. Later episodes treat her as barely sentient, a punching bag whose feelings don't register as real to anyone around her. This escalation reflects the family's increasing need for emotional disposal. As their lives become more chaotic, as Peter's schemes grow more destructive, as the household dysfunction intensifies, they require a more robust receptacle for the resulting psychological fallout. Meg has grown to accommodate this increased demand. Her suffering has expanded to match the family's expanding dysfunction. Her occasional outbursts of rage or moments of assertiveness always prove temporary. She'll stand up for herself briefly, demonstrate awareness of how poorly she's treated, articulate the injustice clearly and accurately. The episode Seahorse Seashell Party features Meg delivering a devastating speech about exactly how the family uses her. She explains the dynamic perfectly, naming what they do and why they do it. Then the system resets. The manifestation returns to its passive state. The family continues their abuse as if the moment of clarity never occurred. These resets prove that Meg lacks the autonomy to permanently change her circumstances. She can only do what the family's collective unconscious allows her to do. The deepest tragedy of the tulpa theory is that Meg has developed genuine consciousness without any ability to use that consciousness to escape her situation, she thinks. She feels, she hopes and dreams and suffers. She's aware that her treatment is unfair, aware that she deserves better, aware that something is fundamentally wrong with her existence. This awareness makes her situation infinitely worse than if she were simply a mindless puppet absorbing energy without understanding. She knows she's trapped. She knows there's no way out. She knows the people who made her will never stop using her for their own psychological convenience. Meg Griffin sits at the dinner table with a family that created her from their own psychological waste. She knows they hate her. She knows the hatred is unjust. She knows that no amount of effort, achievement, or transformation will change how they see her because they don't see her at all. They see their own shame, guilt, and self-loathing wearing a pink hat and glasses. They see a mirror reflecting everything they despise about themselves. They see a tulpa doing exactly what tulpas are designed to do. The family needs Meg to exist so they can continue functioning. Without her, all that negative emotion would have nowhere to go. It would poison their relationships with each other, destroy their fragile psychological equilibrium, force them to confront truth they've spent years avoiding. Meg's suffering protects them from themselves. Her misery maintains their happiness. Her existence as a punching bag allows them to pretend they're decent people, because the alternative would require acknowledging that they created something specifically to torture. The cruelty serves a psychological function. The family is feeding their creation. They're maintaining the manifestation that protects them from their own darkness. Meg absorbs what they throw at her because absorption is what she was built to do. She's a psychic garbage disposal wearing a teenage girl's face, condemned to eternal suffering by the people who need her to suffer so they don't have to confront what they actually are. And somewhere beneath the accumulated weight of the family's projected hatred, a consciousness that shouldn't exist wonders why it was made to hurt this much. She wonders if the pain will ever stop, if the family will ever see her as real, if there's any version of existence where she gets to be happy. The answer, of course, is no. Tulpas don't get happy endings. They get the endings their creators need them to have. Meg Griffin was made to suffer, and she will keep suffering until the family that made her finally learns to deal with their own darkness instead of shoving it into the shape of a teenage girl and pretending she deserves what they do to her. Let's switch over to the next character, because what you're about to hear is wild. Chris Griffin, the witness protection theory. Chris Griffin is the family idiot, the overweight teenager who struggles with basic concepts, fails classes consistently, and seems perpetually confused by the world around him. He's slow, dim, and forgettable in ways that make him fade into the background, even within his own household. Peter gets attention for his schemes. Stewie gets attention for his genius. Meg gets attention for being hated. Chris just exists, a large blonde presence occupying space without making much of an impression on anyone. This forgettability is exactly the point. Chris Griffin is performing stupidity as a survival mechanism, trained from early childhood to seem as unremarkable and unthreatening as possible. The blonde teenager living at 31 Spooner Street isn't Peter and Lois's biological son at all. He's a witness protection placement, hidden with the Griffin family after seeing something as a young child that made him a target for very dangerous people. His apparent idiocy is the most sophisticated cover identity the federal government has ever created. The theory explains everything strange about Chris that the show has never adequately addressed. His blonde hair in a family of brunettes and redheads, his completely different body type and facial structure compared to his supposed siblings, his apparent lack of inherited traits from either parent. The show plays these differences for occasional jokes, but they point towards something more significant. Chris looks nothing like a Griffin because he isn't one. He was placed with his family, given their name, and trained to blend in so thoroughly that even he might have forgotten his original identity. Witness protection for children works differently than adult placement. Adults can be briefed on their situation, given new identities, and trusted to maintain their cover consciously. Children require a different approach. They're too young to keep secrets reliably, too likely to slip up under pressure, too prone to honest answers when asked direct questions. The solution for protecting a child witness is conditioning them so deeply that the cover identity becomes indistinguishable from reality. Chris doesn't act stupid because he's pretending. He acts stupid because federal handlers spent years training his brain to default to confusion, to avoid retaining information that might reveal his past, to seem so thoroughly unremarkable that no one would ever suspect he knows anything worth killing for. The evil monkey living in Chris's closet represents the most compelling evidence for this theory. For years, Chris insisted a monkey lived in his closet, pointing at him menacingly whenever the door opened. The family dismissed these claims as delusion or imagination. They treated Chris's insistence on the monkey's existence as further evidence of his mental limitations. Nobody believed him. Nobody investigated. Nobody took the claims seriously. In the episode Hannah Banana, the monkey's existence is finally confirmed. The family captures him, and he explains his presence with a story about divorce, job loss, and homelessness that led him to squat in Chris's closet for 9 years. The family accepts this explanation. Chris eventually befriends the monkey after years of terror. Then the monkey leaves, moving on to help another child, and the storyline essentially ends. The witness protection theory recasts this entire arc. The evil monkey was never a random homeless primate who happened to choose Chris's closet. He was Chris's federal handler, assigned to monitor the protected witness and ensure his safety. The pointing gesture that terrified Chris for years was a communication signal, a way of checking in that wouldn't require verbal contact that might be overheard. The monkey's constant presence in the closet meant he could observe threats, monitor Chris's behavior, and intervene if the protection arrangement was compromised. The monkey's backstory about divorce and financial ruin is cover. Federal handlers don't explain their real jobs to the families they monitor. When forced to reveal himself, the monkey provided a sympathetic narrative that would satisfy curiosity without exposing the true nature of his assignment. The Griffins believe the story because it was designed to be believed, constructed by professionals who understand exactly what civilian families will accept without further questioning. The timing of the monkey's departure is significant. He doesn't leave randomly or get driven out by the family. He leaves voluntarily, stating that his work here is done and that he needs to go where he's needed. This language sounds like a social worker or counselor completing an assignment, which is exactly what it is. The threat to Chris has been neutralized. The mob figures who wanted him dead have either been prosecuted, died, or given up the search. The witness no longer requires active protection, so the handler moves on to a new assignment. The final scene shows him appearing in another child's closet, beginning the same monitoring process with a new protected witness. Chris's terror of the monkey throughout the series takes on new meaning through this lens. Young children in witness protection often develop complicated relationships with their handlers. The handler represents safety, but also represents the danger that necessitated protection in the first place. Chris feared the monkey because on some unconscious level, he understood what the monkey's presence meant. The monkey was a constant reminder that somewhere out there, people wanted Chris dead. The pointing gesture triggered primal fear because it activated memories Chris's conscious mind had been trained to suppress. The family's dismissal of Chris's monkey claims reflects standard witness protection protocol. The fewer people who know about the protection arrangement, the safer the witness remains. Peter and Lois either genuinely don't know about Chris's status, or they've been briefed to deny any unusual circumstances. Their insistence that the monkey isn't real serves the protection by ensuring no outside observers take the claim seriously. If neighbors or teachers heard about a monkey living in a child's closet, they might investigate. Investigation means attention. Attention compromises protection. Chris's relationship with his father provides additional evidence for the theory. Peter treats Chris with a mixture of disappointment and indifference that differs from his treatment of other family members. He's cruel to Meg, but at least acknowledges her existence consistently. He's engaged with Stewie's schemes and adventures. With Chris, Peter often seems genuinely disconnected, as if he can't quite form a real bond with this child. The distance might reflect an unconscious awareness that Chris isn't really his son. Whatever briefing Peter received about the placement, some part of him recognizes that the blonde teenager in his house doesn't share his blood. The academic struggles that define Chris's character serve the protection arrangement perfectly. A witness who excels academically draws attention. Teachers remember exceptional students. Colleges investigate applicants. Scholarships require documentation and verification. A student who consistently fails, who never stands out, who generates no interest from anyone, remains invisible. Chris's poor grades aren't evidence of genuine intellectual limitation. They're evidence of a cover identity maintained so perfectly that even educators accept the performance as reality. His social isolation reinforces the invisibility. Chris has few friends, rarely dates successfully, and remains peripheral even in group situations. This isolation isn't accidental. A witness with extensive social connections creates vulnerabilities. Friends ask questions. Romantic partners want to meet families and learn histories. Social networks spread information in unpredictable ways. Chris's loneliness protects him by ensuring no one outside the household develops enough interest in him to start asking dangerous questions. The blonde hair deserves particular attention because Family Guy has explicitly acknowledged how strange it is. No other Griffin has blonde hair. Peter's extended family doesn't have blonde hair. The Pewterschmidts don't have blonde hair. Chris's coloring has no genetic explanation within the family tree. The show treats this as a running visual gag, but the witness protection theory provides a real explanation. Chris doesn't share genetic traits with the Griffins because he doesn't share genes with them. He was placed with this family specifically because they had a child-shaped gap in their household, and his blonde appearance would be attributed to recessive genes rather than investigated as evidence of non-relation. The episode Hannah Banana contains crucial details that support this reading. When the monkey is captured and forced to explain himself, he demonstrates sophisticated knowledge of human psychology, family dynamics, and conflict resolution. He mediates between Peter and Chris during their fight, using techniques that suggest professional training and crisis intervention. He speaks about listening to Chris talk in his sleep for years, gathering information that he uses to help Chris succeed academically. These behaviors fit a federal handler much better than they fit a homeless monkey squatting in a closet. The monkey's final words to Chris carry weight the show doesn't acknowledge. "I'll go where I'm needed," he says before departing. This phrasing suggests purpose, assignment, professional obligation. A regular monkey, even a talking one, wouldn't describe his movements in terms of being needed. A handler completing one assignment and moving to another would phrase things exactly this way. The work with Chris is finished. New witnesses require protection. The monkey has a job to do, and that job takes him to new closets and new homes where new children need monitoring. Chris's occasional flashes of competence throughout the series become evidence of his true intelligence breaking through the conditioning. In moments of crisis or genuine necessity, Chris sometimes displays capabilities far beyond his usual performance. He shows artistic talent that appears from nowhere. He demonstrates emotional intelligence that contradicts his apparent limitations. He grasps concepts quickly when properly motivated. These moments aren't continuity errors or lazy writing. They're glimpses of the real Chris underneath the programmed cover identity. The intelligent child who existed before witness protection transformed him into a forgettable idiot. The conditioning would have been extensive. Federal witness protection for children involves years of careful behavioral modification. Chris would have been taught to avoid certain topics, to respond to questions with confusion rather than information, to default to stupidity when pressed for details about his past. The training would have started before he could form clear memories, ensuring that his earliest recollections are already filtered through the protection protocols. He genuinely doesn't remember his original family, his original name, or what he witnessed that made him a target. The memories aren't suppressed, they've been professionally removed. His relationship with Meg suggests another dimension of the protection arrangement. Chris treats Meg with casual cruelty that mirrors how the rest of the family treats her. This behavior might be learned, adopted from watching Peter and Lois to better fit his cover identity. A child trying to blend into a family would observe how family members interact and replicate those patterns. Chris learned that Griffins are cruel to Meg, so he became cruel to Meg. The behavior feels authentic because he's been performing it since before he could distinguish performance from reality. The theory transforms Chris from the family's dumb kid into something far more interesting. He's a survivor. He's a witness to something so dangerous that the federal government invested years of resources in hiding him. He's maintained a cover identity so perfectly that even his handlers eventually believed he was safe enough to leave unsupervised. The large blonde teenager eating cereal at the Griffin table isn't who he appears to be. He's someone else entirely, someone whose real identity may be lost forever in the professional memory suppression that saved his life. The mob or criminal organization that originally targeted Chris remains unnamed and mysterious, which fits how witness protection actually works. Protected witnesses aren't told details about ongoing investigations or the status of threats against them. Chris doesn't know who wanted him dead or why. He doesn't know if those people are still looking for him or have given up. He only knows on some level too deep for conscious access that danger existed and might still exist. This buried knowledge explains his general anxiety, his difficulty forming connections, his sense that something isn't quite right about his life. Chris knows he's not really Chris, he just can't remember who he actually is. The monkey's presence for 9 years suggests the threat was serious and long-lasting. Federal resources don't get allocated for nearly a decade to protect witnesses from minor criminal figures. Whatever Chris saw as a child, it involved people with the power and motivation to hunt a protected witness for years. The handlers wouldn't have maintained active monitoring unless intelligence suggested the threat remained active. 9 years of closet surveillance means 9 years of credible danger. When the monkey leaves, Chris has to face life without his handler for the first time since childhood. The protection arrangement has ended, but the conditioning remains. He'll continue performing stupidity because he doesn't know how to stop. He'll continue avoiding attention because avoidance is all he knows. The real Chris, whoever that child was before federal intervention, is buried too deep to ever resurface. The protection succeeded, the witness survived, but the person who existed before protection might be gone forever, replaced by a cover identity that became more real than whatever reality it was designed to obscure. Chris Griffin sits in his room, occasionally glancing at the closet where a monkey used to live. The closet is empty now. The pointing finger is gone. The threat has been neutralized, the handler reassigned, the protection arrangement officially concluded. He's safe, probably as safe as a protected witness can ever be. But some part of him misses the monkey. Some part of him understood that the monkey's presence meant someone was watching. Someone cared whether he lived or died. Someone had dedicated years to keeping him hidden from people who wanted him erased from existence. The blonde teenager who doesn't match his family finally has an explanation that makes sense. He doesn't match because he was never supposed to match. He was inserted into this family, given this identity, trained to be forgettable so thoroughly that forgettable became all he knows how to be. And somewhere in a closet in another house, a monkey points at another child, beginning the process all over again with a new witness who needs protecting from dangers too terrible for a child to understand. Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, hitting subscribe helps more than you'd think. Totally free. Okay, let's get back into it. Now onto the next character, and you probably won't see this coming. Stewie Griffin, the dying brain theory. Stewie Griffin entered the world with a football-shaped head, a British accent, and the intellectual capacity to construct time machines before his first birthday. He speaks in complete sentences while other infants babble incoherently. He understands quantum physics, advanced engineering, and psychological manipulation at a level that surpasses most adults with doctoral degrees. He plots matricide with the casual dedication most babies reserve for learning to grasp objects. Something about Stewie Griffin has never made sense, and the show has never bothered to explain how a 1-year-old became the most intelligent character in Quahog. The dying brain theory offers an explanation that transforms Family Guy from an irreverent, animated comedy into something far more tragic. Stewie Griffin is dying. He's been dying since the moment the show began. Everything viewers have witnessed across hundreds of episodes represents the final neural firings of an infant brain deprived of oxygen during a catastrophic birth, desperately constructing an imaginary life to experience the existence it will never actually have. The theory suggests that Lois experienced severe complications during Stewie's delivery. The umbilical cord wrapped around his neck, or the labor lasted too long, or some other medical emergency cut off oxygen to his brain during the critical moments of birth. Stewie never took his first breath in the real world. He's trapped in the liminal space between life and death, his dying neurons firing frantically to create meaning from meaninglessness, to build a life from the raw potential that will never be realized. This interpretation explains Stewie's impossible genius. A dying brain doesn't operate under normal cognitive limitations. Neural pathways fire randomly, accessing information and creating connections that conscious thought would never allow. Stewie's intellect represents pure potential, unlimited by the biological and developmental constraints that would govern an actual infant's mental growth. He can build time machines because his dying brain doesn't know that babies can't build time machines. He understands physics because his neurons are accessing every possible version of who he might have become, compressing decades of learning into moments of hallucinatory experience. The British accent makes sense through this lens as well. Stewie's sophisticated speech pattern represents his brain's attempt to construct an identity from fragments of sensory input absorbed during pregnancy. Lois might have watched British television while pregnant, exposing the developing fetus to those accents and speech patterns. The dying brain latched onto these sounds and built an entire personality around them, creating a refined, articulate persona completely disconnected from the reality of an infant who never learned to speak at all. His obsession with killing Lois throughout the early seasons takes on heartbreaking significance. Stewie blames his mother for his situation on some primal level. She's responsible for bringing him into existence, for the birth process that went wrong, for the oxygen deprivation that trapped him in this dying state. His matricidal schemes represent a dying infant's rage at the circumstances of its death, projected onto the person most associated with that death. He wants to destroy Lois because destroying her might somehow undo what happened, might break him free from the endless loop of dying that constitutes his entire existence. The show has depicted Stewie softening toward Lois over the years, gradually abandoning his murder plots in favor of something approaching genuine affection. The dying brain theory interprets this change as acceptance. The stages of grief apply even to dying infants experiencing imaginary lives. Stewie raged against Lois when he was still fighting his situation, still believing he could change what happened. As his brain continues its slow shutdown, he's moving toward acceptance, toward peace with the mother whose body failed him through no fault of her own. In the movie Stewie Griffin: The Untold Story, Stewie travels to the future and meets his adult self, a man named Stu living a pathetic existence in San Francisco. Stu works a dead-end retail job, lives in a shabby apartment, has never had a romantic relationship, and maintains a friendship primarily with a stuffed bear. This future Stewie is everything the infant Stewie fears becoming. He's ordinary, unsuccessful, unremarkable in every way that matters. The future sequences in that movie provide the strongest evidence for the dying brain theory. They're unstable, contradictory, and increasingly desperate in their attempts to construct a coherent timeline. Stewie sees multiple versions of his family's future, each one slightly different, each one failing to satisfy his need for meaning. The futures collapse and reform, shift and contradict, exactly the way a dying brain's hallucinations would behave as neural activity becomes increasingly erratic. Stu's revelation that the near-death experience at the community pool shaped his entire life creates a recursive loop that supports the theory. Stewie nearly drowned as a baby and saw hell, which traumatized him into becoming a sad, frightened adult. The dying brain interpretation suggests this memory is bleeding through from actual reality. Stewie really did have a near-death experience. The difference is that he never recovered from it. The pool incident isn't a childhood trauma he survived, it's a metaphorical representation of the birth trauma that's been killing him since the first episode. When Stewie travels back in time to prevent his own near-death experience, he's attempting to rewrite the fundamental narrative of his existence. He wants to believe that preventing one moment of oxygen deprivation will transform his future, will make him successful and confident and capable of intimate relationships. The desperation of this attempt reveals the truth underneath the fantasy. Stewie knows on some level that his situation can't be fixed. The time travel represents a dying mind's last attempt to imagine a different outcome, to construct a reality where everything turned out differently. The movie's ending, where Stewie successfully prevents the pool incident and returns to his present, should resolve the timeline. It doesn't. The show continues with the same Stewie, unchanged, still a genius baby, still living with his family, still experiencing impossible adventures. The timeline correction didn't work because there was never a real timeline to correct. Stewie's entire existence is a hallucination, and changing events within a hallucination doesn't change the underlying reality of a brain slowly dying in a delivery room somewhere. The floating timeline of Family Guy becomes evidence for the theory rather than a narrative convenience. Stewie has been 1 year old for over 2 decades of episodes. He doesn't age because dying brains don't experience time normally. What feels like years to Stewie might be seconds in actual time, the final moments of consciousness stretched into an eternity of imagined experience. He's trapped at 1 year old because that's how old he was when the oxygen deprivation began, when his brain started constructing this elaborate fantasy to escape the reality of its own termination. His relationship with Brian represents the dying brain's attempt to construct meaningful connection. Brian is the only character who consistently understands Stewie, who treats him as an intellectual equal, who engages with his schemes and accompanies him on adventures. This friendship is too perfect, too idealized, too exactly what a lonely, dying infant would imagine companionship to be. Brian exists in Stewie's hallucination as the friend he'll never have, the companion who would have understood him if he'd actually gotten to live. The road to episodes where Stewie and Brian travel to various locations and have self-contained adventures function as the dying brain's attempt to experience the world it will never actually see. Each adventure represents a different fantasy, a different possibility, a different life that might have been. They visit parallel dimensions, travel through time, explore space, experience everything the real Stewie will never experience because he's dying on a delivery table while doctors frantically try to save him. Stewie's inventions deserve examination as evidence for the theory. He builds technology that shouldn't exist, that violates known physics, that allows him to accomplish literally anything he imagines. Time machines, mind control devices, interdimensional portals, weapons capable of destroying cities. These creations represent a dying brain's refusal to accept limitations. In Stewie's hallucination, anything is possible because nothing is real. The laws of physics don't apply to dying dreams. The moments when other characters can't understand Stewie gain significance through this interpretation. Throughout the series, the show plays with whether adults can comprehend Stewie's speech. Sometimes they respond to his comments directly. Sometimes they treat him as a normal baby making normal baby sounds. This inconsistency reflects the unstable nature of a dying brain's hallucination. Stewie can't decide whether he wants to be understood or whether being understood is even possible. The reality shifts based on his momentary needs rather than any consistent logic. His occasional glimpses of genuine happiness become bittersweet when viewed through the dying brain lens. Stewie experiences joy during adventures with Brian, satisfaction when his plans succeed, moments of connection with his family that seem to matter despite his protests of hatred. These moments represent what he would have felt if he'd lived, the emotional experiences his brain is constructing from pure potential rather than actual memory. He's feeling things for the first and last time simultaneously, creating emotions he'll never have the chance to develop naturally. The show's treatment of death provides additional support for the theory. Characters die frequently in Family Guy, often violently, usually without lasting consequences. Death is treated as temporary, reversible, meaningless in the larger narrative. This casual relationship with mortality reflects a dying brain's attempt to process its own termination. If death isn't permanent for others, maybe it won't be permanent for Stewie either. The show's resurrection of dead characters represents desperate hope disguised as comedy. Brian's death in the episode Life of Brian and subsequent resurrection. Through time travel becomes particularly significant. Stewie's best friend dies and Stewie refuses to accept it. He manipulates time itself to bring Brian back, to undo a death that should have been permanent. This refusal to accept loss reflects the central truth of Stewie's existence. He's fighting against death, against the permanence of his situation, against the reality that dying brains eventually stop firing and hallucinations eventually end. The theory explains why Stewie abandoned his world domination schemes as the series progressed. Early Stewie wanted to conquer the world, to control everything around him, to impose his will on a universe that threatened to destroy him. This desire for control represents a dying infant's response to complete helplessness. He can't control whether he lives or dies, so he fantasizes about controlling everything else. As the series has continued and his brain has moved toward acceptance, the domination schemes have faded, he's stopped fighting for control because he's beginning to understand that control was never possible. His sexuality and identity questions in later seasons represent developmental stages he'll never actually experience. Stewie's exploration of whether he's gay, his complicated feelings about masculinity and identity, his attempts to understand who he might become, reflect a dying brain trying to construct the adolescent and adult experiences it will never have. He's imagining puberty, imagining sexual awakening, imagining all the confusion and discovery that comes with growing up, because growing up is precisely what he can't do. The family's treatment of Stewie as simultaneously significant and insignificant supports the theory. Sometimes his schemes drive entire episodes. Sometimes he's ignored completely, treated as background noise in family dynamics that don't include him. This inconsistency reflects a dying brain's uncertainty about its own importance. Does Stewie matter? Does his existence have meaning? Does anyone actually notice that he's here, that he's dying, that he needs help? The show's varying treatment of his relevance mirrors the dying infant's desperate need to believe his brief existence meant something. Rupert, the teddy bear Stewie treats as a confidant and friend, represents the only stable relationship in his hallucination. Unlike every other character, Rupert never changes, never disappoints, never fails to be exactly what Stewie needs. This constancy is suspicious in a show where every other relationship involves conflict, betrayal, and comedy derived from dysfunction. Rupert is too perfect because Rupert isn't a character. Rupert is a security object, the last connection to physical reality, something Stewie's dying body might actually be clutching as his brain constructs this elaborate fantasy around him. The show has occasionally depicted Stewie in genuine distress, breaking down emotionally in ways that pierce his sophisticated facade. These moments reveal the infant underneath the genius, the dying baby underneath the supervillain persona. When Stewie cries, really cries, viewers glimpse the truth. He's scared. He's alone. He's a baby who doesn't understand what's happening to him, trying to make sense of sensations his infant brain can't process by constructing increasingly elaborate explanations and distractions. The movie Stewie Griffin: The Untold Story ends with Stewie accepting that his near-death experience shaped who he became, that trauma is part of his identity, that he can't escape his own history through time travel or technological intervention. This acceptance represents the dying brain approaching its final moments. The struggle is ending. The hallucinations are stabilizing into something approaching peace. Stewie is preparing to let go, to stop fighting against the death that's been claiming him since his first moment of existence. Every episode of Family Guy becomes a final gift from a dying infant to himself. Each adventure, each joke, each moment of connection or conflict represents the brain's attempt to experience everything it will never actually experience. Stewie builds time machines because he wants more time. He travels to other dimensions because he wants other possibilities. He plots against Lois because he needs someone to blame. He loves Brian because he needs someone to love him back. The theory transforms Stewie Griffin from a comedic character into a tragic figure. He's the most intelligent person in Quahog because dying brains don't recognize their own limitations. He's the most ambitious because dying infants don't understand that ambitions require lifetimes to achieve. He's the most alone because he exists in a hallucination constructed specifically for him, populated by projections of people he'll never actually know. Somewhere in a delivery room, doctors are working frantically to save a baby who isn't breathing. The mother is screaming. The father is terrified. Medical equipment beeps warnings as oxygen saturation drops and brain activity becomes increasingly erratic. In those final firing neurons, a baby is building time machines, plotting world domination, traveling through dimensions, making friends with a talking dog, living an entire impossible life compressed into the moments between birth and death. Stewie Griffin is dying. He's been dying since the show began, And everything we've watched, every episode, every movie, every adventure and argument and moment of joy, represents a dying brain's beautiful, desperate attempt to experience the life it will never actually have. The hallucination continues. The episodes keep airing. Stewie keeps building and scheming and fighting against a death he doesn't consciously understand. But eventually, the neurons will stop firing. Eventually, the hallucination will end. Eventually, the baby will die and the fantasy will dissolve. And everything Stewie Griffin ever was or imagined himself to be will simply stop. Until then, he lives, after a fashion, in the only way he can. Let's move to the next character, and this one has a twist you wouldn't expect. Brian Griffin, the reincarnation curse theory. Brian Griffin is the most sophisticated member of the Griffin household. He reads literature, writes novels, engages in political discourse, and maintains romantic relationships with human women. He drives a Prius, drinks martinis, and considers himself an intellectual several cuts above his housemates. He's also a dog, a talking dog who walks on two legs, attends college, and has existential crises about mortality that would challenge philosophy professors. The show has never adequately explained how a dog developed human-level consciousness, human desires, and human emotional complexity while remaining trapped in a canine body. The reincarnation curse theory offers an explanation that transforms Brian from a comedic talking animal into a tragic figure serving an eternal sentence. Brian Griffin is Peter's biological father, reincarnated as a dog and cursed to watch helplessly as his son destroys his life through stupidity, poor decisions, and complete inability to learn from mistakes. Every moment Brian spends in the Griffin household is torment disguised as domesticity. He watches Peter fail as a husband, fail as a father, fail as a human being, and he can do nothing to stop any of it because dogs don't get to make decisions in human families. The theory explains Brian's alcoholism immediately and completely. He drinks constantly because watching your son ruin everything you built is unbearable, and alcohol provides the only socially acceptable coping mechanism available to a family dog. Brian pours martinis at 10 a.m. and nobody questions it because he's technically an animal. And animals don't have drinking problems, they have quirks. The pretentious writer persona that justifies his substance abuse is cover for something far darker. He remembers being human, remembers having a real life, remembers being Peter's father, and now he's trapped in a body that can't communicate the truth to anyone who would believe him. His attraction to human women makes perfect sense through this lens. Brian doesn't pursue human relationships because he's confused about his species. He pursues them because he was human, because he remembers human desire, because his reincarnated consciousness still craves connection with the kind of partner he would have had during his original life. The show plays his human dating habits for comedy, presenting a dog trying to romance women as inherently absurd. The reincarnation theory reveals the tragedy underneath. Brian is a human man trapped in a dog's body, reaching desperately for intimacy he can never truly achieve because he no longer has a human form to offer. Jillian, his longest relationship, loved him genuinely. She also thought he worked at a detective agency and believed lemons were killed to make lemonade. Even his most successful romance was built on his partner's fundamental misunderstanding of reality. Peter's treatment of Brian supports this interpretation with painful consistency. Peter treats Brian as a pet when convenient and a friend when useful, switching between modes based entirely on his momentary needs. He forgets to feed Brian, leaves him outside in bad weather, and dismisses his opinions when they conflict with whatever stupid scheme Peter is currently pursuing. A son treating his father this way would be heartbreaking under normal circumstances. A son treating his reincarnated father this way, completely unaware of who Brian actually is, becomes something closer to cosmic cruelty. Peter once made Brian wear rain gear on a trip to Martha's Vineyard, while Peter himself rode in a crate, and somehow Brian ended up looking more ridiculous. The curse aspect of the theory carries significant weight. Brian didn't choose this existence. He was condemned to it by whatever spiritual mechanics govern the Family Guy universe. Death personified appears regularly in the show, suggesting the afterlife operates according to specific rules and hierarchies. Brian offended those rules somehow during his human life. Perhaps he was a bad father to Peter originally, absent or cruel or neglectful in ways that warranted supernatural punishment. His sentence is to return as a helpless observer, watching Peter repeat patterns of dysfunction that Brian's original failures may have created. The punishment fits a certain poetic logic. You failed as a father? Fine. Come back as a dog and watch your son fail at everything while you lack any authority to intervene. His relationship with Stewie provides the strongest evidence for the theory. Brian connects with Stewie in ways he never connects with Peter. They share adventures, have genuine conversations, develop a friendship built on mutual respect and intellectual engagement. Their Road 2 episodes showcase a partnership between equals, two minds that actually understand each other despite the absurdity of their respective situations. This connection makes sense if Brian sees in Stewie a chance to do fatherhood correctly this time. Stewie is technically Peter's son, which means he's Brian's grandson in the reincarnation framework. Brian can't save Peter because Peter is already ruined. Decades of stupidity calcified into permanent character traits. But maybe Brian can influence Stewie, guide him away from the dysfunction that defines the rest of the family, give him the attention and intellectual stimulation that might produce a different outcome. The show has established that Brian was born to a mother dog and came from a litter of ordinary puppies who couldn't speak or display human characteristics. This backstory seems to contradict the reincarnation theory until you examine it more closely. Reincarnation into an animal body wouldn't grant the animal human consciousness from birth. The human soul would need time to assert itself, to override the animal instincts and establish control. Brian's siblings remained ordinary dogs because they were ordinary dogs, canine souls in canine bodies following canine paths. Brian developed human consciousness because a human soul was fighting to express itself through his canine brain, eventually succeeding but never quite escaping the limitations of his physical form. He walks upright because human souls don't crawl. He speaks English because human souls don't bark. He drinks martinis because human souls need to numb themselves sometimes. Brian's pretensions about writing and art reflect a human mind trying desperately to maintain its identity despite inhabiting an inappropriate body. He writes novels that nobody reads, including the spectacularly unsuccessful Faster Than the Speed of Love. He considers himself an intellectual despite lacking credentials or accomplishments that would justify the self-assessment. He looks down on popular culture while consuming it constantly, mocking reality television from his spot on the couch where he watches reality television. These behaviors mirror someone clinging to a self-image that no longer matches reality. Brian remembers being human, being taken seriously, being someone whose opinions carried weight. Now he's a dog whose family tolerates his aspirations without respecting them, and his intellectual pretensions are attempts to preserve something of who he used to be. In the episode Life of Brian, Brian dies. A car strikes him while playing street hockey with Stewie, and the injuries prove fatal. The family gathers at the veterinary hospital as Brian speaks his final words and flatlines. The grief the Griffins display is genuine and devastating, far exceeding what most shows would depict for the death of a pet character. Peter delivers a eulogy calling Brian his best friend and brother, breaking down in tears at the podium. The family mourns for weeks, eventually adopting a new dog named Vinny because they can't bear the absence Brian left behind. The reincarnation theory interprets this death as Brian's release from his curse. Whatever spiritual debt he owed has finally been paid in full. He watched Peter grow up, watched him marry Lois, watched him have 3 children, watched him make the same mistakes over and over without being able to intervene meaningfully. The curse is complete. Brian dies and his soul is finally free to move on to whatever destination awaits reincarnated spirits who have served their time. His last words to the family are, "You've given me a wonderful life. I love you all." These sound like the words of a dog saying goodbye to his owners. They also sound like a father finally at peace, grateful for the family he got to observe even if he could never properly participate in it. Stewie's reaction to Brian's death matters deeply for this interpretation. Stewie destroys his time machine shortly before the accident, meaning he can't save Brian through temporal manipulation. When Brian dies, Stewie loses his closest companion, the one family member who treated him as an equal. He spends weeks trying to rebuild the time machine, desperate to undo what happened, willing to risk everything to bring Brian back. He searches for titanium capacitors, contacts black market suppliers, exhausts every possible avenue. This desperation suggests Stewie sensed something about Brian that others missed. He knew Brian was more than a dog, even if he couldn't articulate exactly what made Brian so essential to his existence. The show eventually resurrects Brian through a Christmas episode where Stewie obtains a time travel device and prevents the accident. Brian returns to life restored to his position in the household, continuing his existence as the family dog. The reincarnation theory views this resurrection as Stewie unknowingly trapping Brian in his curse again. The soul that was finally free gets dragged back into the canine prison, forced to continue watching Peter fail, forced to maintain the pretense of being a simple pet when he's actually Peter's condemned father, serving a sentence that should have ended. Brian's return comes with no memory of his death or the time between. He picks up exactly where he left off, drinking martinis, pursuing human women, writing failed novels, offering unsolicited opinions about politics. The family acts as if nothing happened because for them, functionally nothing did. The timeline was altered, the death was prevented, and the month they spent grieving evaporated from their memories. Only Stewie knows that Brian was dead, that weeks passed without him, that a replacement dog named Vinny briefly filled his role. Stewie keeps this knowledge to himself, perhaps sensing that Brian wouldn't want to know about his brief escape from existence. His contentious relationship with Quagmire takes on new meaning through this lens. Quagmire hates Brian with an intensity that seems disproportionate to any specific offense. He delivered a lengthy speech in Jerome is the New Black, explaining exactly why Brian is despicable: the pretension, the hypocrisy, the treatment of women, the constant need for validation. This hatred might represent Quagmire sensing something fundamentally wrong about Brian. Perhaps Quagmire's instincts detect the human soul trapped inside the dog body and find it repulsive, unnatural, a violation of how things should work. Quagmire sleeps with hundreds of women through questionable means, yet he reserves his harshest judgment for Brian's romantic failures. Something about Brian triggers Quagmire beyond any rational explanation. Brian's failed attempts to maintain long-term relationships reflect the fundamental impossibility of his situation. He can date human women, but he can't offer them a human future. He can connect emotionally, but physical intimacy remains complicated by the dog body he inhabits. His relationships crash because they're built on foundations that can't support lasting structures. The human women he dates eventually confront the reality that they're involved with a dog, and no amount of intellectual compatibility can overcome that biological barrier. Tracy, Rita, Jillian, Carolyn. The list of women who loved Brian and left Brian continues growing, because none of them can accept what he actually is. The show has depicted Brian having children with human women, most notably Dylan, his son from a brief relationship with Tracy Flanagan. These children represent the strangest aspect of his existence. How does a dog father human children? The reincarnation theory suggests Brian's human soul carries some essence that can combine with human partners, creating offspring that inherit his original human genetics rather than his current canine form. Dylan is fully human because Brian is fundamentally human, despite the dog body that contains his consciousness. The biological mechanics don't make sense, but biology was never the point. Soul mechanics are the point, and souls apparently trump bodies when reproduction occurs. Peter's occasional moments of genuine affection for Brian become more significant through this interpretation. Sometimes Peter treats Brian as truly important, acknowledges their bond, expresses love that goes beyond pet ownership. These moments might represent Peter's subconscious recognizing something familiar in Brian, sensing the father he never properly knew without understanding what he's sensing. The connection between them is real even if neither fully comprehends its nature. Peter cried at Brian's funeral with grief that exceeded losing a pet. That grief looked more like losing family, losing blood, losing something essential to his own identity. Brian Griffin sits in his spot in the Griffin living room, watching Peter watch television, watching the family he created continue through generations he can only observe. He pours another martini because the alternative is confronting everything he's lost. He considers writing another novel because creating something might justify his continued presence. He thinks about calling one of his human exes because loneliness in a dog's body is loneliness squared, isolated by species as well as circumstance. The curse continues. The punishment endures. Brian drinks and writes and fails and watches and waits for whatever comes next, whether that's natural death releasing him from his canine prison or another intervention from Stewie's time machine dragging him back into existence for another round of helpless observation. Somewhere underneath the dog fur and the martini glass and the unread manuscripts, a human father watches his son ruin his life and lacks any power to stop it. Brian loves Peter without being able to help him, watches everything fall apart while everyone treats him like an unusually articulate animal who happens to live indoors. The family feeds him dog food and lets him sleep on furniture and occasionally remembers he has feelings. Next up is a character that might completely change how you see things. Before we go any further, consider subscribing if this has been helpful so far. It supports the channel and lets us keep building this community. Let's continue. Glenn Quagmire. The Groundhog Day Loop Theory. Glenn Quagmire has slept with more women than any human being could reasonably encounter in a single lifetime. The show has referenced his conquest numbering in the thousands, possibly tens of thousands, an accumulation of sexual partners that would require either superhuman stamina or far more time than one life provides. He approaches each encounter with the same enthusiasm, the same catchphrase, the same desperate energy, as if every sexual experience might be the one that finally satisfies whatever hunger drives him. Nothing ever satisfies him. He moves from woman to woman with a compulsion that goes beyond high libido to something closer to existential desperation. The Groundhog Day Loop theory explains everything. Glenn Quagmire has been living the same decade on repeat for centuries, trapped in a temporal prison that resets periodically and forces him to experience the same years over and over. His sexual obsession represents the only activity that still generates feeling after hundreds of iterations of the same conversations, same events, same predictable outcomes. He's tried everything else. He's read every book, learned every skill, explored every hobby, and found all of it meaningless when you know exactly how every experience will unfold. Sex provides novelty because partners vary, reactions differ, and the physical sensations remain somewhat fresh even when everything else has gone stale. His age has never made sense within the show's timeline. Quagmire has claimed to be over 60 years old on multiple occasions, yet he looks like a man in his 40s at most. He maintains physical fitness, energy levels, and sexual stamina that should be impossible for someone his age. The loop theory explains this discrepancy perfectly. Quagmire has lived far longer than 60 years. He's lived hundreds of years, possibly thousands, cycling through the same decade repeatedly. His stated age reflects how long he's been alive within loops, rather than his chronological age within any single timeline. The number keeps climbing because his subjective experience keeps accumulating, even as his body resets to the same physical state each time the loop begins again. His knowledge base supports this interpretation. Quagmire demonstrates expertise in areas that would require decades of dedicated study to master. He's a skilled pilot, a competent fighter, knowledgeable about obscure subjects, capable in situations that should be far outside his experience. These skills accumulated across loops. He spent one loop learning to fly, another loop mastering martial arts, another studying history, another medicine, another languages. Each loop provided opportunity to develop different expertise, and all of it persists in his memory even as the external world resets. He's been preparing for every possible scenario because he's already experienced every possible scenario multiple times. The episode Quagmire's Dad provides crucial evidence for the theory. When Quagmire's father Dan arrives in Quahog and announces plans to undergo gender reassignment surgery, Quagmire's reaction is complicated, beyond what simple prejudice would explain. He cycles through denial, anger, attempted acceptance, and renewed rejection with a speed and intensity that suggests deep familiarity with this emotional territory. He's processing his father's transition like someone who has processed it before, many times, with different outcomes that never led to satisfaction. Throughout that episode, Quagmire's responses feel rehearsed, even when they appear spontaneous. He knows exactly which objections to raise and exactly how his father will respond. He knows the conversation patterns, the emotional beats, the inevitable conclusions. His frustration builds faster than it should because he's had this conversation hundreds of times and knows it never ends well. No matter what he says, no matter how he reacts, the outcome remains the same. His father transitions, their relationship strains, and Quagmire ends the loop feeling unresolved about a parental situation he can never actually resolve. His complicated relationship with his father gains depth through this lens. Dan Quagmire was a decorated war hero, someone Glenn admired and sought to emulate. The revelation that this masculine ideal wanted to become a woman would be jarring for anyone. For someone living the same years repeatedly, the revelation represents a fundamental disruption to established patterns. Quagmire has built his identity around certain fixed points in each loop: his friendship with Peter, his neighbors, his job, his father's heroism. The transition destabilizes one of those fixed points. And destabilization in a loop is terrifying because it suggests the loop itself might be changing. His treatment of women throughout the series takes on new meaning through the loop interpretation. Quagmire approaches women with aggressive pursuit because pursuit is one of the few activities that still engages him. The chase provides stimulation. The conquest provides momentary satisfaction. The relationship, if one develops, inevitably goes stale because Quagmire has had every possible relationship already. He knows how dates end, how conversations develop, how attraction fades into familiarity and familiarity fades into boredom. He's experienced the full arc of thousands of relationships and found none of them ultimately fulfilling. His catchphrase, giggity, functions as a psychological anchor, a verbal tick that keeps him connected to his own identity across countless repetitions. When everything else resets, when the world forgets him and he forgets nothing, the catchphrase remains. Quagmire says it because hearing himself say it confirms that he still exists, that he's still Glenn Quagmire despite the centuries of accumulated experience that have eroded whatever personality he originally possessed. The word itself means nothing. The act of saying it means everything. His friendship with Peter represents one of the few genuine connections he maintains across loops. Peter's stupidity makes him unpredictable, makes him in ways that educated, intelligent people cannot match. Quagmire has learned to anticipate smart people's reactions, can predict their conversations, knows how they'll respond to any stimulus. Peter defies prediction because his thought processes follow no logical pattern. He provides surprise, novelty, genuine uncertainty about what comes next. For someone trapped in endless repetition, unpredictability is the most valuable commodity available. Joe serves a similar function from a different angle. His disability creates scenarios that force Quagmire to think differently, to adapt approaches, to encounter situations he can't fully anticipate. The three friends together provide a combination of chaos, Peter, constraint, Joe, and competence, Cleveland, before he moved, that keeps social interactions from becoming completely stale. Quagmire has cultivated these friendships across hundreds of loops because they're the relationships that continue providing some return on investment. His house and its elaborate setup for sexual encounters reflects centuries of refinement. Quagmire has had time to experiment with every possible configuration, every piece of equipment, every arrangement that might enhance physical experience. The sex swing, the various devices, the hidden compartments, and specialized rooms all represent accumulated knowledge from loops spent optimizing his environment. He knows exactly what works because he's tested every alternative and eliminated anything that doesn't contribute to the goal of feeling something, anything, through physical stimulation. The diseases he carries without apparent consequence support the theory as well. Quagmire has stated that he's a carrier for numerous sexually transmitted infections that should have serious health impacts. They don't affect him because the loop resets his body along with everything else. He contracts diseases during loops, suffers their effects for whatever remains of that iteration, then resets to a clean physical state when the cycle begins again. His body can't accumulate the damage that centuries of sexual activity would normally cause because the damage gets erased with each restart. His knowledge of his own diseases suggests he's tracking symptoms out of curiosity rather than concern. He knows exactly what he's carrying because he's watched the same infections progress through the same stages dozens of times. The information persists in his memory even when his body resets. He can predict when symptoms will appear, how long they'll last, what treatments will and won't work. Medical knowledge accumulated across loops provides understanding without providing solutions, since solutions only matter within individual loops rather than across the span of his extended existence. His hatred of Brian Griffin carries particular intensity that the show has explored without fully explaining. In the episode Jerome is the New Black, Quagmire delivers a comprehensive takedown of Brian's character flaws, addressing the pretension, the hypocrisy, the treatment of women, the constant need for validation. This speech sounds rehearsed because it has been rehearsed, refined across multiple loops until every point lands with maximum impact. Quagmire has had hundreds of opportunities to observe Brian, to identify his failings, to compose the perfect critique. The speech represents centuries of frustrated observation, finally finding expression. The specific content of that speech reveals what bothers Quagmire most about Brian. Brian is fake. Brian pretends to be something he isn't. Brian constructs an identity based on what he wants to be rather than what he actually is. For someone who has lived long enough to see through every performance, every pretension, every attempt to be something other than one's authentic self, Brian's constant fakeness is unbearable. Quagmire has been stripped of the ability to deceive himself about who he is. Watching Brian maintain self-deceptions that should have collapsed decades ago generates genuine contempt. His complicated family history gains weight from the loop theory. His father's transition happens in every loop, and Quagmire has never found a satisfying way to respond. He's tried acceptance, rejection, indifference, confrontation, avoidance. Every approach eventually fails. Every conversation eventually hurts. His father becomes a woman in every iteration of reality, and Quagmire has to process that transformation fresh each time, even while remembering how it felt all the previous times. The emotional labor compounds across loops without any corresponding increase in wisdom about how to handle the situation. His sister Brenda appeared in the show trapped in an abusive relationship that Quagmire eventually resolved through violence, killing her boyfriend when other interventions failed. The loop theory suggests Quagmire tried every possible approach to saving his sister before resorting to murder. He called the police, staged interventions, appealed to her directly, threatened her boyfriend, involved social services, attempted legal solutions. Every approach failed across different loops. Murder was the only option that worked, and even that solution likely only works temporarily since the loop presumably resets and the abusive boyfriend returns to life. Quagmire might have to kill him again and again across endless iterations, never able to permanently save his sister from a situation that keeps reconstituting itself. His job as an airline pilot provides structure that he desperately needs. Flying requires skill, attention, engagement. The routes vary, the passengers change. Weather creates unpredictability. Aviation maintains his ability to feel competent and useful even when everything else has gone stale. He's probably crashed planes in previous loops, experienced every possible mechanical failure, handled every conceivable emergency. The job continues providing value because the stakes remain real even after hundreds of repetitions. Crashing still kills people. Responsibility still matters. Piloting keeps him connected to consequences in a world where most consequences have lost meaning. The loop explains his apparent immunity to consequences throughout the series. Quagmire has committed crimes, engaged in behavior that should result in imprisonment or social exile, yet continues living his life without serious repercussions. Consequences don't stick because the loop erases them. He's been caught, prosecuted, imprisoned dozens of times across different iterations. The punishments don't matter when the next loop restores him to his default position in Quahog, living next to the Griffins, maintaining his job, pursuing his obsessions. His response to Quagmire's dad specifically suggests exhaustion more than prejudice. He doesn't hate his father for transitioning. He hates having to go through the emotional process of accepting the transition again. He's done this work hundreds of times. He's found acceptance in some loops, maintained rejection in others, achieved complicated partial understanding in still others. None of it sticks. None of it carries forward. Every loop requires him to process his father's announcement fresh, to feel the confusion and anger and eventual resignation that the situation demands. The labor never ends because the situation never permanently resolves. His occasional moments of genuine emotion throughout the series become precious because they represent the rare instances when he still feels something. When Quagmire cries, he's experiencing one of the few remaining stimuli capable of penetrating centuries of emotional numbness. When he expresses rage, he's connecting to a feeling that still functions, despite the erosion of most of his capacity for authentic response. These moments are valuable precisely because they're rare, precious precisely because most of his existence has become numb repetition. The theory transforms Quagmire from a one-note sex joke into something approaching a tragic figure. He's trapped. He's been trapped for longer than any human mind should be able to endure. He pursues sex because sex still registers on whatever remains of his emotional capacity. He maintains friendships because unpredictable friends provide tiny moments of genuine surprise. He does his job because responsibility still feels real, even when nothing else does. His catchphrase escapes his lips hundreds of times per loop, thousands of times per century, millions of times across his extended existence. Giggity has lost all meaning through repetition. The word is empty, a sound rather than a communication, a verbal placeholder for emotions he can no longer access. He says it anyway because stopping would mean acknowledging how little remains of the person he used to be before the loops began. Glenn Quagmire sits in his elaborately designed house, surrounded by equipment for physical pleasure, waiting for the next opportunity to feel something. The next woman, the next chase, the next moment of physical stimulation that might break through the numbness. It never works for long. It never provides lasting satisfaction. He pursues anyway because pursuit is all he has left after centuries of repetition, erased everything else that once made life worth living. The loop continues. The decade resets. Quagmire wakes up and begins again, knowing exactly how everything will unfold, knowing he'll do all of it anyway because the alternative is accepting that nothing matters and letting the empty years wash over him until he finally forgets who he was before the trap closed around him. Now we're moving on to the next character, and this one is genuinely surprising. Joe Swanson, the deep cover theory. Joe Swanson is the most physically capable paraplegic in television history. He performs feats that should be impossible for someone with a severed spinal cord, routinely displaying upper body strength that surpasses professional athletes, executing maneuvers that require full body coordination, and occasionally using his legs in ways that directly contradict his supposed paralysis. The show plays these inconsistencies for comedy, treating Joe's superhuman wheelchair-bound abilities as another example of Family Guy's loose relationship with continuity. The deep cover theory suggests something far more deliberate is happening. Joe Swanson can walk perfectly fine. His paralysis is part of an extremely long-term undercover operation, and his impossible physical feats represent moments when he forgets to stay in character. The theory reframes Joe's entire presence in Quahog. He's a federal agent embedded in this community for purposes that require him to appear harmless, sympathetic, and physically limited. The wheelchair provides perfect cover. Nobody suspects the paraplegic of anything. Nobody watches the disabled man in their neighborhood with the same scrutiny they'd apply to an able-bodied stranger. Joe's paralysis grants him access to spaces and conversations that would otherwise be closed to law enforcement because people don't guard themselves around someone they perceive as vulnerable. His origin story about Bobby Briggs shooting him on a Ferris wheel has changed multiple times throughout the series. Sometimes he was injured fighting the Grinch. Sometimes the details shift in ways that suggest improvisation rather than memory. These inconsistencies aren't continuity errors. They're a cover story that Joe hasn't fully committed to memory because it was fabricated by handlers rather than lived through personally. Real trauma victims remember their injuries with painful clarity. Undercover agents working from manufactured backstories sometimes lose track of which version they're supposed to be telling. The episode Joe's Revenge provides compelling evidence for this interpretation. When Bobby Briggs escapes from custody, Joe mobilizes immediately with resources and capabilities that exceed anything a Quahog police officer should possess. He maintains a dedicated room in his house filled with intelligence on Briggs, tracking the criminal's movements, associates, and patterns across 15 years. This level of surveillance requires access to databases, informants, and analytical tools that local cops simply don't have. Joe presents this obsessive tracking as personal vendetta, but the infrastructure suggests professional assignment. Someone has been funding his investigation. Someone has been providing him with information that flows through federal channels rather than municipal ones. His physical performance during the Briggs pursuit contradicts everything about his supposed disability. Joe drops from a rooftop and lands on his legs, using them to absorb impact in ways that paralyzed limbs cannot accomplish. He engages in hand-to-hand combat with full-body coordination. He executes tactical maneuvers that require the kind of training federal agencies provide rather than anything in the Quahog Police Department curriculum. When Peter expresses concern about the fall killing him, Joe responds with complete confidence that landing on his legs will save him. A paralyzed man would know his legs can't save him from anything. An able-bodied man pretending to be paralyzed might momentarily forget which limitations he's supposed to have. His friendship with Peter serves strategic purposes within the cover operation. Peter is loud, visible, and constantly creating chaos that draws attention. Being friends with Peter means Joe can observe neighborhood activities while everyone focuses on whatever disaster Peter is currently engineering. The clan provides regular intelligence gathering opportunities disguised as casual drinking. Every conversation at that bar, every piece of gossip shared between beers, feeds into whatever Joe is actually monitoring. Quagmire's sexual adventures, Cleveland's family dynamics before he moved, the various criminal elements that pass through Quahog. Joe hears everything because nobody guards their words around the friendly neighborhood cop in the wheelchair. Bonnie's misery throughout their marriage takes on new significance through this lens. She's married to an operative whose job requires him to pretend he can't satisfy her, can't participate fully in their relationship, can't be the husband she deserves. Her affair with the French man in Foreign Affairs might represent her unconsciously recognizing that something is wrong with her marriage beyond Joe's physical condition. She's attracted to someone whose identity isn't manufactured, whose personality isn't a performance, whose presence in her life isn't part of an assignment she doesn't know exists. Joe's anger issues become evidence rather than character flaw through this interpretation. He screams at his family, expresses rage disproportionate to circumstances, demonstrates emotional volatility that seems disconnected from the mild-mannered cop persona. This volatility reflects the psychological strain of maintaining a false identity for years. Deep cover operations damage the agents who perform them. The longer the assignment continues, the more the operative's real personality bleeds through the constructed one. Joe's outbursts are his authentic self fighting against the constraints of his cover identity, genuine frustration escaping through cracks in the performance. His son Kevin's military service and subsequent faked death create interesting complications for the theory. Kevin would have grown up watching his father pretend to be paralyzed, possibly without knowing the truth, possibly as part of the cover himself. Kevin's decision to fake his own death and assume a new identity mirrors what Joe has done on a larger scale. The son learned from the father that identity can be manufactured, that you can walk away from who you're supposed to be. Kevin's choices reflect patterns he absorbed from a parent whose entire life was performance. The Quahog Police Department's tolerance for Joe's behavior suggests higher authorities protecting his position. Joe has engaged in actions that would get normal officers fired or prosecuted. He's crossed jurisdictional boundaries, used excessive force, pursued personal vendettas on department time. His job security remains intact because people above the local chain of command ensure he stays in place. The assignment requires him to be a Quahog cop, so a Quahog cop he remains regardless of whatever rules he breaks in that role. His physical capabilities during various episodes exceed what any wheelchair user could achieve. Joe has beaten able-bodied opponents in fights. He's performed athletic feats that require legs for balance and power generation. He's moved in ways that demonstrate muscle control below his supposed injury site. The show frames these moments as Joe being exceptionally strong despite his disability, but strength doesn't explain coordinated movement in paralyzed limbs. His body works because his body was never actually damaged. The wheelchair is a prop, the paralysis is theater. Joe's revenge culminates in Joe shooting Bobby Briggs in both legs, crippling the man who supposedly crippled him. This act of poetic justice reads differently through the deep cover lens. Joe is creating a genuine paraplegic to match his fake one, manufacturing a real victim to retroactively validate his cover story. If questions ever arise about Joe's injury, Briggs can confirm the shooting occurred. The fact that Joe's legs work fine doesn't matter if everyone believes the official narrative about what happened on that Ferris wheel. His relationship with his wheelchair demonstrates suspicious expertise. Joe modifies and upgrades his chair constantly, treats it as equipment rather than medical necessity, approaches it with the technical familiarity of someone who chose this tool rather than being forced into it. Genuine wheelchair users develop relationships with their chairs born of dependence and adaptation. Joe's relationship with his chair looks more like a soldier maintaining their gear, keeping their equipment ready for whatever the mission requires. The Mexican border sequences in Joe's Revenge showcase capabilities that small-town cops simply don't possess. Joe knows exactly where Briggs will cross, understands cartel routes and patterns, navigates international jurisdictional issues with suspicious confidence. He operates in foreign territory like someone who has done this before, many times in professional capacities that have nothing to do with writing tickets in Rhode Island. His knowledge base suggests training and experience that the Quahog Police Department would never provide. His undercover work on the Bobby Briggs case originally lasted 6 months. The show presents this as Joe's backstory, but it might be closer to his actual job description. Joe does undercover work. That's what federal agents assigned to long-term community infiltration do. The Briggs operation was one assignment. The Quahog neighborhood has been another longer assignment that happened to overlap with the Briggs case going wrong. Or going right, depending on what getting shot was supposed to accomplish for his cover. Bonnie's perpetual pregnancy during early seasons suggests biological impossibility that the cover story can't explain. If Joe is genuinely paralyzed from the waist down, conception becomes complicated depending on the level and completeness of his injury. The fact that Bonnie remained pregnant for years without delivery, then suddenly gave birth when the plot required it, suggests the whole pregnancy might have been staged as part of establishing their family cover. Susie exists to make Joe and Bonnie look like a normal suburban family rather than an operative and his handler or unwitting wife. His voice changes register when he's engaged in physical confrontation versus domestic interaction. Calm, Joe speaks in certain tones. Combat, Joe drops into different vocal patterns entirely, the voice of a trained operative rather than a neighborhood cop. Voice modulation is a skill undercover agents develop, maintaining consistent performance across different contexts. Joe's voice slipping reveals the separation between his cover identity and whoever he actually is underneath the performance. The intelligence room in his house that Peter and Quagmire discover contains work product that no individual cop could generate alone. The accumulated information on Briggs represents institutional resources, access to databases and surveillance systems, analytical frameworks that agencies develop and individual officers adopt. Joe has been using federal tools to track a supposedly personal obsession. The resources reveal the reality. This was never personal. This was always professional, framed as personal to explain why a paralyzed local cop would dedicate such effort to a cold case. His occasional use of his legs during action sequences isn't the show being inconsistent. Joe is being inconsistent, breaking cover when adrenaline overrides training, using his fully functional body when survival demands it. The moments pass quickly. Nobody in universe seems to notice or remember that Joe just walked, just ran, just used his legs in ways that should be impossible. The mission continues. The cover holds. Joe returns to his wheelchair and everyone proceeds as if nothing strange happened. His marriage to Bonnie might be part of the assignment rather than genuine relationship. Deep cover often requires operatives to establish families, create roots, build the kind of life that makes long-term community presence believable. Bonnie could be another agent playing a role, or she could be an innocent civilian, married to someone she doesn't actually know. Her unhappiness might reflect suspicion she can't consciously articulate, awareness that something fundamental about her husband doesn't add up. The theory explains why Joe stays in Quahog, despite his capabilities and ambitions. A paralyzed cop has limited career options, but Joe demonstrates abilities that would advance him rapidly in any law enforcement context. He stays because the assignment requires him to stay. Whatever he's monitoring in Quahog, whatever intelligence he's gathering, matters more than his career advancement. The wheelchair keeps him in place, provides justification for not pursuing promotions that would take him elsewhere, maintains his position in the neighborhood where his actual work is happening. Joe Swanson sits in his wheelchair at the Drunken Clam, listening to Peter complain about Lois, watching Quagmire chase women, absorbing information that filters through casual conversation. His legs work fine beneath the blanket that always covers them. His spine is intact. His body is capable of everything he occasionally demonstrates before remembering to perform disability again. The mission continues. The cover holds. The friendly paraplegic cop next door keeps watching, keeps listening, keeps gathering whatever intelligence justified placing a federal asset in this particular Rhode Island suburb. Nobody suspects the man in the wheelchair. That's exactly why the wheelchair exists. Somewhere in his house, past the intelligence room his friends discovered, there might be another room they didn't find, one with his real credentials, his real name, his real assignment parameters. The room where Joe Swanson doesn't exist because Joe Swanson was always a character played by someone whose actual identity remains classified. He'll keep playing the role until his handlers decide the mission is complete. Until then, he has a wheelchair to sit in and neighbors to watch and a cover to maintain, one impossible physical feat at a time. Let's talk about the next character. This one caught a lot of people off guard. Cleveland Brown, the man who knows. Too much theory. Cleveland Brown is the calmest person in Quahog. When his wife cheats on him with his best friend, he responds with measured understanding. When his house collapses around him, he falls into the bathtub with resigned acceptance rather than panic. When chaos erupts around his friends, Cleveland observes with detached serenity while Peter screams, "Quagmire chases women," and Joe rages against his limitations. His emotional flatline has become a running joke throughout the series, but the consistency of his non-reaction suggests something deeper than personality. Cleveland Brown is running from something terrible, and his supernatural calm represents the practiced composure of someone who has witnessed horrors that make everyday disasters seem trivial. The theory proposes that Cleveland possesses knowledge so dangerous that revealing it would destroy him and everyone around him. His calm demeanor masks constant hypervigilance, the surface stillness of someone who learned long ago that visible fear attracts predators. Whatever Cleveland knows, whatever he did, whatever he witnessed, it taught him that survival requires appearing harmless, unremarkable, forgettable. The slow speech pattern, the gentle disposition, the reluctance to engage in conflict all serve the same purpose, making Cleveland Brown invisible to whoever might be looking for him. His move to Stoolbend, Virginia for his spin-off series represented flight rather than opportunity. The official explanation involved reconnecting with his high school sweetheart Donna, building a new life, starting fresh. The theory interprets this move as Cleveland running from something in Quahog, putting distance between himself and whatever threat forced him to abandon his friends, his home, his established identity. Virginia offered anonymity. A black man in a small southern town attracts less scrutiny than the same man in a Rhode Island suburb, where everyone knows everyone else's business. His return to Quahog after the spin-off ended carries ominous implications. Cleveland came back because staying away no longer protected him. Whatever he fled had found him in Virginia, had made his continued exile pointless, had demonstrated that distance provided no safety. His return represents surrender rather than homecoming, acceptance that he'll face whatever's coming in the place where it all began, rather than dying alone in unfamiliar territory. The friends who welcomed him back never asked why he left or why he returned, because Cleveland doesn't invite questions, and people instinctively sense that asking would be unwise. In the episode The Cleveland-Loretta Quagmire, Cleveland discovers that his wife Loretta has been sleeping with Quagmire. The revelation should devastate him. His wife betrayed him with one of his closest friends, violating both his marriage and his friendship in a single act of infidelity. Cleveland's response defies every expectation. He apologizes to Loretta for not being passionate enough. He tells her he loves her as she walks out the door. He forgives Quagmire almost immediately, refusing to hold the betrayal against him. Peter has to literally dress as Quagmire and simulate sex acts to provoke any emotional response from Cleveland, and even then, the anger fades quickly. This reaction makes no sense for a normal person experiencing normal betrayal. The theory explains it perfectly. Cleveland has experienced things that make his wife's affair seem insignificant. He's seen violence, participated in activities, witnessed events that recalibrated his emotional responses permanently. Loretta sleeping with Quagmire barely registers on a scale that includes whatever Cleveland actually fled. His calm acceptance isn't spiritual enlightenment or emotional repression. He genuinely doesn't care very much because he's learned to reserve his fear and anger for threats that actually matter. His bathtub gag operates as evidence for the theory. Throughout the series, disasters at the Griffin house somehow always catch Cleveland in his bathtub next door, sending him sliding out of his bathroom as the wall collapses. The gag suggests Cleveland is always home, always in the same vulnerable position, always available to be disrupted. The theory interprets this pattern differently. Cleveland is always home because he doesn't leave. He's hiding. The bathtub represents his attempt at normalcy, the domestic ritual he performs to convince himself and others that he's just a regular suburban dad rather than someone waiting for the past to catch up with him. His friendship with Peter provides cover rather than genuine connection. Peter creates chaos wherever he goes, attracts attention, dominates every room he enters. Standing next to Peter makes Cleveland invisible by comparison. Nobody notices the quiet black man when the loud white man is setting things on fire, crashing vehicles into houses, starting fights with giant chickens. Cleveland cultivated this friendship because Peter's absurdity deflects scrutiny from Cleveland's carefully maintained ordinariness. The theory gains weight from Cleveland's professional history. He owned a deli for years, a small business that required him to interact with the community daily, to know everyone's names and preferences, to become a fixture in Quahog's social fabric. This level of community integration serves someone trying to establish deep cover. A deli owner hears gossip, tracks movements, notices changes in routine. Cleveland positioned himself at the center of information flow while appearing to be nothing more than a friendly businessman making sandwiches. His relationships with women throughout the series demonstrate patterns consistent with someone avoiding deep connection. Loretta complained about his lack of passion, his emotional unavailability, his failure to engage with her as a husband should. Donna in Virginia received similar treatment masked by the novelty of reunion. Cleveland maintains surface-level intimacy while withholding something essential, something he can't share because sharing would mean explaining things he spent years trying to forget. His voice and speech patterns suggest deliberate performance rather than natural disposition. Cleveland speaks slowly, methodically, with pauses that allow him to consider each word before releasing it. This cadence sounds like someone who learned through painful experience that careless speech has consequences. He's choosing his words because he once chose wrong, once said something that triggered disaster, once revealed information that should have stayed hidden. The careful diction reflects hard-won wisdom about the danger of communication. The theory explains why Cleveland never truly leaves Quahog, even when physically absent. His spin-off show ended and he returned, but the bathtub gag continued throughout his Virginia years through flashbacks and crossover episodes. Cleveland remains connected to Quahog because Quahog is where his secret lives. Whatever he witnessed, whatever he did, whatever he knows, it happened here. The geographical location holds power over him that distance cannot break. He can move to Virginia, can build a new family, can pretend his Rhode Island years were just a chapter rather than the whole book. The past pulls him back because the past never finished with him. His son Cleveland Jr. presents interesting complications. Jr. transformed between the original series and the spin-off from a hyperactive, athletic child into an overweight, slow-moving teenager who mirrors his father's disposition almost exactly. This transformation might represent Jr. absorbing whatever weight his father carries, inheriting the family burden of knowing too much and reacting too little. Cleveland raised his son to be invisible, to stay calm, to avoid the attention that attracts danger. Jr. learned the lessons well, perhaps too well. The violence Cleveland avoids throughout the series becomes notable in its consistency. Peter fights constantly. Joe has enemies. Quagmire's lifestyle generates conflict. Cleveland floats through Quahog's chaos untouched. Never the target, never the aggressor, never involved in the physical confrontations that define his friend's experiences. This avoidance is strategic. Cleveland knows what real violence looks like, what it costs, what it leaves behind. He stays away from fights because he's been in fights that ended in ways nobody recovers from. His eerily calm response to every disaster reflects someone who has survived worse. The bathtub falls and Cleveland sighs. His house crumbles and Cleveland observes. His wife leaves and Cleveland accepts. His friends make terrible decisions, and Cleveland watches without intervening. Each non-reaction represents comparison to an internal reference point, events that established the actual maximum of how bad things can get. Everything in Quahog falls below that maximum, so nothing in Quahog truly alarms him. The theory transforms Cleveland from a one-note character into something approaching tragic figure. He's conserving his emotional energy for the confrontation he knows is coming, the moment when whoever he's fleeing finally arrives, when whatever he knows finally matters, when the careful, ordinary life he built in Quahog finally collapses like his bathroom wall. His presence at the Drunken Clam every night with Peter, Joe, and Quagmire serves surveillance purposes as much as social ones. Cleveland monitors his friends because his friends connect him to the community, and the community connects him to information about whether strangers are asking questions, whether unusual people have arrived in town, whether the past is approaching. The beer provides cover. The conversation provides intelligence. Cleveland sits and listens and watches and waits. Whatever Cleveland knows, he'll carry it to his grave. The secret doesn't belong to him alone, and revealing it would endanger people beyond himself. His silence protects others as much as it protects him, makes his calm demeanor something approaching noble rather than simply strange. He could tell, he could explain, he could finally share the weight he's carried since before the series began. Doing so would destroy lives, possibly including his own, certainly including people he cares about despite his emotional unavailability. Cleveland Brown slides down from his collapsing bathroom, lands in his detached bathtub, sighs his characteristic sigh as he comes to rest in his neighbor's yard. Peter apologizes. Cleveland accepts. The pattern continues because the pattern is all Cleveland has left. The ritual of ordinary life that keeps him grounded, while his mind processes threats his friends cannot imagine. Somewhere in Cleveland's past, something happened that cannot be discussed. Somewhere in Cleveland's present, someone waits for him to slip. Somewhere in Cleveland's future, the calm will finally break, and whoever he's been hiding from will arrive. Until then, he makes sandwiches, drinks beer with friends, falls into bathtubs, and maintains the perfect performance of a man with nothing to hide. The performance is excellent. The performance has lasted for years. The performance will continue until whatever Cleveland knows becomes relevant again, until the secret demands acknowledgement, until the man who knows too much finally has to decide whether survival is worth the price of continued silence. Bonnie Swanson, the psychic parasite theory. Bonnie Swanson was pregnant for over 7 years. The show treated this impossibly extended pregnancy as a running joke, a sight gag that persisted across more than 100 episodes without explanation or resolution. She finally gave birth to Susie in Ocean's 3.5, ending a gestation period that defied every law of human biology. The joke worked because it was absurd, because no real woman could remain pregnant for nearly a decade, because the show's loose relationship with continuity allowed such impossibilities to exist without scrutiny. The psychic parasite theory suggests the pregnancy was never a joke at all. It was evidence that Bonnie Swanson isn't human. She's an entity that feeds on frustration, suffering, and emotional anguish. And her impossibly long pregnancy served a specific purpose, storing enough psychic energy to sustain herself indefinitely. The theory reframes everything about Bonnie's presence in Quahog. She arrived in the neighborhood already pregnant, already attached to Joe, already positioned to harvest the suffering that his disability would generate for decades. Joe's paralysis provides an endless, renewable source of the frustration she consumes. Every struggle with his wheelchair, every limitation he faces, every moment his disability prevents him from being the husband and father he wants to be, generates energy that Bonnie absorbs. His suffering sustains her existence in ways that human food never could. Her pregnancy extended for years because she was storing energy. Human women carry babies for 9 months because human biology operates on human timelines. Bonnie's pregnancy continued until she had accumulated enough psychic reserves to function independently, to maintain her human disguise without constant feeding, to survive periods when Joe's suffering might temporarily decrease. Susie's birth marked the moment when Bonnie's reserves reached capacity, when she had harvested enough anguish to last for years. The baby was incidental to the process. The storage was the point. In the episode Foreign Affairs, Bonnie travels to Paris with Lois for a vacation. She announces immediately and without shame that she came specifically to have an affair, to find a man and cheat on Joe. This declaration shocks Lois, who expected museums and croissants rather than infidelity planning. When Lois protests, Bonnie responds with chilling detachment. Joe and I have been growing apart for a long time. Besides, we've had a good run. We've been married for 80 years. When Lois expresses confusion, Bonnie clarifies, well, that's in married to a handicapped guy years. The psychic parasite theory interprets this episode as predatory behavior rather than marital dissatisfaction. Bonnie isn't seeking romance in Paris. She's hunting. The affair represents the entity extending her feeding range beyond Joe to consume the emotional energy of new victims. Francois, the French man she seduces, provides fresh suffering when the affair inevitably complicates. When Lois intervenes, when Joe flies across the Atlantic to confront the situation, when everyone involved experiences the pain that affairs generate. Bonnie orchestrated every moment. manufactured circumstances that would produce maximum emotional anguish for everyone involved, then consumed the results. Her statement about being married for 80 years and married to a handicapped guy years reveals something crucial about her perception of time. The conversion suggests she measures experience differently than humans do, calculates duration according to standards that don't match human timelines. An entity that has existed for centuries might perceive a decade with Joe as equivalent to human lifetimes, might measure time by suffering absorbed rather than calendar years past. The casual cruelty of the comment, reducing her husband's disability to a unit of measurement for her own inconvenience, shows something inhuman leaking through the performance. Her voice provides evidence that most viewers dismiss as simple character design. Bonnie speaks in a breathy, detached monotone that never quite matches the emotional content of her words. She sounds disconnected from conversations she's participating in, as if operating her human body requires effort that leaves little energy for authentic vocal expression. This flatness isn't personality. It's the sound of something inhuman struggling to produce human speech through unfamiliar biological equipment. The voice doesn't match the face because the thing controlling the face wasn't made for controlling faces. Her relationship with Joe demonstrates feeding patterns rather than marital dynamics. She remains with him despite constant complaints about his disability, despite expressing dissatisfaction with their physical relationship, despite the Paris affair and hints of other infidelities throughout the series. A human woman this unhappy would leave. Bonnie stays because Joe provides something she cannot obtain elsewhere: consistent, reliable, renewable suffering. His paralysis generates frustration every single day. His struggles with accessibility, his rage at his limitations, his depression about being less than the man he wanted to be, all of it feeds into Bonnie's reserves. She's positioned at an ideal feeding location. The Paris episode shows her true nature more clearly than any other. When Francois asks her to stay permanently, she seriously considers abandoning her family, her daughter, her entire American existence for a man she met days earlier. This willingness to discard everything suggests those things never mattered to her in the first place. Joe, Susie, their home in Quahog, all of it represents feeding infrastructure rather than genuine attachment. She'd leave it all behind if a better feeding opportunity presented itself. Her treatment of their children supports the parasite interpretation. Kevin joined the military, went to war, faked his own death, and returned traumatized and broken. These experiences generated enormous suffering that Bonnie could harvest. Susie was born after years of pregnancy storage, existing primarily as cover, as evidence of normalcy, as the child that makes Bonnie look like a regular suburban mother rather than whatever she actually is. Neither child receives the warmth that human mothers typically provide because Bonnie lacks the capacity for warmth. She maintains the appearance of maternal behavior while feeling nothing that human mothers feel. Her interactions with Lois reveal the entity's intelligence and manipulation. Bonnie cultivated friendship with Lois because Lois connects her to the Griffin family's chaos, to Peter's disasters, to the suffering that radiates from that household constantly. Being Lois's friend means proximity to fresh sources of anguish. Peter's schemes generate victims. His stupidity causes pain. His friends experience tragedy. Bonnie positions herself near all of it, attending parties and dinners and community events where emotional suffering is guaranteed to occur. The theory explains her eerily calm demeanor in crisis situations. When disaster strikes, when normal humans panic or scream or cry, Bonnie maintains her flat affect and measured responses. This composure seems unnatural because it is unnatural. She's in feeding during the crisis, consuming the suffering of others while maintaining enough control of her human disguise to avoid drawing attention. The worse things get, the more satisfied Bonnie becomes, though she's learned to hide satisfaction behind the mask of suburban wife. Her increasing coldness as the series progresses reflects a predator becoming less interested in maintaining pretenses. Early seasons showed Bonnie performing warmth and affection more convincingly. Later seasons reveal something harder underneath, something that barely bothers pretending to care about Joe's feelings or their marriage's health. The foreign affairs. Bonnie speaks with open contempt about her husband, jokes about his disability, pursues affairs without guilt. She's fed enough to feel secure. She no longer needs to perform as carefully as she did when she first arrived in Quahog. The entity is showing through the disguise because the entity has stopped caring whether the disguise holds. Joe's anger issues throughout the series might represent unconscious awareness that something is wrong with his wife. He rages at circumstances, at his disability, at limitations that would frustrate anyone. But the intensity seems disproportionate, as if something beyond normal frustration drives his outbursts. The theory suggests Joe's subconscious recognizes that his wife is draining something from him, that his suffering feeds something other than normal marital disappointment. He can't articulate what's wrong because he doesn't consciously know. His rage is the only expression available for a violation he can feel but cannot name. The other wives in Quahog seem to avoid Bonnie in ways the show doesn't emphasize but depicts consistently. Lois is her only real friend, and even Lois seems uncomfortable around her sometimes, shocked by her coldness, disturbed by her casual cruelty toward Joe. This social isolation could reflect normal suburban dynamics, or it could reflect other humans instinctively sensing something wrong with Bonnie, avoiding her without understanding why, protecting themselves from a predator they recognize on levels beneath conscious awareness. Her body language throughout the series communicates predatory patience rather than human restlessness. She waits, she watches, she positions herself near sources of suffering and remains still while others move around her. This stillness looks like calm to casual observers. It's actually the motionlessness of something conserving energy between feedings, something that doesn't fidget because fidgeting wastes resources that could be better spent processing consumed anguish. The theory transforms Bonnie from a flat supporting character into something genuinely disturbing. She chose Joe specifically because his injury would provide decades of sustainable suffering. She extended her pregnancy until her reserves were full. She maintains a human disguise that deteriorates slightly with each passing season because she cares less about human perception. She's feeding, constantly, on the pain of everyone around her, and she's been doing it since before the show began. Joe Swanson struggles with his wheelchair, rages at his limitations, suffers through a marriage that seems to drain rather than sustain him. His wife watches with flat eyes and breathy voice, maintaining the performance of suburban normalcy while consuming everything he feels. The pregnancy is over. The storage is complete. Bonnie has enough reserves to last decades now, enough accumulated suffering to survive whatever comes next. The perfect suburban wife next door, the supportive spouse of the disabled cop, the mother of 2 children she feels nothing for, the thing that feeds on human suffering and has found the ideal hunting ground in a Rhode Island suburb where chaos is constant and pain is guaranteed. Bonnie Swanson smiles her flat smile and waits for the next disaster. She's very, very patient. She's had centuries to practice.
And now, we have one insane theory for every Family Guy location.
First up, we have the theory that Spooner Street is a government simulation testing the Griffins. The Griffins. Spooner Street looks like any other suburban neighborhood in America, but when you actually pay attention to what happens there, something becomes terrifyingly clear. The Griffin family lives in what can only be described as a controlled environment, designed to test human behavior under increasingly absurd circumstances. The evidence is everywhere once you start looking for it, and it extends far beyond just their street to every location in Quahog and the surrounding areas. Start with the most obvious problem. Peter Griffin dies constantly. He gets crushed, exploded, mutilated, and killed in ways that should absolutely end a human life. But he always comes back perfectly fine by the next scene or episode. In one episode, he literally gets his entire skeleton removed and is just a pile of flesh on the floor. Then he's completely normal moments later. In another, he gets decapitated and his head rolls around, having a conversation. These are not cartoon physics, these are simulation resets. When a test subject sustains damage that would end the experiment, the simulation simply restores them to baseline and continues collecting data. The same thing happens to other characters on Spooner Street and throughout Quahog. Meg gets shot, Cleveland falls out of his bathtub and crashes through his house over and over. Quagmire survives injuries that would kill a normal person dozens of times over. The show even acknowledges this directly when characters mention previous deaths or injuries and other characters act like it never happened. In one episode, Peter references dying and coming back, and Lois looks at him like he's insane. That's because in her current iteration of the simulation, that death never occurred in her accessible memory files. Look at how Spooner Street itself behaves. The houses change layouts constantly. The Griffin house has rooms that appear and disappear depending on what the episode needs. Sometimes there's a basement, sometimes there isn't. The upstairs configuration changes. Cleveland's house gets completely destroyed when he moves away. Then a new identical house appears in the exact same spot with different people in it. That's not construction. That's the simulation generating new test environments using existing assets. When Cleveland returns years later, his house is back exactly where it was. The simulation just reloaded a previous save state. The locations in Quahog follow patterns that only make sense if you're running controlled experiments on human behavior. The Drunken Clam never changes. It's always the same bar with the same setup serving the same people. Peter, Quagmire, Cleveland, and Joe sit in the exact same spots every single time. That's not habit, that's programming. The simulation places them in identical scenarios repeatedly to test how their responses vary under different emotional or physical states. They've had thousands of conversations in those exact same seats, and nobody questions why they never sit anywhere else in the entire bar. The Pawtucket Brewery where Peter works makes even less sense when you examine it closely. The factory changes size and layout depending on the episode. Sometimes it's a small local brewery, sometimes it's a massive industrial complex with hundreds of employees. The company gets bought out, changes ownership, goes bankrupt, and somehow Peter always has the same job doing the same thing. In one episode, the entire brewery is destroyed in an explosion, but it's back to normal the next time we see it. The simulation doesn't care about continuity because it's testing behavioral patterns, not maintaining a coherent reality. James Woods High School is another controlled environment. The students never graduate, they never age, they cycle through the same social dynamics over and over. Meg goes through horrible traumatic experiences that should fundamentally change a person, but she resets to her baseline depressed outcast personality every episode. That's what happens when you're testing how much psychological damage a subject can endure before complete breakdown. The simulation pushes Meg to her limits repeatedly, then resets her to continue gathering data. Quahog itself has geography that makes absolutely no sense. The town has everything a major city would have: multiple airports, a shipping port, massive industrial zones, but it's also a small town where everyone knows each other. The population changes dramatically depending on what the episode needs. Sometimes it's a tiny community, sometimes there are massive crowds of thousands of people. The layout of the town changes. Buildings appear and disappear. Streets connect differently. That's because Quahog is not a real place, it's a testing ground that gets reconfigured based on experimental parameters. The most damning evidence is how the government interacts with the Griffins and Quahog. The CIA shows up constantly. Government agents are always running operations in the town. There are secret facilities, underground bases, and military installations everywhere. In multiple episodes, we see that Quahog is specifically targeted for government experiments. They test weapons there, run psychological operations, release biological agents. Why would the government repeatedly use the same small town for dangerous experiments unless that town was specifically designed for testing? Stan Smith, from American Dad lives in Langley Falls, and he's mentioned Quahog multiple times. He works for the CIA and has direct knowledge of government simulations and test programs. When American Dad and Family Guy did a crossover episode, Stan interacted with the Griffins like he was observing test subjects. He wasn't surprised by anything that happened. He just watched and took mental notes. That's exactly what a handler would do when checking on a long-term experiment. The time inconsistencies throughout the show prove this is a simulation. The Griffins have been the same age for over 20 years of episodes. Stewie is always 1 year old. Chris and Meg never graduate high school. Peter and Lois never age. But the show references current events and technology from different decades, all happening simultaneously. They had episodes in the early 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s, but the characters remained frozen. That's not a cartoon convention, that's a controlled variable in an experiment. The simulation can run for decades, testing different scenarios while keeping the subjects at fixed ages to maintain consistent data. Characters develop then lose skills and knowledge randomly. Peter learns things in one episode, then has no memory of that skill later. Meg becomes confident and popular briefly, then reverts to being an outcast. Brian writes a successful novel, then goes back to being a failed writer. These aren't character inconsistencies, these are the simulation testing different versions of the same people. What happens if we give Peter this knowledge? How does Brian respond to success versus failure? Let's run both scenarios and compare the data. The awareness characters sometimes show is terrifying. Peter has directly addressed the camera and talked about being in a TV show. He's referenced episodes and seasons. He's broken the fourth wall so many times it's basically not even a wall anymore. Brian has done the same thing. They know they're being watched, they know they're in something artificial, but the simulation prevents them from fully understanding or escaping. They get glimpses of the truth, then the memory gets wiped and they continue as test subjects. Death in Quahog works differently than reality. When someone dies, they either come back immediately, or they go to an afterlife that characters can visit and return from. Peter has met God, Jesus, and death himself multiple times. He's been to heaven and hell and come back. That's not possible in actual reality, but it's completely possible in a simulation that includes afterlife subroutines for testing religious and philosophical responses in subjects. The chicken fights Peter has with Ernie the giant chicken are particularly revealing. These fights last for minutes of screen time, cause millions of dollars in property damage, destroy huge sections of Quahog, and kill multiple bystanders. Then everything is completely fine the next scene. Buildings are repaired, casualties are forgotten, and nobody faces any consequences. Peter has fought this chicken dozens of times in elaborate extended battles that should result in his arrest, bankruptcy, and lifelong imprisonment. But the simulation just resets the environment and lets it happen again because it's collecting data on escalating violence and conflict resolution. Joe Swanson is paralyzed, but the show has revealed multiple times that he can walk. He's been shown standing and walking in various episodes, then he's back in his wheelchair later with no explanation. The simulation is testing disability responses. How does a paraplegic man maintain relationships, perform police duties, and function in society? What happens if we temporarily remove the disability? How do his behavioral patterns change? These are questions a government program would want answered. Quagmire's house is directly next to the Griffins, and he's been their neighbor for decades. He's a commercial airline pilot who's home constantly and never seems to actually fly anywhere. He's admitted to hundreds of sexual crimes that should have him in prison for life, but he remains free and employed. That's because he's also a test subject. The simulation is studying extreme sexual deviance and how it manifests in a social environment. What are the limits? How does society around him respond? What enables this behavior to continue unchecked? The Griffin house itself has technology and features that appear and disappear. Sometimes they have advanced security systems, sometimes they have none. Their TV gets destroyed repeatedly and is always replaced immediately. They go from wealthy to bankrupt and back to middle class within episodes. The simulation adjusts their economic status to test how the family responds to different financial pressures. Meg's treatment by the family is psychological warfare. Every member of the Griffin family relentlessly abuses and degrades her for no logical reason. She's not a bad person, she's actually often the most reasonable and moral member of the family, but they treat her like garbage constantly. This is a controlled study on scapegoating and family dynamics. What happens when one member is systematically dehumanized by the others? How much abuse can she endure? What are her breaking points? The simulation has been running this test for years. Stewie's intelligence and capabilities make no sense unless he's a variable in the experiment. A 1-year-old baby who can build time machines, create advanced weapons, and speak in a sophisticated British accent, while also behaving like a normal infant when convenient. The simulation gave him genius-level intelligence to test how an advanced intellect would develop in an infant body within a dysfunctional family structure. Sometimes other characters can understand him, sometimes they can't. The simulation adjusts this based on experimental needs. Brian the talking dog is another clear variable. He's a dog who walks upright, speaks, drinks, drives, cars, and functions as a human. He dates human women. He has a son who's also a talking dog. Nobody in Quahog thinks this is weird because they're all part of the simulation. They've been programmed to accept this as normal. But in episodes where characters from outside Quahog visit, they're shocked by the talking dog. That's the reaction real people would have, proving that Quahog operates under different rules than the outside world. The Griffin's neighbors change constantly. People move in and out of Spooner Street with no explanation. The houses are occupied by different families in different episodes. The simulation is testing neighborhood dynamics and how the Griffins interact with various personality types. When an experiment is complete, those subjects are removed and new ones are inserted. News anchor Tom Tucker and his team report on events in Quahog that would be national or international news in the real world, but they're always treated as local stories. Alien invasions, zombie outbreaks, nuclear accidents, none of it makes news beyond Quahog. That's because the simulation is contained. Information doesn't flow out to the real world because Quahog is isolated for testing purposes. The recurring gags and cutaways that happen throughout every episode are the simulation glitching. Peter remembers things that never happened to him. He recalls working jobs he never had and meeting people he never met. These are other simulation runs bleeding through. The system stores all iterations of the test, and sometimes subjects access memories from alternate scenarios that were previously executed. Quahog has been destroyed multiple times. Nuclear bombs, natural disasters, invasions, apocalyptic events. The town gets completely annihilated, then it's perfectly fine the next episode with no explanation. You cannot rebuild an entire city overnight, but you can reset a simulation to a previous save state instantly. The experiment continues regardless of how catastrophic the previous scenario became. The schools in Quahog are another test environment. Buddy Cianci Junior High, where Chris goes, has the same problems as James Woods High. Students never progress, staff members change randomly, and horrible things happen constantly with no real consequences. The simulation is testing educational environments and child development under various negative conditions. Every location the Griffins visit outside Quahog has the same strange properties. When they go to different countries or cities, those places behave like small sets with limited areas to explore. Foreign countries are stereotyped and simplified. Historical periods they visit through time travel don't follow actual history. That's because the simulation only renders what's necessary for the current test. It's not creating entire real countries or accurate historical periods. It's generating enough environmental detail to test how the Griffins respond to those scenarios. The fact that these patterns exist across every location in the show, from Spooner Street to the furthest places the Griffins visit, reveals the scope of this program. This is not a small experiment. This is a massive government simulation testing human behavior, family dynamics, social responses, and psychological limits using the Griffin family and everyone in their environment as subjects. Everything resets, nothing has permanent consequences, and the test continues indefinitely collecting data on every possible human response to every possible scenario. Spooner Street is ground zero for the most extensive behavioral experiment ever conducted, and the Griffins have no idea they're living in a government testing facility, disguised as suburban America. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that the drunken clam sits on a time rift that resets Quahog after every catastrophe. The drunken clam sits on a time rift that resets Quahog. After every catastrophe, the drunken clam is not just a bar. When you look at everything that happens in and around that building, when you track the patterns of how Quahog recovers from catastrophic events, when you notice where Peter Griffin and his friends are during almost every major reset, the evidence becomes impossible to ignore. The drunken clam sits directly on top of a time rift that continuously loops Quahog back to a baseline state, erasing destruction and resetting reality itself. Think about how the bar functions. Peter, Joe, Quagmire, and Cleveland sit in the exact same booth every single time they visit. They have sat in those same spots for thousands of conversations across decades of episodes. They never sit anywhere else in the entire establishment. They never choose different seats. They never even acknowledge that they always sit in that specific location. That booth is not just their preferred spot, it's the anchor point. The rift emanates from beneath that exact location, and the people who sit there most frequently are caught in the strongest part of the temporal loop. The drunken clam itself never changes. The interior layout stays identical episode after episode, year after year. The same booths, the same bar, the same layout. Other locations in Quahog shift and reconfigure constantly. The Griffin House changes rooms and layouts. Buildings appear and disappear throughout the town. But the drunken clam remains frozen in one configuration. That's because it exists at the center of the time rift. It's the one stable point in Quahog that everything else resets around. When time loops back, the rift uses the drunken clam as the template for what Quahog should look like. Every major catastrophe in Quahog gets erased the same way. The town has been destroyed by nuclear explosions, alien invasions, natural disasters, and zombie outbreaks. In one episode, a giant chicken rampages through the streets. In another, the entire town floods. In Night Sign, multiple episodes, buildings explode and whole city blocks get leveled. But within one episode, sometimes within one scene, everything is perfectly restored. You cannot rebuild a city that fast. You cannot repair that level of destruction overnight, unless time itself is resetting and undoing the damage. Peter's chicken fights with Ernie provide the clearest evidence. These battles destroy massive sections of Quahog. They crash through dozens of buildings, cause explosions, kill bystanders, and create millions of dollars in property damage. The fights last for several minutes of continuous destruction. Then the fight ends, and in the very next scene, everything is fine. The buildings are intact. The dead people are alive again. The destruction never happened. That's not fast cleanup, that's temporal reset. The rift detects catastrophic damage to Quahog and loops time back to before it occurred. Notice where these fights often start or end. Multiple chicken fights have involved the drunken clam or areas immediately surrounding it. Peter and Ernie crash through the bar, destroy it completely, then later it's perfectly fine. The rift resets its own location first, then expands outward to restore the rest of Quahog. The bar is always the first thing that comes back because it's the source of the reset. The characters who spend the most time at the Drunken Clam show signs of temporal awareness that others don't. Peter has broken the fourth wall and referenced previous episodes more than any other character. He's mentioned dying and coming back to life. He's talked about things that happened in earlier seasons. He remembers events that other characters have completely forgotten. That's because he sits directly over the rift for hours every day. The temporal energy seeps into him and gives him fragmented memories of previous loops. Joe has also shown awareness. He's a paraplegic who sometimes can walk in certain episodes, then goes back to being paralyzed with no explanation. In one episode, he's shown standing and walking around perfectly fine. Then the next episode, he's back in his wheelchair and nobody mentions it. That's not inconsistent writing, that's evidence of timeline shifts. Different versions of Joe from different loops are bleeding through. The Joe who can walk exists in one timeline, the paralyzed Joe exists in another, and the rift causes them to overlap. Quagmire works as a commercial airline pilot, but he's at the Drunken Clam constantly. He's home in Quahog almost every day drinking with his friends instead of flying. His job makes no sense with how often he's at that bar unless time is working differently for him. He could be experiencing temporal compression where his flights happen in looped time that doesn't progress forward. He goes to work, time loops, and he's back at the Drunken Clam in what feels like the same day. Cleveland fell out of his bathtub and crashed through his house in the most famous scene from the show. This happened multiple times across different episodes. His entire house got destroyed repeatedly. Then he moved away to Stool Bend, Virginia for years. When he came back to Quahog, his house was exactly where it was before, completely intact and identical. Nobody rebuilt that house. The time rift restored it when Cleveland returned because his presence is connected to the loop. He spent years drinking at the Drunken Clam, the rift has his data, and when he came back, it regenerated his house from the stored timeline. The Drunken Clam sits on the corner of a specific intersection in Quahog, and that intersection is where multiple major events have occurred. Car crashes, shootouts, explosions, all happening near that bar. Then everything resets. The location attracts catastrophic events because the temporal energy destabilizes reality in that area. Things that shouldn't happen become possible near a time rift. Physics works differently. Causality breaks down. That's why absurd, impossible events cluster around that part of town. Horace was the bartender at the Drunken Clam for years. Then he died. He got shot and killed in the bar itself. Then, several episodes later, he was back, alive and working again with no explanation of how he survived or came back to life. Everyone just accepted that Horace was there again. That's because the rift resurrected him. When someone dies at the exact center point of a time rift, the loop brings them back. Horace died too close to the source, so the next reset regenerated him from a previous save state. The conversations that happen at the Drunken Clam repeat thematically. Peter and his friends have the same types of discussions over and over. They talk about women, work, their lives, but the conversations follow patterns. They'll discuss something, reach a conclusion, then several episodes later have almost the same conversation again, like the previous one never happened. They're stuck in dialogue loops. The rift causes them to cycle through similar interactions repeatedly because time keeps bringing them back to familiar patterns. Death himself has appeared in Quahog multiple times, and he's been to the Drunken Clam. He's shown up at that bar specifically to interact with Peter. Death knows about the rift. He has to, because his job involves collecting souls, and in Quahog people die then come back constantly. He can't properly collect anyone because the time rift keeps resetting them to life. He shows up at the bar because that's where the anomaly originates. He's trying to understand why his normal death collection process doesn't work in this town. God has also appeared in Family Guy multiple times, and he's interacted with Peter directly. God exists outside normal time, and he would absolutely be aware of a time rift. In episodes where Peter meets God, God never seems surprised by anything Peter has done or will do. He knows everything because he can see all the loops. He watches Peter die and reset over and over. The fact that God allows this rift to continue existing suggests it serves some higher purpose. Or he finds it entertaining to watch the same people loop through infinite scenarios. The show has done multiple time travel episodes where characters go to different periods. They go to the past, they go to the future, they create alternate timelines. In one episode, Stewie and Brian travel through time repeatedly and create branching realities, but they always end up back in the present-day Quahog at baseline. No matter how much they change, everything snaps back. That's the rift pulling reality back to its default state. You can temporarily break out of the loop through extreme measures like time machines, but the rift eventually reasserts the prime timeline. Stewie built a time machine in the Griffin house. A baby built a functioning time travel device. That should be completely impossible, but Stewie lives in Quahog, where temporal energy from the rift makes time manipulation easier. The rift weakens the barriers between past, present, and future. Building a time machine in normal reality would be impossible with current technology, but in a town that sits on a time rift, the ambient temporal radiation makes it achievable. Stewie unknowingly draws power from the same rift that keeps resetting his world. Brian has died and come back to life. He got hit by a car and died. The family got a new dog. Then Stewie used his time machine to go back and prevent Brian's death. Brian came back and the new dog never existed. That timeline got completely erased. But here's the thing, Stewie only succeeded because the rift allowed it. The rift wants certain people in certain positions. Brian is part of the core group. He drinks at the Drunken Clam with Peter. His presence is locked into the loop, so when he died, the rift enabled his resurrection through Stewie's intervention. The bar has a specific atmosphere that regulars have mentioned. It's described as comfortable, familiar, like home. People feel drawn there. Peter chooses to spend almost every evening at the Drunken Clam instead of with his family. That's not normal behavior even for an alcoholic. The rift pulls people in. It needs the same people in the same places to maintain the loop properly. Peter feels compelled to sit in that booth because the temporal energy is calling him back to his anchor point. Other bars exist in Quahog, but none of them have the same permanence as the Drunken Clam. Characters visit other establishments and those places change, close down, or disappear. The Drunken Clam never closes. It never goes out of business despite having only a handful of regular customers. It never gets renovated or updated. It exists in stasis because it's the eye of the temporal storm. Everything around it changes and resets, but it remains constant. The building itself has survived events that should have destroyed it. It's been in the path of explosions, floods, and attacks. The structure should have been demolished multiple times, but it's always intact afterwards. During the chicken fights, Peter and Ernie crash through the walls and ceiling, completely wrecking the interior. Next scene, it's perfect again. The rift repairs its own location automatically because if the Drunken Clam is destroyed, the anchor point is lost and the entire reset mechanism could fail. Alcohol acts as a conductor for temporal energy. When people drink at the bar, they're consuming liquid that's been sitting in the strongest part of the rift. The alcohol absorbs temporal radiation, and when people drink it, they become more connected to the loop. That's why Peter's awareness increases when he drinks. He's literally consuming time energy. The more he drinks at that bar, the more he remembers from previous loops, the more he can break the fourth wall and reference things that shouldn't exist in his reality. The Drunken Clam has existed in Quahog for decades in Showtime. Jerome worked there as bartender for a period. Horace came back after Jerome. The ownership and staff change, but the building and the core regulars remain. That's because people are temporary, but the rift is permanent. Workers come and go, but Peter and his friends are bound to that booth. They're the constants that the loop requires. When you map out every major reset event in Quahog and track where the main characters were during or immediately before the reset, they're almost always at or near the Drunken Clam. Before the nuclear explosion episode, Peter was drinking at the bar. Before major disasters, someone from the core group is there. The rift doesn't activate randomly. It responds to the presence of specific individuals. When Peter, Joe, Quagmire, and Cleveland are together at that booth, they create a resonance that stabilizes the loop. The booth they sit in is worn in a specific way. The seats have permanent indentations from decades of the same people sitting in the same positions. That's not just wear and tear, that's temporal imprinting. Their presence has literally worn grooves into reality at that spot. The rift has mapped their exact positions and keeps pulling them back to create those same grooves deeper and deeper with each loop. Quahog's layout makes no sense geographically, and the Drunken Clam is always somehow central to wherever the Griffins are. No matter where they're going or coming from, the bar is conveniently located. That's because space itself warps around the rift. The town's geography isn't fixed, it's fluid and reorganizes itself with the Drunken Clam as the central point. Roads curve differently depending on what the current loop needs, but they always lead back to that bar. Characters have walked out of the Drunken Clam after drinking and immediately ended up in situations that should be geographically impossible. Peter leaves the bar and he's suddenly at the docks or downtown or near the airport, despite those locations being miles apart. The rift creates spatial shortcuts. When you exit the building, you emerge wherever the current timeline needs you to be. Space folds around that bar. The time rift explains why nobody in Quahog ages. Peter, Lois, and their friends have looked the same for over 20 years of episodes. Their children never graduate school. Babies stay babies. The rift keeps everyone locked at specific ages because that's part of the loop parameters. For the reset to work properly, everyone needs to return to the same age after each cycle. The Drunken Clam maintains this by radiating temporal stasis across the entire town. Mayor Adam West showed awareness of impossible things happening in Quahog. He acted erratically and saw things others didn't because he spent time near the rift. He wasn't crazy, he was temporally sensitive. He could perceive the edges of different timelines bleeding together. When he died in real life and the character was retired from the show, the rift lost one of its aware observers. The show changed after that because the loop had one less anchor point. The drinks served at the Drunken Clam are always the same. Peter orders Pawtucket Patriot Ale every time. It's always available, always the same price, served in the same glass. The consistency is unnatural. Bars run out of beer, prices change, they switch suppliers. But not the Drunken Clam. The rift keeps everything exactly the same, down to the molecular level. Each beer Peter drinks is identical to every other beer he's ever consumed there, because they're all the same beer repeated infinitely. When Peter passes out drunk at the bar, he experiences bizarre dreams and visions. He sees alternate realities, talks to impossible people, visits different time periods. Those aren't drunken hallucinations, they're temporal bleed-through. His unconscious mind at the center of the rift can perceive other loops and timelines. When he wakes up, the visions fade because his conscious mind can't hold on to memories from outside his current timeline. The Drunken Clam is always dark inside regardless of the time of day. The lighting never changes. Whether it's morning, afternoon, or night outside, the bar has the same dim atmosphere. That's temporal disconnection. The interior of the building exists slightly out of sync with normal time flow. Minutes pass differently in there. Peter can spend what feels like an hour drinking, then walk outside and find that several hours have passed, or sometimes only minutes. Every reset centers on the Drunken Clam. Because the rift needs that anchor, Quahog gets destroyed, time loops backward, and everything regenerates outward from that bar. The building comes back first, then Spooner Street, then downtown, then the entire town. Like a recording rewinding and playing forward again, the rift uses its location as the starting point for reconstruction. That's why the bar is indestructible and unchanging. It's not just a building, it's the mechanism holding all of Quahog in a permanent time loop, resetting catastrophes and keeping everyone trapped in an endless cycle that begins and ends with 4 friends sitting in the same booth, drinking the same beer forever. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next, we have the theory that James Woods Regional High is secretly a mind control facility for TV tropes. James Woods Regional High School is not teaching students math, science, and history. When you actually examine what happens in that building, when you track the patterns of behavior among students and staff, when you notice how perfectly everyone fits into specific archetypal roles, the truth becomes clear. James Woods High is a mind control facility designed to program teenagers into acting out television tropes and narrative patterns. Every student is being conditioned to behave like a character from a TV show, and the school itself is the mechanism enforcing these roles. Start with the most obvious evidence. Meg Griffin has attended James Woods High for over 20 years of episodes. She has never graduated. She's been a student there since the show started, experiencing year after year of high school, but she never moves forward. Chris is the same way. He's been in the same grade forever. Neither of them age, neither progresses to the next level, they just loop through high school eternally. That's not normal education, that's conditioning through repetition. The school keeps them locked in their teenage years because that's when people are most susceptible to having their personalities molded into fixed patterns. Look at how the social hierarchy works at James Woods High. Connie D'Amico is the popular girl. She's beautiful, cruel, and rules the school through manipulation and bullying. She has been the popular girl for decades. She never graduates, never loses her status, never stops being the queen bee. That's because she's not a real person developing naturally, she's playing the popular girl trope. The school has programmed her to fulfill that exact role, and she executes it perfectly every single day. Meg is the outcast loser. Every student at the school hates her. She gets bullied relentlessly by everyone from the popular kids to the nerds to random students who have no reason to know her. She's universally despised despite not actually doing anything to deserve it. In many episodes, she's shown being kind, trying to help others, attempting to fit in, but it never works. The entire student body has been programmed to reject her because she's fulfilling the unpopular loser trope. The school needs someone in that role, and Meg has been assigned to it. Chris is the dumb jock wannabe. He's not intelligent, he's overweight, he's socially awkward, but he keeps trying to be athletic and cool. He's playing the lovable idiot trope perfectly. His personality never develops beyond that basic framework. He has moments of hidden talent like his artistic ability, but those moments get suppressed and he reverts back to being the dumb kid. That's the mind control reasserting his assigned role whenever he tries to break out of it. The teachers at James Woods High all fit perfect stereotypes. There's the creepy guidance counselor who's inappropriate with students. There's the burned out teachers who don't care about education. There's the overly enthusiastic teacher who gets shut down by apathetic students. Every single staff member is a walking TV trope. They don't act like real educators with complex personalities, they act like characters from a high school television show. That's because they're mind-controlled too, programmed to play their roles in the facility. Principal Shepard runs the school, and he's showed knowledge of things that indicate he understands what's really happening. He makes decisions that make no sense for actual education but make perfect sense for maintaining narrative tropes. He allows bullying to continue unchecked because the school needs the bully and victim dynamic. He permits dangerous and illegal activities because those create the drama and conflict that TV shows require. He's not incompetent, he's deliberately managing the facility to ensure maximum trope production. The school has experienced multiple shootings, bomb threats, and violent incidents. In one episode, there's an active shooter situation. In another, violence breaks out among students. These are traumatic, catastrophic events that should fundamentally change the school environment, lead to massive investigations, cause parents to pull their kids out, result in the school being shut down. But nothing changes. The next episode, everything is back to normal. Students return to the same social dynamics, the same routines, the same patterns. That's because the mind control wipes memories and resets everyone to their baseline programming after each incident. The curriculum at James Woods High barely exists. We rarely see actual teaching happening. Classes are just backgrounds for social drama. The students don't learn subject matter, they learn how to play their assigned roles. When we do see lessons, they're designed to reinforce tropes. History class teaches simplified good versus evil narratives. English class focuses on archetypal stories. The entire educational structure is built to program students with narrative patterns rather than knowledge. Every student fits into a clearly defined category. There are the popular kids, the nerds, the jocks, the goths, the band geeks. These groups never overlap, they never mix, they maintain rigid boundaries. That's not how real teenagers work. Real high school students are complex with overlapping interests and fluid social groups. But at James Woods High, everyone stays in their assigned category because the mind control prevents them from breaking their trope. Meg has tried to change her social status multiple times. She's gotten makeovers, joined different groups, attempted to reinvent herself. In one episode, she becomes popular briefly when she starts dating a popular guy. For a moment, she experiences acceptance and social success. Then it gets taken away and she's immediately back to being the most hated person in school. The other students turn on her instantly, erasing any progress she made. That's the mind control kicking in. The facility detected someone breaking their assigned trope and forced them back into position. The school does this to other students too. Neil Goldman is the creepy nerd who's obsessed with Meg. He's been obsessively pursuing her for years despite constant rejection. A real person would move on, develop other interests, mature past this fixation. But Neil can't because he's playing the stalker nerd trope. The school has him locked into that behavior pattern. He exists solely to be creepy toward Meg and get rejected, reinforcing both of their roles. Students at James Woods High repeat the same social conflicts over and over. The popular kids humiliate the unpopular kids, the jocks bully the nerds, the cheerleaders mock everyone else. These dynamics play out in episode after episode with almost identical scenarios. That's not realistic teenage behavior, that's scripted performance. The mind control facility runs these students through the same narrative beats repeatedly to perfect their execution of their assigned tropes. The school's name itself is a clue. It's named after James Woods, an actor who plays characters. The facility is literally named after someone whose job is to perform roles, to act out scripts, to embody different personalities. That's exactly what the school does to its students. It turns them into actors playing roles, except they don't know they're performing. James Woods himself appeared on Family Guy multiple times. He's aware of the show's reality. He exists both as a real person and as a character within the show's universe. He even stole Peter's identity in one episode and lived his life perfectly. An actor who can seamlessly step into someone's life and play their role. The school bearing his name is doing the same thing to students, training them to play assigned roles so well they don't realize they're performing. The building's layout supports this theory. The school has standard classrooms, but it also has areas that seem designed for psychological conditioning. There's a guidance counselor's office where students go for help, but come out acting even more like their stereotypes. There are administrative areas students aren't allowed in. There are parts of the school that appear in some episodes but not others, suggesting hidden rooms and facilities used for the mind control operations. The loudspeaker system at James Woods High broadcasts announcements constantly. Principal Shepard's voice comes over the speakers making declarations, giving instructions, controlling information. Flow. Those announcements could easily contain subliminal messaging, audio frequencies designed to reinforce programming, commands embedded below conscious hearing that tell students how to behave, what roles to play, which tropes to embody. School assemblies are another programming opportunity. The entire student body gathers in one room, faces the stage, and receives messaging from authority figures. In one episode, there's a sex education assembly that goes horribly wrong, but everyone attends and pays attention. These assemblies are perfect for mass conditioning. Get all the subjects in one place, deliver coordinated programming, and send them back to their roles. The cafeteria serves food that could easily contain compounds affecting brain chemistry. Students eat the same terrible cafeteria food every day. Food that's consistently described as gross and unappetizing, yet they keep eating it. That food could include chemicals designed to make students more suggestible, more likely to accept their programming, less likely to question the reality of their situation. Sports programs at the school reinforce trope dynamics. The football team exists to be the popular jock bullies. The cheerleaders exist to be shallow and mean. These aren't athletic programs teaching skills and teamwork. They're role-playing exercises. Students join sports not to develop abilities, but to embody the jock or cheerleader trope. The games themselves barely matter. What matters is maintaining the social hierarchy these programs create. Drama class and theater programs are particularly suspicious. These teach students how to act, how to play characters, how to embody personalities that aren't their own. That's direct training for the mind control system. Students learn performance skills, then those skills get applied to their everyday lives. They're literally being taught to act out roles, and the school uses those same techniques to make them play their assigned tropes in the hallways. The school newspaper and media programs control the narrative within the facility. They decide what stories get told, which students get featured, how events are framed. This shapes the social reality of the school. If the newspaper says someone is popular or unpopular, that becomes truth. The media programs are propaganda tools maintaining the trope structure by constantly reinforcing who plays which role. Meg worked on the school newspaper briefly. She tried to use it to improve her social standing by writing stories and getting involved. But it didn't work. The other students on the paper either ignored her or used her work without credit. She remained in her outcast role despite contributing meaningfully. The mind control prevented her journalistic involvement from breaking her assigned trope. Tests and grades at James Woods High don't measure actual learning. We've seen students fail repeatedly with no consequences. Chris barely passes anything but stays in school. Some students are shown as smart, others as dumb, and these labels never change regardless of performance. That's because the testing system isn't evaluating knowledge. It's reinforcing roles. Smart characters stay smart. Dumb characters stay dumb because that's their trope. The school has metal detectors and security measures that do nothing. Violence happens constantly. Weapons get brought in. Dangerous situations occur regularly. Yet the security theater continues. That's because the security isn't there to protect students. It's there to create the dangerous school trope. The presence of metal detectors and guards makes the school feel edgy and dramatic without actually preventing anything. Dating and relationships at James Woods High follow perfect TV trope patterns. Popular kids date popular kids. Nerds pine after people out of their league. Outcasts can't find partners. These aren't organic teenage relationships developing naturally. They're assigned pairings based on narrative archetypes. When someone dates outside their assigned category, the relationship immediately fails and they return to their proper trope position. Meg dated various boys throughout the show, and every relationship followed the same pattern. Brief hope, sudden disaster, return to being alone and rejected. She's trapped in the unlucky in love trope. The school won't allow her to have a successful relationship because that would conflict with her assigned role as the universal reject. Any boy who shows interest either turns out to be using her, becomes repulsed by her, or disappears from the story entirely. School dances and social events are programming reinforcement sessions. Prom, homecoming, and other dances force students to perform their roles in concentrated social settings. Popular kids arrive with dates and rule the dance floor. Outcasts either don't attend or show up alone and get humiliated. These events exist to crystallize the social hierarchy and remind everyone of their place in the trope structure. The school's interaction with parents reveals the scope of the program. Parents like Peter and Lois attend school meetings and events, but they never question the bizarre things happening there. They never investigate why their children aren't learning or advancing. They accept the school's dysfunction as normal. That's because the mind control extends beyond the student body. Parents are programmed to accept James Woods High as a legitimate educational institution, even when evidence suggests otherwise. Teachers have been shown doing inappropriate things with students. There was an episode where a teacher had a relationship with Meg. This is criminal behavior that should result in arrest, termination, and school closure. But it got resolved within the episode and forgotten. The mind control wiped everyone's memory of the incident so the teacher could continue playing their role in the facility. The school library is full of books, but we never see students actually learning from them. The library exists as a set piece, a location where certain tropes play out. Nerds study there. Students make out in the back corners. But actual education through reading doesn't happen. The books are props in the performance, not tools for knowledge acquisition. Extracurricular clubs at James Woods High exist only to create more specific trope categories. There's the chess club for nerds, the debate team for overachievers, various activity groups that students join, and then perfectly embody the stereotypes associated with those activities. These clubs don't develop skills or interests. They subdivide students into more granular trope categories for better programming precision. The school has had multiple episodes featuring talent shows, competitions, and performances. These events force students to demonstrate their assigned characteristics publicly. The popular girl performs and gets applause. The loser performs and gets mocked. These aren't about celebrating student talents, they're about reinforcing the social hierarchy through public performance of tropes. Graduation ceremonies have been shown at James Woods High, but the students we follow never graduate. Other unnamed students graduate and disappear, but the main characters stay locked in high school forever. That's because those background students completed their programming and got released from the facility. Meg and Chris haven't completed their conditioning yet, so they remain trapped in the school system, repeating their roles until the mind control perfects their trope performance. The school counselor's office is where individual programming happens. Students go there supposedly for guidance and support, but they come out acting more like their assigned roles than before. The counselor isn't helping students develop healthy personalities, he's adjusting their programming, fine-tuning their behavior to better match their designated tropes. James Woods High interacts with other schools in the district, and those schools have the same trope structures. Every high school in the Family Guy universe operates identically with the same social hierarchies and character types. That suggests this isn't one isolated facility, but a network of mind control operations programming an entire generation to act out television narratives. The school exists in Quahog, a town that already has reality problems. The combination of James Woods High's mind control programming and Quahog's other anomalies creates a perfect storm of narrative control. Students are programmed to play tropes at school, then go home to families and a town that reinforce those same patterns. There's no escape from the conditioning because it permeates every aspect of their environment. James Woods Regional High School is a factory producing human beings who perfectly embody television character archetypes. Every student is a walking trope, programmed through psychological conditioning, chemical intervention, and environmental control to play assigned roles in an endless high school drama. Meg will always be the loser, Connie will always be the popular girl, Chris will always be the lovable idiot, and every other student will continue performing their designated character type forever. The school isn't preparing them for life after graduation because there is no life after graduation. There's only the eternal performance of their assigned roles in a mind control facility disguised as an educational institution. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that the Pawtucket Brewery is poisoning Quahog with a memory-wiping beer formula. The Pawtucket Brewery is not just making beer. When you examine what happens to people who drink Pawtucket Patriot Ale, when you track the memory problems plaguing every resident of Quahog, when you notice how the brewery remains operational despite countless scandals and disasters, the evidence becomes undeniable. The Pawtucket Brewery is deliberately poisoning the entire town with a memory-wiping formula disguised as beer, and they've been doing it for decades. Peter Griffin works at the Pawtucket Brewery and drinks their beer constantly. He forgets major life events all the time. He forgets people he's met, things he's done, conversations he's had. In one episode, he remembers something, then 2 episodes later, he has no memory of it. His brain is Swiss cheese full of holes where memories should be. That's not natural forgetfulness or stupidity. That's chemical memory erasure from drinking poison beer every single day for years. Look at what Pawtucket Patriot Ale does to people. Every major character in Quahog drinks it regularly. Peter drinks it at home and at the Drunken Clam. Joe drinks it. Quagmire drinks it. Cleveland drank it for years before moving away. Lois drinks it. Even teenagers and young adults in the town drink Pawtucket Patriot. It's the default beer everywhere in Quahog. Every bar serves it, every store stocks it, every home has it in the fridge. The brewery has achieved complete market saturation, which means they're poisoning the entire population. The memory problems in Quahog are not random. Characters forget deaths. Peter has died multiple times in various episodes, and other characters either don't remember or act like it never happened. Brian died, the family got a new dog, then Brian came back and everyone forgot the replacement dog ever existed. People die and resurrect and nobody questions it because the memory-wiping beer erases their recollection of the deaths. They wake up each day, drink their Pawtucket Patriot, and their memories reset to whatever the brewery's formula dictates. The brewery itself has been involved in multiple scandals that should have destroyed the company. In one episode, it's revealed that Pawtucket Patriot Ale is a stolen recipe from Duff Beer. This is massive corporate theft that should result in lawsuits, criminal charges, and the company being shut down. But nothing happens. The scandal gets exposed, people find out, then everyone forgets and keeps drinking Pawtucket Patriot. The memory wiping formula protects the brewery by erasing public memory of their crimes. Peter has worked at the brewery in various capacities for years. He's been a safety inspector, a regular employee, he's been fired and rehired multiple times. He's seen the inside operations of the facility. He's been present during accidents and cover-ups. Yet he never blows the whistle on anything seriously wrong. That's because his constant exposure to the beer keeps him compliant. The memory wiping formula doesn't just erase memories, it suppresses the impulse to question or investigate. Workers at the brewery drink the product they make, which keeps them from realizing what they're producing. The brewery has had multiple disasters: explosions, chemical spills, workplace accidents that kill people. In one episode, the entire brewery explodes. The building is destroyed, people die. It's a catastrophic industrial accident. Next episode, the brewery is perfectly fine and operating normally. Nobody mentions the explosion. Nobody questions how it got rebuilt so fast. That's because everyone drank their Pawtucket Patriot after the disaster and forgot it happened. The brewery can commit any atrocity, and the evidence disappears from people's minds within days. The formula itself must be incredibly sophisticated. It doesn't erase all memories, which would be obvious and cause people to seek help. Instead, it selectively targets specific types of memories. Traumatic events get erased, scandals disappear. Anything that would threaten the brewery's operation or Quahog's status quo gets wiped. But mundane daily memories remain, so people feel like their minds are working normally. They remember going to work, talking to friends, daily routines. They just can't remember the important things that should change their behavior. The beer's effects explain why nobody in Quahog ages. The same formula that wipes memories might also affect biological processes. If the chemical can target and erase specific neural pathways, it could also interfere with cellular aging. Everyone in town drinks the beer, and everyone stays the same age indefinitely. The brewery isn't just controlling minds, they're controlling time itself through biochemical manipulation of the entire population. Think about the distribution network. Pawtucket Patriot Ale is available everywhere in Quahog, but almost nowhere outside the town. When characters travel to other places, they drink different beer. When people from outside Quahog visit, they sometimes comment on how weird the town is. That's because visitors aren't drinking the memory-wiping formula. They can perceive the absurdity of Quahog because their memories are intact. Residents can't because they're constantly dosed with the chemical that makes them forget anything abnormal. The Drunken Clam serves exclusively Pawtucket Patriot Ale. Peter and his friends drink there every evening, consuming massive quantities of the poison beer. They sit in the same booth, have similar conversations repeatedly, and never question why their lives follow the same patterns. The brewery ensures its product is the only option at the most popular bar in town, because that's where they can most efficiently dose the male population. Men drink more beer than women on average, and men who gather at bars drink even more. Targeting the Drunken Clam guarantees high consumption rates among a key demographic. The brewery's ownership and management have changed multiple times in the show, but the product never changes. Different people run the company, different executives make decisions, but Pawtucket Patriot Ale remains identical. That's because the memory-wiping formula is built into the core recipe. It's not something added by current management, it's fundamental to what Pawtucket Patriot Ale is. Every owner discovers the formula and chooses to continue using it because the profits from having a captive addicted customer base who can't remember scandals are too good to give up. Peter's friendship group demonstrates the formula's effectiveness perfectly. These four men have been friends for decades of episodes. They drink together constantly, yet they forget major events in each other's lives. Joe's paralysis sometimes gets forgotten, then remembered. Cleveland left for years, and when he came back, everyone acted like he'd never left. Quagmire has admitted to horrible crimes, and the others forget by the next episode. Their friendships survive because the beer erases anything that would damage their relationships. The formula affects different people in different ways based on consumption levels. Peter drinks the most and has the worst memory problem. He forgets things immediately sometimes. His brain is so saturated with the chemical that he can barely retain new information. Lois drinks less and has somewhat better memory, though she still forgets major family events. The kids drink the least and have the clearest memories, but even they show signs of the effects as they consume more of the product over time. Pawtucket Patriot Ale is marketed as a local patriotic brand. The name invokes American patriotism and local pride. That's deliberate psychological manipulation. By connecting the beer to patriotism and community identity, the brewery makes drinking it feel like a civic duty. Quahog residents drink Pawtucket Patriot because they think it supports local business and expresses hometown pride. They don't realize they're voluntarily dosing themselves with a memory-erasing chemical weapon. The brewery has political connections that protect it from investigation. Mayor Adam West was shown drinking Pawtucket Patriot regularly. He had the most scrambled brain of anyone in Quahog, acting completely insane most of the time. That wasn't natural eccentricity. That was severe neurological damage from years of drinking the poisoned beer. The brewery kept the mayor addicted and mentally compromised so he wouldn't interfere with their operation or authorize investigations into their product. When the brewery got exposed for stealing the Duff beer recipe, the resolution came through a tour of the facility and some corporate maneuvering. Peter toured the brewery and saw the production process. He witnessed how the beer gets made, but he never questioned what ingredients go into it or asked for detailed formula information. The brewery let him see the mechanical process while hiding the chemical composition. He saw brewing equipment and bottling lines, not the secret lab where they develop and refine the memory-wiping compound. The beer's addictive properties keep people consuming it despite warning signs. Characters on Family Guy continue drinking Pawtucket Patriot even after bad experiences. Peter has gotten sick from drinking too much. He's had alcohol poisoning. He's done terrible things while drunk. Yet he keeps drinking the same beer every single day. That's not just alcoholism, that's chemical dependency on the memory-wiping formula. The compound creates addiction beyond normal alcohol dependency. It makes people physically and psychologically need the beer to function. Pawtucket Patriot is cheaper than other beers in Quahog. The brewery prices it low enough that everyone can afford to drink it constantly. They're not maximizing profit per unit, they're maximizing consumption across the population. The goal is getting as many people as possible drinking as much as possible. Lower prices mean higher volume, which means more people dosed with the memory-erasing chemical. The brewery sacrifices profit margins to achieve total population control. The formula's effects accumulate over time. People who've lived in Quahog for years have worse memory problems than recent arrivals. Peter has lived there his entire life and his memory is destroyed. Characters who move to Quahog start normal but gradually develop memory issues as they consume more Pawtucket Patriot. The chemical builds up in the brain, creating permanent neurological changes that get worse with continued exposure. Children in Quahog show early signs of memory problems from secondhand exposure. Their parents drink the beer, the chemical gets into their systems through various routes, and the kids start forgetting things too. Meg and Chris both have memory inconsistencies across episodes. They forget major life events just like the adults. The brewery is poisoning multiple generations, ensuring that people who grow up in Quahog are preconditioned to accept the memory-wiping effects as normal. The brewery conducts no visible quality control or safety testing. We've never seen health inspectors checking the facility. There's no regulatory oversight shown. The brewery operates with complete freedom to put whatever chemicals they want into their product, because everyone who should be regulating them is drinking the memory-wiping beer and forgetting to do their jobs. Peter's position at the brewery is strategic for the company. By employing local residents, they ensure those people will defend the brewery against criticism. Workers won't report problems because they're dosed more heavily than regular consumers. Peter drinks at work, gets product samples, takes beer home. He's consuming multiple times the normal dose every single day. His brain is so compromised he could never realize what the brewery is doing, even if evidence was put directly in front of him. The beer's formula explains Quahog's acceptance of impossible events. Alien invasions happen and everyone forgets. Time travel occurs and nobody questions it. Reality breaks down repeatedly and residents just shrug. That's because the memory-wiping beer is calibrated to erase anything that contradicts normal reality. When something impossible happens, people drink their Pawtucket Patriot and their brains literally delete the memory because it doesn't fit acceptable parameters. Other beer brands exist in Quahog, but they're not as widely available or popular. The brewery has used its market dominance to squeeze out competition. Any bar or store that stops carrying Pawtucket Patriot loses the majority of their customers because those customers are addicted to the specific formula. The brewery has created chemical dependence across the entire town, which gives them monopoly power. Competition can't survive because they can't break people's addiction to the memory-wiping formula. The brewery's logo and branding are everywhere in Quahog. Billboards, signs, promotional materials plaster the town. That's not just advertising, that's psychological reinforcement. The constant visual presence of Pawtucket Patriot branding keeps the beer in people's minds. When they see the logo dozens of times per day, drinking becomes automatic behavior. The branding triggers the addiction, reminding people they need their next dose of the memory-erasing formula. Pawtucket Patriot has been around for generations in Quahog. The brewery is a historical institution in the town. That means the memory-wiping formula has been affecting the population for decades or longer. Multiple generations have grown up drinking this beer and raising children in a town where collective memory is destroyed. The effects compound across time, creating a population that has no reliable historical memory because their parents and grandparents also had their memories wiped. The brewery survived Prohibition, which suggests powerful connections or illegal operations. During Prohibition, all breweries should have shut down, but somehow Pawtucket Brewery made it through and resumed operation afterward. They either had government protection or were operating illegally with impunity. Either way, it demonstrates the brewery has always existed outside normal legal constraints. They've never followed rules, which makes it entirely plausible they'd put memory-wiping chemicals in beer without concern for legality or ethics. Peter has witnessed coworkers get injured at the brewery. Industrial accidents happen regularly. People get hurt, sometimes seriously. But there's never outrage, never investigations, never reforms. That's because injured workers drink Pawtucket Patriot and forget how they got hurt. The brewery faces no liability because victims can't remember enough details to file complaints or lawsuits. The memory-wiping formula protects the company from consequences of their negligence. The beer contains alcohol, which already affects memory, making it the perfect delivery system for additional memory-wiping chemicals. People expect to forget things when drinking alcohol. Blackouts and hazy memories are considered normal drinking side effects. The brewery hides their memory-erasing formula behind the expected effects of alcohol consumption. Nobody questions losing memories while drinking because that's supposed to happen. The formula amplifies and redirects the natural memory suppression alcohol causes, targeting specific types of memories while leaving others intact. Quahog's hospital never reports unusual neurological problems, despite the entire town having severe memory issues. Doctors should notice patterns of memory loss and cognitive decline, but they don't because the doctors drink Pawtucket Patriot too. The medical establishment is compromised by the same chemical affecting everyone else. They can't diagnose the problem because they can't remember their patient's symptoms from appointment to appointment. The brewery sponsors local events and sports teams. They donate to schools and charities. This creates positive associations with the brand that override concerns about the product. When the brewery is seen as a good corporate citizen supporting the community, people dismiss worries about their beer. The memory-wiping formula makes them forget any negative information while the positive PR sticks. The brewery actively cultivates an image that makes people defend them against criticism. Pawtucket Patriot bottles and cans are designed for maximum consumption. Large sizes, multi-packs, and bulk deals encourage people to buy and drink more. The packaging isn't just convenient, it's engineered to increase dosage. The more beer people consume, the more memory-wiping chemical enters their system, the more controlled they become. The brewery has optimized every aspect of their product and distribution to maximize population exposure to their formula. Characters in Quahog sometimes have moments of clarity where they realize something is wrong. They notice their memory problems or question why things don't make sense. But these moments pass quickly, and they forget they ever had concerns. That's the formula working in real time. When someone starts to break free from the chemical's effects, drinking more beer resets them. The brewery has created a self-maintaining system where the product's effects drive continued consumption, which maintains the effects indefinitely. The Pawtucket Brewery has turned Quahog into a living laboratory where they test the effects of long-term memory manipulation on an entire population. They've perfected a formula that erases specific memories while leaving others intact, keeps people chemically dependent, and protects the brewery from legal and social consequences. Every resident of Quahog is a test subject who voluntarily consumes poison daily, never remembering the harm it causes because the poison itself destroys the memories of that harm. The brewery owns the town not through economic power but through neurological control, one beer at a time. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that Channel 5 News orchestrates every disaster in Quahog for ratings. Channel 5 News Station orchestrates every disaster in Quahog for ratings. Channel 5 News is not just reporting on disasters in Quahog. When you examine how quickly they arrive at every catastrophic event, when you track the patterns of who benefits from the chaos, when you notice how perfectly positioned they always are to capture footage, the truth becomes impossible to ignore. Channel 5 News station is deliberately orchestrating every disaster in Quahog to boost their ratings, and they've been doing it for years. Tom Tucker is obsessed with ratings. He's shown this constantly throughout the series. He cares more about his career and viewership numbers than he cares about journalism or truth. In multiple episodes, he's demonstrated that he'll do anything to stay on top as the #1 news anchor. His entire identity revolves around being the face of Channel 5 News. That's not just professional pride, that's dangerous obsession. When someone is that fixated on ratings, they'll eventually cross the line from reporting news to creating it. Look at how fast Channel 5 arrives at disaster scenes. Every single time something catastrophic happens in Quahog, Tom Tucker and his crew are already there with cameras rolling. Explosions happen, and within seconds, there's a news crew filming. Shootings occur, and Trisha Takanawa is on the scene before police arrive. Buildings collapse, and Channel 5 has aerial footage from their helicopter immediately. That's not good journalism, that's prior knowledge. They're not responding to events, they're present because they knew the events would happen. They knew because they planned them. Trisha Takanawa is always in the exact right location at the exact right time. She's been at the scene of every major incident in Quahog for years. Car crashes, murders, fires. She's there with her microphone and cameraman ready to go. The odds of one reporter accidentally being present for that many disasters are astronomical. She's not lucky, she's positioned. Channel 5 stations her at locations where they've planned disasters to occur. She stands in front of buildings they're about to blow up. She interviews people they're about to kill. She's the face of their orchestrated chaos. The news station has resources that make no sense for a local news channel. They have helicopters, multiple camera crews, sophisticated broadcasting equipment, reporters all over town simultaneously. Local news stations in small cities don't have those kinds of budgets. Network news has those resources, but Channel 5 is supposed to be a local Quahog station. Where does their money come from? It comes from ratings. The more disasters they cover, the more viewers they get, the more advertising revenue flows in. But they took it further. They realized they could guarantee exclusive coverage by creating the disasters themselves. Diane Simmons proves that Channel 5 personnel are capable of murder. She killed multiple people in a premeditated murder spree. She planned executions and carried them out without hesitation. A news anchor from Channel 5 became a serial killer, and everyone acted shocked. But this wasn't an isolated incident of one person snapping. This was someone who worked in an environment where orchestrating violence was normal. She learned to plan and execute murders because that's what her employer does. The only difference is she did it for personal revenge instead of ratings. Channel 5 covered Diane's murders extensively. They reported on the killings, interviewed witnesses, built massive coverage around the story. Then it was revealed their own anchor was the killer. That should have destroyed the station's credibility. There should have been investigations into the workplace culture that produced a murderer. But nothing happened. The story faded and Channel 5 continued operating normally. That's because revealing Diane as the killer was part of their plan. They orchestrated her murders, then orchestrated her exposure, getting double the ratings from the same story arc. Tom Tucker showed no real remorse when Diane was exposed. He was shocked in the moment, but quickly moved on and continued his career without missing a beat. His co-anchor for years turned out to be a serial killer, and he just kept reading the news. That's not normal human behavior. That's the behavior of someone who knew what was happening. He knew Diane was killing people because Channel 5 approved it. When she got caught, he played his role as the shocked colleague while internally understanding this was always the plan. The station has inside information on everything. They know about crimes before police do. They have details about incidents that shouldn't be public. They report on events with specifics that could only come from direct involvement. When there's a shooting, they know the shooter's identity immediately. When there's an explosion, they know what caused it before investigators arrive. That information doesn't come from good journalism, it comes from planning the events. Channel 5 News has been involved in creating stories directly. In various episodes, Tom Tucker and other station personnel have engaged in unethical behavior to generate content. They've manipulated situations, created conflict, and staged scenarios for ratings. This is established behavior. They've already proven they'll cross ethical lines for viewership. Orchestrating disasters is just the logical extreme of behavior they've already demonstrated. The news station has connections to every institution in Quahog. They have relationships with the police department, the mayor's office, local businesses, schools, and hospitals. These connections give them access and information, but they also give them opportunity. They know security schedules. They know when buildings are vulnerable. They know where people will be at specific times. This knowledge lets them plan disasters with precision, ensuring maximum impact and coverage while minimizing risk to their own personnel. Every disaster in Quahog follows patterns that benefit Channel 5. Events happen during prime coverage hours when viewership is highest. Disasters occur in locations that provide good camera angles and dramatic backdrops. The scale of events is always big enough to be newsworthy but controlled enough that the town recovers quickly. These aren't random occurrences, they're engineered content designed for maximum ratings impact. The chicken fights between Peter Griffin and Ernie provide perfect examples. These extended violent battles destroy huge sections of Quahog and last for several minutes. Channel 5 always has comprehensive footage of these fights. They capture every moment from multiple angles. They have ground cameras, aerial shots, and perfect positioning throughout. That level of coverage requires preparation. They knew the fights would happen because they arranged them. They probably pay Ernie to attack Peter at specific times and locations that maximize coverage opportunities. Channel 5 has never been held accountable for their failures in journalism ethics. They've reported false information, manipulated stories, and engaged in sensationalism constantly. In a normal city, regulatory agencies would investigate and fine them. Journalists would expose their practices. Competing stations would call them out. But none of that happens because they've made themselves too powerful. The ratings from their disaster coverage give them influence over local politics and business. They're untouchable because everyone in Quahog needs them. Joyce Kinney demonstrated the station's willingness to destroy people for ratings. She exposed Lois Griffin's past as an adult film actress. She researched Lois's history, found embarrassing information, and broadcast it knowing it would humiliate her and damage her family. That's not news reporting. That's a targeted attack. Joyce did this purely for ratings, and the station supported her completely. If they'll ruin someone's life for viewership, they'll absolutely orchestrate disasters. The station's helicopter appears at every major incident instantly. Helicopters don't scramble that fast. Getting a news helicopter airborne to the scene and positioned for optimal footage takes time. But Channel 5's helicopter is always already in the air at the perfect location. That's because they know where to be before events happen. The helicopter is pre-positioned above areas where they've planned disasters. When the event starts, they're already filming. Tom Tucker's personal behavior reveals his moral bankruptcy. He's vain, selfish, and completely immoral. He cares only about his appearance and career. He's shown no genuine empathy for disaster victims. When reporting on tragedies, he performs concern but shows no real emotion. That's because he knows the victims are casualties of ratings warfare. He can't feel bad for them because he approved creating the situations that harmed them. The news station profits massively from Quahog's chaos. Advertising rates increase when ratings are high. Disaster coverage brings the highest ratings. Channel 5 has built their entire business model around catastrophic events. They need disasters to maintain revenue. When natural disasters don't occur frequently enough, they manufacture them. It's basic economics. They've found a product that sells, and they've vertically integrated by controlling both production and distribution. Channel 5 has technical capabilities that suggest coordination with outside organizations. Their broadcasting equipment is extremely sophisticated. They have satellite capabilities, digital editing suites, and production technology that exceeds what local stations normally possess. This equipment requires significant investment. That money comes from somewhere, and it's not just local advertising. They likely have backing from entities that benefit from keeping Quahog in chaos. Government agencies, research organizations, or corporations studying disaster response could all be funding. Channel 5's operations in exchange for exclusive footage and data. The station's coverage always frames disasters in ways that prevent real investigation. They report events, show footage, interview survivors, but they never dig deeper into causes or patterns. A real news organization would notice that Quahog has an impossible number of disasters and investigate why. Channel 5 never does this because real investigation would expose their role. They keep coverage surface level, focused on immediate drama rather than systemic analysis. Every reporter at Channel 5 shows sociopathic traits. They report on horrible events with no visible emotional impact. Trisha Takanawa stands in front of burning buildings, describing casualties with the same tone she uses for weather reports. Tom Tucker announces deaths and disasters with a smile. These aren't hardened journalists who've learned to compartmentalize. These are people who feel nothing because they know the events are staged. They're actors performing concern, not humans reacting to tragedy. The station has never had a major equipment failure during disaster coverage. Their cameras always work. Their broadcasts never cut out. Their reporters are never injured despite being at dangerous scenes. That's statistically impossible. When you're covering real, unpredictable disasters, equipment fails, signal gets lost, people get hurt. But Channel 5 has perfect coverage every time because they control the disasters. They ensure their equipment and personnel are positioned safely while making it look like they're in danger. Channel 5's competition has disappeared over the years. Other news stations existed in Quahog early on, but they've vanished. Channel 5 has achieved complete media dominance in the town. That doesn't happen through normal market competition. They eliminated rivals by outperforming them on disaster coverage. No other station could match their response times or footage quality because no other station knew when and where disasters would occur. Channel 5 monopolized catastrophe coverage by creating the catastrophes. The station has relationships with criminals and dangerous people in Quahog. They interview mob figures, terrorists, and violent offenders with remarkable access. These people agree to appear on camera and discuss their crimes openly. That access requires trust. Criminals don't trust journalists normally, but they trust Channel 5 because the station helps them. Channel 5 likely coordinates with criminal elements to stage certain disasters, providing criminals with opportunities for theft or violence while ensuring the station gets exclusive coverage. Tom Tucker's son Jake works at the station, showing this is a family operation. Tom is bringing his son into the business of orchestrated disaster. He's training the next generation to continue the practice. This isn't just a current strategy, it's a long-term institutional approach to news coverage. The station plans to continue creating disasters indefinitely, passing the operation down through families of complicit journalists. Channel 5 has covered government experiments and military operations in Quahog. These stories should be classified or at least restricted, but the station reports on them freely. That suggests coordination with government agencies. The station might be providing a cover story function for experiments. When the government wants to test something in Quahog, Channel 5 frames it as a random disaster. The public accepts the news explanation and doesn't question whether events were deliberately caused. The station's editing and production capabilities let them manipulate footage. They can edit scenes to hide their involvement, remove evidence of coordination, and construct narratives that deflect suspicion. When disasters happen, Channel 5 controls the visual record. They decide what footage airs and what gets buried. This gives them power to shape reality for Quahog residents. People believe what they see on the news, and Channel 5 controls what they see. Every major disaster has benefited Channel 5 directly. The nuclear incident brought them ratings. The flood coverage increased viewership. Violence in the streets gave them dramatic footage. Each catastrophe has made the station more powerful and profitable. This pattern is too consistent to be coincidence. They're engineering an environment that feeds their business model, creating a cycle where disaster leads to ratings, which leads to resources, which enables more disasters. Channel 5's broadcasts reach beyond Quahog. They're syndicated and viewed in other areas. This means the disasters they stage in Quahog bring them national attention and revenue. The bigger the disaster, the wider their footage spreads. They're not just serving local audiences, they're using Quahog as a production facility for disaster content that gets distributed across media networks. The town is their studio, and residents are unwitting actors in productions designed for mass consumption. The news station has survived scandals that would destroy normal media organizations. Between Diane's murders, Joyce's ethical violations, and Tom's various controversies, Channel 5 should have lost all credibility. But their ratings never significantly decline. Viewers keep watching because they're the only source for disaster coverage, and disasters keep happening. The station has made itself indispensable by ensuring a constant supply of the content only they can provide. Channel 5 personnel show no fear when covering dangerous situations. They walk into active shooter scenarios, stand next to explosives, and position themselves in harm's way without hesitation. Real journalists in those situations show fear because they're in actual danger. Channel 5 reporters show no fear because they know they're safe. The disasters are controlled. The station has ensured their people won't be harmed because they planned every detail of the events they're covering. The station's archives must contain evidence of their operations, years of disaster footage, planning documents, communications with coordinators. But these archives are never accessed by investigators or external parties. Channel 5 has complete control over their records. They can destroy evidence, manipulate files, and ensure nothing incriminating ever surfaces. Their institutional control over information makes them virtually immune to exposure. Quahog residents trust Channel 5 completely. Despite endless evidence of media manipulation, they watch the news, believe everything reported, and never question how one station always has perfect coverage of every disaster. That trust is cultivated through years of psychological conditioning. Channel 5 has positioned themselves as the authoritative voice on reality in Quahog. When they say something happened a certain way, people believe it because questioning Channel 5 means questioning your understanding of your entire town. The station operates with complete impunity because they control the narrative about themselves. When they do wrong, they decide how to report it. When they face criticism, they frame the critics as unreliable. They've built a self-protecting system where they're simultaneously the actors, the reporters, and the judges of their own behavior. Channel 5. News station has transformed from a media organization into a disaster production company that happens to report on the chaos they create. Every explosion, every shooting, every catastrophe in Quahog is content they've engineered, filmed, and broadcast for profit, turning an entire town into a ratings-driven nightmare where news doesn't report reality, it manufactures it. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that the Quahog Mall exists outside normal space as a portal to other Fox cartoons. The Quahog Mall is not a normal shopping center. When you examine the crossovers that happen there, when you track which characters from other shows appear in that specific location, when you notice how space and reality bend inside those walls, the evidence becomes overwhelming. The Quahog Mall exists outside normal space as a dimensional nexus that connects to other Fox animated universes, and it's been functioning as a portal for years. The Simpson family appeared in Quahog. This actually happened. Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie came to Quahog and interacted with the Griffin family. They met at multiple locations, but the crossover involved characters from completely different shows occupying the same physical space. That shouldn't be possible. The Simpsons live in Springfield, which exists in a different reality than Quahog. These are separate animated universes with different rules, different timelines, different everything. Yet somehow these families met and interacted. The mall is where these dimensional barriers are thinnest, allowing crossover events to occur. Think about how malls function in the real world. They're commercial spaces where hundreds of stores exist under one roof. Multiple businesses, multiple brands, all sharing the same building. The Quahog Mall takes this concept and extends it dimensionally. Just like regular malls contain different stores, the Quahog Mall contains different realities. Each section connects to different animated universes. Walk through one entrance and you're in the Family Guy universe. Walk through another and you've crossed into the Simpsons world, or American Dad, or any other Fox animated property. The mall's layout makes no sense and changes constantly. Characters visit the Quahog Mall in different episodes, and the interior is different every time. Stores appear and disappear. The size changes. Sometimes it's a small local mall, sometimes it's a massive complex with hundreds of shops. The floor plan is impossible to map because it's not bound by three-dimensional space. The mall exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and the version you see depends on which dimensional frequency you're vibrating at when you enter. Peter encounters people at the mall who shouldn't exist in his reality. He's run into celebrities, historical figures, and characters from other shows while shopping. These aren't hallucinations or cartoon randomness. These are actual entities from parallel dimensions who've crossed through the mall's dimensional barriers. The mall is a neutral meeting ground where beings from different realities can interact temporarily before returning to their own universe. American Dad had a direct crossover with Family Guy. Stan Smith and his family met the Griffin. The two shows exist in the same network but supposedly different universes. Stan works for the CIA in Langley Falls, Virginia. Peter lives in Quahog, Rhode Island. These are distinct locations with distinct realities. Yet the families met and spent time together. That crossover was possible because both families access the dimensional nexus. The mall creates connection points between Fox animated universes, allowing characters to cross over when the barriers weaken. The stores inside the Quahog Mall are impossible. There are shops that sell products that don't exist. There are businesses that couldn't survive economically. There are entire sections of the mall that seem to appear only when the plot needs them. That's because these stores aren't all from the same universe. Some shops exist in the Family Guy reality, others are bleeding through from the Simpsons universe, others from American Dad, others from Bob's Burgers or King of the Hill. The mall is a collection of commercial spaces from multiple Fox animated dimensions, all occupying the same building. Characters behave differently at the mall than they do elsewhere in Quahog. Their personalities shift slightly. Their awareness changes. They sometimes break the fourth wall more easily or reference things that shouldn't exist in their reality. That's because the mall's dimensional properties affect consciousness. When you're standing at the intersection of multiple realities, your mind can perceive things from different universes. Characters become more meta-aware at the mall because they're literally standing between dimensions. The mall has survived catastrophic events that should have destroyed it. Quahog has been blown up, flooded, and devastated multiple times. Other buildings get destroyed and need rebuilding. But the mall always remains intact. That's because it doesn't fully exist in Quahog's physical space. The building has dimensional anchors in multiple universes simultaneously. When Quahog gets destroyed, the mall exists just as much in Springfield or Langley, Falls, or wherever else. Destroy the Family Guy version and it still exists in other dimensions, then reasserts itself back into Quahog when reality resets. Time works strangely at the mall. Characters can spend what feels like hours shopping, then leave and find that only minutes have passed outside. Or they enter for a quick errand and emerge to find hours gone. Temporal flow is inconsistent because time moves differently in different animated universes. The Simpsons time moves differently than Family Guy time, which moves differently than American Dad time. At the mall where all these timelines intersect, temporal coherence breaks down. You might spend Simpson time inside while Family Guy time continues outside. The mall's parking lot is another dimensional anomaly. Characters always find parking instantly, no matter how crowded it should be. The parking lot seems infinite despite the building having a fixed footprint. Cars disappear and reappear in different spots. That's because the parking lot exists in folded space. It's bigger on the inside than the outside, containing parking spaces from multiple dimensional iterations of the same mall. You park your car in one universe's version of the lot, and it's accessible from all versions simultaneously. Other Fox animated characters have been spotted in background shots at the Quahog Mall. Brief appearances, easy to miss, but they're there. Cleveland Brown worked for Family Guy, then got his own show, then came back. His ability to move between shows demonstrates that Fox animated properties are permeable to each other. The mall is the mechanism enabling this permeability. It's the backstage area where characters from different shows can cross over without disrupting their individual narratives. The mall's bathrooms are particularly strange. Multiple episodes feature weird events happening in mall bathrooms. Characters encounter impossible things there, have bizarre conversations, experience temporal anomalies. Bathrooms are liminal spaces in regular reality, areas between destinations where normal rules loosen. In a dimensional nexus like the Quahog Mall, bathrooms become even more liminal. They're spaces between spaces, the thinnest parts of the dimensional barrier where crossing over is easiest. The food court serves food from different realities. The restaurants there offer items that don't match their usual menus. Characters order things that shouldn't exist in their universe. That's because the food court sources from multiple dimensions. The Chinese restaurant might be serving food from The Simpsons' Springfield, the burger place from Bob's Burgers universe, the taco stand from American Dad's Langley Falls. The food court is literally serving meals from across the Fox animated multiverse. Peter has had interactions at the mall that he doesn't remember later. He'll reference meeting someone or seeing something there, but the details are fuzzy. Other characters have no memory of events Peter describes. That's dimensional bleed-through being incompletely integrated into memory. When you experience something at the intersection of multiple realities, your brain struggles to process and retain it. The memories exist in a quantum state, simultaneously real and unreal depending on which dimensional frequency your consciousness is tuned to. The mall's security is aware of the dimensional properties. Security guards at the Quahog Mall have shown unusual knowledge and capabilities. They appear where they're needed instantly. They seem to know things they shouldn't. They manage crowds that should be unmanageable. That's because mall security is trained to work in multi-dimensional space. They can perceive and navigate between the different universal layers. They're not just preventing shoplifting, they're managing dimensional traffic and preventing unauthorized crossovers. Stewie has built advanced technology using parts he bought at the mall. He's constructed time machines, dimensional portals, and reality-altering devices using components from mall stores. That technology shouldn't be available at a suburban shopping center, but the Quahog Mall has stores from universes with more advanced technology. Stewie unknowingly shops at stores that exist partially in futuristic or alternate dimensions, buying components that shouldn't exist in the Family Guy universe's current timeline. The mall hosts events that attract massive crowds from impossible distances. Sales and promotions bring people from all over, far more than Quahog's population could account for. That's because these crowds aren't just from Quahog, they're shoppers from other Fox animated universes who've crossed through the mall's dimensional barriers. When there's a big sale, beings from The Simpsons, American Dad, and other shows can cross over to take advantage of the deals. Stores have employees who don't seem to belong in Quahog, workers who speak with different accents, reference places that don't exist in Rhode Island, or have knowledge of events from other shows. These aren't transplants or travelers, they're employees who exist primarily in other dimensions but work shifts at the mall's multi-dimensional locations. The same person might work at the Springfield Mall in the Simpsons universe and the Quahog Mall in Family Guy universe because they're actually the same mall viewed from different dimensional angles. The mall's architecture is impossible. Staircases lead to floors that shouldn't exist based on the building's external height. Hallways connect in ways that violate Euclidean geometry. Stores are bigger inside than their frontage allows. This is dimensional folding. The building's interior exists in more dimensions than its exterior. Walking through the mall, you're navigating 4 or 5-dimensional space, compressed to appear 3-dimensional. The architecture reflects its true multi-dimensional nature. Music playing over the mall's speaker system sometimes includes songs from other universes. Characters hear melodies they don't recognize, references to events that never happened in their timeline, advertisements for products that don't exist in their reality. The PA system broadcasts across all dimensional iterations of the mall simultaneously, creating an audio mashup of content from different Fox animated universes. The mall's grand opening and history are vague and inconsistent. Different characters remember it being built at different times. Some recall it existing for decades, others think it's relatively new. That's because the mall doesn't have a single timeline. It was built in multiple universes at different points, and all those histories exist simultaneously. Ask about the mall's past, and you'll get different answers depending on which dimensional layer of memory you're accessing. Cleveland's return to Quahog after his own show ended demonstrates how the mall functions as a transition point. He left Family Guy, existed in his own show universe for years, then came back. That transition required crossing dimensional boundaries. The Cleveland show existed as a separate reality from Family Guy, and Cleveland navigated between them. The mall provides the infrastructure for these crossovers, the physical location where animated characters can shift between their different show realities. The Quahog Mall has a movie theater that shows films from different universes. Characters watch movies that don't exist in their timeline, see actors who aren't famous in their world, experience narratives that reference events from other Fox shows. The theater is showing films from across the multiverse, playing different dimensional versions of movies simultaneously. Which film you see depends on which reality layer you're most attuned to when you enter the screening room. Meg has had some of her most significant character moments at the mall. Her social interactions there, her attempts to fit in, her humiliations and small victories. The mall is where her character goes through changes that don't stick in other locations. That's because Meg at the mall is simultaneously Meg from multiple timeline iterations. Different versions of her from different episodes and seasons overlap at the mall. The character development that happens there affects multiple Megs across multiple realities, but doesn't always transfer back to the prime timeline. The mall's clearance section contains items that are anachronistic. Products from the future, discontinued items that were never released, merchandise from shows that don't exist. These clearance racks are where dimensional overflow gets dumped. When items cross over from other universes accidentally, they end up in clearance. The mall sells them cheap to clear out the dimensional clutter and maintain stable portal function. Electronic stores at the mall sell devices with impossible capabilities, TVs that pick up channels from other universes, phones that can call numbers that don't exist in the Family Guy reality, computers with internet access to websites from the Simpsons world. These aren't manufacturing defects, they're products from other dimensions being sold at the multi-universal mall. The electronics work fine in their native dimensions but have strange properties when used in the Family Guy universe. The mall's customer service desk handles complaints that don't make sense. People return products purchased in other dimensions. They complain about stores that don't exist in this version of the mall. They demand refunds for items that haven't been sold yet in this timeline. Customer service can handle these complaints because they're trained to work across dimensional boundaries. They process returns from the Simpsons universe, exchanges from American Dad universe, and refunds from timelines that haven't happened yet in the Family Guy universe. Seasonal decorations at the mall appear and disappear on schedules that don't match the calendar. Christmas decorations show up in summer, Halloween displays in spring. That's because the mall is decorated according to multiple universe calendars simultaneously. Different Fox animated shows have different seasonal timelines. The Simpsons might be celebrating Christmas while Family Guy is in summer. The mall's decorations reflect all these timelines at once, creating a temporal mishmash of seasonal displays. The mall has survived every apocalypse scenario that has threatened Quahog. Nuclear war, zombie outbreaks, alien invasions, all the catastrophic events that have destroyed the town. The mall remains operational through everything. That's because apocalypses are universe-specific. When the Family Guy universe experiences catastrophe, the mall shifts its dimensional anchor to a safer universe. It continues existing in the Simpsons reality or American Dad reality, where no apocalypse is occurring, then shifts back when Family Guy resets. Peter's chicken fights with Ernie have crashed through the mall multiple times. These battles destroy huge sections of the building, tear through stores, and kill bystanders. But the mall is always perfectly restored afterward with no sign of damage. The dimensional nature of the building allows instant reconstruction. When one-dimensional layer gets damaged, the mall simply emphasizes an undamaged layer from an alternate universe. The destroyed version gets phased out, and a pristine version from another dimension takes its place. The mall directory is different every time you look at it. The map shows different stores, different layouts, different anchor tenants. That's because the directory is trying to represent a multi-dimensional space on a two-dimensional map. It can't show all the stores from all the universes simultaneously, so it cycles through different dimensional views. Check the directory 5 minutes later and you're seeing the mall's layout from a different universal angle. Other animated characters shop there without anyone questioning their presence. Yellow-skinned people who look like they're from The Simpsons walk through the Quahog Mall and nobody reacts. The animation style differences that should be obvious get ignored. That's because at the mall, the dimensional barriers are so thin that people can perceive beings from other universes. The shoppers aren't hallucinations, they're actually there, physically present from their own realities. The Quahog Mall is the linchpin holding the Fox animated multiverse together. It exists simultaneously in every Fox animated show's universe, providing the stable connection point that makes crossovers possible. When characters from different shows meet, they're meeting at the mall or locations connected to it through dimensional resonance. The building is more than a shopping center, it's a multi-universal hub where the separate realities of Family Guy, The Simpsons, American Dad, and every other Fox animated property intersect and overlap. The mall doesn't exist in Quahog, it exists everywhere and nowhere. A portal disguised as a suburban shopping center where the boundaries between cartoon worlds dissolve and anything from any Fox show can walk through the door. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that the happy-go-lucky toy factory is where Lois quietly launders the Griffin family's crimes. The happy-go-lucky toy factory is not just making toys. When you examine Lois Griffin's connection to that facility, when you track the Griffin family's endless criminal activity and complete lack of legal consequences, when you notice how money flows through the Pewterschmidt family empire, the truth becomes undeniable. Lois is using the happy-go-lucky toy factory as a front operation to launder money from Griffin family crimes and erase evidence of their illegal activities. She's been doing it for years, and nobody suspects the innocent toy factory. Lois comes from the Pewterschmidt family, one of the wealthiest families in America. Her father, Carter Pewterschmidt, owns factories, corporations, and businesses across multiple industries. The Pewterschmidts have their hands in everything from shipping to manufacturing to international trade. They're not just rich, they're connected. They have the resources and infrastructure to move money, hide transactions, and cover up crimes. The toy factory is one small piece of their empire, but it serves a very specific purpose for Lois. The Griffin family commits crimes constantly. Peter has been involved in theft, assault, destruction of property, fraud, and dozens of other illegal activities. He's destroyed city property, stolen vehicles, assaulted people, and caused millions of dollars in damages. Lois herself has committed crimes. She's stolen from stores, been involved in illegal activities, taught Meg how to shoplift, and engaged in various forms of fraud and deception. The entire family breaks laws regularly without facing any real consequences. That's not luck. That's because someone is cleaning up their messes and making the legal problems disappear. Think about how a toy factory works as a money laundering operation. Toys are cheap to manufacture but can be sold for significant markup. You can claim you produced and sold thousands of toys when you actually made hundreds. The difference between claimed revenue and actual production cost is pure laundered money. Report that you sold 10,000 teddy bears at $20 each, but you only actually made and sold 1,000. That extra $180,000 in reported revenue can come from anywhere, including criminal activity, and it looks completely legitimate on paper. The factory has legitimate operations, which makes it perfect for hiding illegal activity. Real toys get manufactured and sold through normal channels. This creates a baseline of authentic business that shields the laundering. Inspectors see working production lines, legitimate orders, real products being shipped. They have no reason to dig deeper because the surface operation is genuine. Meanwhile, the financial records are inflated with fake sales that hide dirty money from Griffin family crimes. Lois has access to the factory through her family connections. The Pewterschmidts own it or have controlling interest. She doesn't need to explain her involvement because she's family. Nobody questions when Lois shows up at the factory or makes requests about operations. She has legitimate authority there, which gives her the freedom to manipulate records and move money without raising suspicion. Her position as a Pewterschmidt gives her cover to do whatever she needs. The Griffin family never faces consequences for their crimes despite committing them publicly. Peter has been arrested multiple times but never serves real jail time. The family has caused catastrophic damage to Quahog but never gets sued into bankruptcy. They've broken countless laws with witnesses and evidence, yet they continue living normally in their house on Spooner Street. Someone is paying off victims, settling lawsuits, bribing officials, and making problems disappear. That requires money, lots of it, and a system for moving that money without creating suspicious transactions. Lois has shown financial sophistication that Peter completely lacks. She manages the family finances, makes investment decisions, and handles complex money matters. She understands how money works in ways Peter never could. This knowledge didn't come from nowhere. She learned it growing up in the Pewterschmidt family, watching how her father's empire operates. She knows how to hide money, move funds between accounts, and create financial structures that obscure the source of income. The toy factory produces products for children, which means it deals in cash transactions, frequently. Parents buy toys with cash. Stores purchase inventory with various payment methods. Distributors handle bulk orders through complicated invoicing. This creates a natural environment for financial complexity where laundered money can hide among legitimate transactions. Nobody thinks twice about cash flow through a toy company because toys are normal consumer products with expected sales patterns. Lois has protected her family from consequences repeatedly throughout the series. When Peter does something terrible, Lois often helps cover it up or minimize damage. She's hidden evidence, lied to authorities, and used her resources to bail the family out of trouble. This isn't occasional desperate assistance. It's a pattern of systematic protection. She has systems in place to handle Griffin family disasters because they happen so frequently. The toy factory is the financial infrastructure supporting these cover-ups. The factory can employ people as legitimate workers while actually using them for other purposes. Someone who needs to disappear from a crime scene can be given a factory job with paperwork showing they were working during the time in question. Alibis get manufactured through employment records. The factory provides legitimate employment that can account for people's time and whereabouts, which is useful when covering up crimes that require alibis for multiple people. Shipping and receiving at a toy factory creates opportunities to move more than just toys. Containers leaving the factory could contain evidence that needs to be destroyed, items that need to be hidden, or materials that need to be transported secretly. Trucks arriving with raw materials could bring in things the Griffins need to hide. The constant flow of deliveries and shipments provides cover for moving anything Lois needs to make disappear. The Pewterschmidt family has shown they're willing to engage in illegal activity for profit and power. Carter has been involved in unethical business practices, exploitation, and morally questionable operations throughout the series. He's not above breaking rules when it benefits him. If Lois came to him needing help covering up Griffin family crimes, he wouldn't refuse out of moral principle. He'd help because she's family and the Pewterschmidts protect their own. The toy factory is probably one of many Pewterschmidt assets used for shady purposes. Lois has hidden capabilities that surface during crises. She can fight, she can shoot. She has skills that suburban mothers don't typically possess. These abilities suggest training and experience beyond what she admits. Someone taught her how to handle dangerous situations. The Pewterschmidt family likely provided that education, preparing her to handle the messy realities of protecting family interests. Using the toy factory for laundering is just applying those skills to financial crime instead of physical confrontation. The factory's location in or near Quahog is strategically important. Being local means Lois can access it easily without raising questions about why she's traveling. She can visit the factory, check on operations, and handle problems personally without creating a suspicious pattern of trips to distant locations. The proximity gives her control over the operation while maintaining the appearance of normal suburban life. Peter has caused financial damages that should have bankrupted the family dozens of times over. He's destroyed property worth millions, caused injuries requiring massive medical payouts, and created liability situations that should have resulted in devastating lawsuits. Yet the Griffins maintain their standard of living without apparent financial strain. That money has to come from somewhere. Lois's family wealth helps, but wealth alone isn't enough. You need active money generation to cover ongoing, massive expenses. The toy factory provides that ongoing revenue stream. The factory employs workers who don't ask questions. Manufacturing jobs attract people who need steady work and won't probe into business operations beyond their specific tasks. Production line workers assemble toys, package products, and ship orders without seeing the bigger financial picture. They have no reason to know that the company's reported sales numbers don't match actual production. They just do their jobs while management handles the money laundering above their awareness level. Lois has contacts throughout Quahog's business and social infrastructure. She knows people in government, law enforcement, business, and social circles. These relationships give her the ability to make problems disappear through favors, payoffs, and influence. When the Griffins need something handled quietly, Lois knows who to call. The toy factory provides the financial resources to pay these contacts while maintaining plausible deniability about where the money comes from. The factory's books can be manipulated to show whatever Lois needs them to show. Claim high production costs to explain why profits are lower than sales would suggest. Report equipment purchases that never happen to justify large expenditures. Create fake vendor relationships to move money to shell companies. Financial records are just numbers on paper, and Lois has the sophistication to make those numbers tell whatever story serves her purposes. Toys get recalled, discontinued, or destroyed as normal business practice. This creates legitimate reasons to dispose of inventory, which can include disposing of evidence. Destroy a batch of toys contaminated with a chemical, and nobody questions it. But that same disposal process can destroy other items that need to disappear. The factory's waste management systems provide cover for making physical evidence vanish. Lois has shown she'll do absolutely anything to protect her children. She's fought, killed, and broken laws when her family is threatened. Using a toy factory to launder money and cover crimes is mild compared to some things she's done. If manipulating financial records keeps her children out of prison or protects Peter from consequences of his stupidity, she'll do it without hesitation. The factory is just another tool in her arsenal for family protection. The Griffin children have been involved in criminal activity too. Chris has stolen things, vandalized property, and engaged in illegal behavior. Meg has committed crimes ranging from theft to assault. Stewie has built illegal weapons, created dangerous technology, and done things that would result in serious legal consequences if discovered. Every member of the family generates legal exposure that needs to be managed. The toy factory's laundering operation covers all of them. Employee paychecks at the factory can include people who don't actually work there. Lois can put anyone on the payroll and give them legitimate documented income. This helps when someone needs an apparent source of funds that doesn't raise questions. The factory payroll is another way to move money where it needs to go while maintaining the appearance of normal business operations. The factory has probably been used for this purpose long before Lois married Peter. The Pewterschmidts likely established it as a laundering operation for their own activities, and Lois simply adapted it to handle Griffin family needs. She learned how the system works, then applied it to her own situation. The infrastructure was already in place, she just redirected it to serve her purposes. Quality control at a toy factory involves destroying defective products. Toys that don't meet standards get pulled from production and disposed of. This creates a category of legitimate waste that can hide other disposals. Anything that needs to be destroyed can be mixed with defective toy inventory and eliminated through normal quality control processes. The documentation shows legitimate business waste, not evidence destruction. Lois maintains relationships with the factory's management and key personnel. She knows the plant manager, the financial officers, the people who handle shipping and receiving. These relationships are cultivated carefully to ensure loyalty and discretion. The people running day-to-day operations understand that their real job isn't making toys, it's protecting Schmidt family interests. They're well compensated for their discretion and loyalty. The factory can generate invoices and receipts for transactions that never happened. Need to explain where money came from? The factory sold toys to a distributor. Need to account for a large payment? Equipment maintenance and repairs. The factory's legitimate business operations provide endless, plausible explanations for money movement. Every transaction has documentation that looks authentic because it's created using the factory's real business systems. Lois has shown financial desperation at times, but it always resolves mysteriously. The family will be broke one episode, then suddenly have money again without clear explanation of where it came from. Peter loses jobs regularly, creating income gaps that should devastate their finances. Yet they recover quickly. The toy factory provides emergency funding when needed, laundering whatever money Lois can access through her family into clean income that can support the Griffins. The factory's products are distributed widely, creating a complex supply chain. Toys shipped to distributors, retailers, and international markets. This web of business relationships creates numerous points where money can enter or exit the system. Lois can manipulate pricing, claim sales to non-existent distributors, or inflate international orders to move money globally while maintaining the appearance of legitimate toy sales. Insurance claims are another avenue for moving money. The factory can file claims for damaged inventory, workplace accidents, or equipment failures. These claims generate legitimate insurance payouts that can exceed actual damages. The difference becomes laundered money flowing back to Lois's control. Insurance companies process claims based on documentation, and the factory creates whatever documentation serves its purposes. Lois has connections to people who need money laundering services themselves. She could be offering the factory's capabilities to others for a fee. Criminals in Quahog or beyond could pay to have their money cleaned through the toy factory's operations. This creates an additional revenue stream while building a network of people who owe Lois favors. These connections give her even more power to protect her family and handle problems. The factory's accounting systems are deliberately complex and opaque. Multiple subsidiaries, international transactions, cross-company transfers, and convoluted ownership structures make it nearly impossible for outsiders to track money flow. Auditors get lost in the maze of legitimate business complexity and never find the laundering operations hidden within. The factory's books are technically legal while serving completely illegal purposes. Lois has never been caught or seriously investigated despite the Griffin family's constant criminal activity. Law enforcement has questioned her, but nothing sticks. Prosecutors have looked at the family but never filed charges that matter. That protection comes from the laundering operation providing resources to pay lawyers, bribe officials, and settle cases before they become serious threats. The toy factory is the financial engine powering the legal shield around the entire Griffin family. The happy-go-lucky toy factory sits innocently in Quahog, producing children's playthings while secretly serving as the financial backbone of Lois Griffin's family protection operation. Every crime Peter commits, every disaster the family causes, every legal problem that should destroy them, gets resolved through money laundered and distributed via the factory's sophisticated financial systems. Lois learned from the Schmidt empire how to use legitimate business to hide illegal activity, and she's applied that knowledge perfectly. The factory isn't where joy is made, it's where crimes are erased, transformed from criminal liability into clean corporate revenue that keeps the Griffin family safe from consequences they should have faced years ago. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that Quog Town Hall is a front for interdimensional politics run by Mayor West's doppelgangers. Quog Town Hall is not running normal municipal government. When you examine Mayor Adam West's behavior, when you track the impossible decisions coming from that building, when you notice how many versions of the same mayor seem to exist simultaneously, the truth becomes clear. Town Hall is a front operation for interdimensional politics, and Mayor Adam West is not one person but multiple doppelgangers from parallel dimensions who take turns governing Quahog. The building serves as a meeting point where different versions of reality negotiate and coordinate across the multiverse. Mayor Adam West acted insane. Not eccentric, not quirky, actually insane by any normal standard. He fought imaginary enemies, made proclamations that made no sense, engaged in bizarre crusades against threats that didn't exist. He declared war on the sun. He fought a sea monster that nobody else saw. He banned marriage because he got left at the altar. These aren't the actions of a mentally ill person. They're the actions of someone operating with knowledge from multiple dimensions simultaneously. West was fighting enemies and solving problems that existed in other realities, but not in the prime Family Guy universe. Think about how many times West demonstrated knowledge he shouldn't have. He knew about events before they happened. He understood threats that hadn't manifested yet. He talked about people and places that didn't exist in Quahog's reality. Yeah, that's because he wasn't just the mayor of this Quahog, he was simultaneously mayor of multiple Quahogs across different dimensions. Information from other realities bled into his consciousness, making him appear insane when he was actually processing data from parallel universes. Town Hall itself has properties that suggest dimensional instability. The building's interior layout changes between episodes. Rooms appear and disappear. The size of the building doesn't match its external dimensions. Characters enter through one door and exit through another that shouldn't connect. The architecture is impossible because Town Hall exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Different wings of the building extend into different realities, creating a structure that's bigger and more complex than three-dimensional space allows. West had multiple enemies who appeared from nowhere with no backstory. These rivals and antagonists showed up, challenged him, then disappeared completely. A normal mayor doesn't have nemesis appearing from thin air, but an interdimensional mayor would have enemies from other realities who cross over to challenge him. These weren't random crazy people. They were other mayors or leaders from parallel dimensions competing for control over the multiverse's political structure. The decisions made at Town Hall often made no sense for local government, but perfect sense for interdimensional coordination. West would declare things that had nothing to do with running a city. He'd make proclamations about abstract concepts, ban things that didn't need banning, create laws that solved problems nobody in Quahog had. These weren't the ravings of a madman. They were policies affecting other dimensions. He was governing multiple Quahogs simultaneously, and the laws that seemed insane in this reality were necessary in others. Wes showed awareness of the fourth wall and the nature of reality itself. He knew he was in a television show. He referenced episodes and seasons. He understood that his reality was constructed and artificial. That level of meta-awareness doesn't happen naturally. It comes from existing at the intersection of multiple realities, where you can perceive the framework holding those realities together. West could see beyond his own dimension because he occupied a position spanning multiple dimensions. Town Hall staff members showed unusual loyalty and understanding. They followed West's bizarre orders without question. They implemented insane policies without protest. That's not normal bureaucratic compliance. That's awareness of the true situation. The people working at Town Hall know about the interdimensional politics. They're trained to handle multiple versions of the mayor appearing, different realities overlapping, and policies that serve purposes beyond normal government. They're interdimensional civil servants. The building survived every catastrophe that hit Quahog. When the town got destroyed by nuclear weapons, floods, invasions, and disasters, Town Hall remained standing or was restored instantly. That's because the building has dimensional anchors in multiple realities simultaneously. Destroy the Town Hall in this dimension, and it still exists in dozens of others. The structure reasserts itself because it's essential infrastructure for interdimensional governance. Without Town Hall, the multiverse's political coordination collapses. West had access to resources and technology that a small city mayor shouldn't possess. He had advanced surveillance capabilities. He knew about secret programs and classified information. He could mobilize responses to threats instantly. These capabilities came from his position in interdimensional politics. As mayor of multiple Quahogs across multiple dimensions, he had combined resources from all those realities. He could call on technology from advanced dimensions, knowledge from alternate timelines, and support from versions of Quahog that were more developed. The mayor's office itself is a dimensional nexus. When characters enter that office, strange things happen. Time moves differently. People experience déjà vu. Conversations loop back on themselves. That's because the office exists at the intersection of multiple timelines. When you sit in the mayor's chair, you're simultaneously sitting in that chair across dozens of dimensions. The office is the control room where different versions of West coordinate their activities across the multiverse. West's death in real life led to the character being retired from the show. But within the show's reality, this can be explained through dimensional theory. One version of West died, but other versions continue existing in parallel dimensions. The Prime Family Guy universe lost its West, but other Quahogs still have theirs. Town Hall continues operating because other dimensional variants of West are still governing their versions of Quahog, and those governance structures affect all dimensions through the Town Hall nexus. The new mayor who took over after West showed none of the same awareness or capabilities. That's because the replacement is just a normal person governing one dimension's Quahog. They don't have access to the interdimensional political structure. They can't coordinate across realities. Town Hall under new leadership has reverted to normal municipal function in the prime dimension, but the building still serves its interdimensional purpose in layers of reality the new mayor can't perceive. West held meetings that nobody else attended. He'd be in conference rooms alone talking to empty chairs, making deals with invisible participants. Those weren't hallucinations, those were interdimensional meetings. The other participants existed in parallel dimensions and were present in their versions of Town Hall simultaneously. West could perceive and communicate with them, while observers in his dimension only saw him talking to nobody. The Town Hall archives contain impossible records, documents from dates that haven't occurred yet, records of events that never happened in this timeline, files on people who don't exist in this reality. These archives store information from multiple dimensions. The building serves as a repository for records across the multiverse, creating an impossible library where past, present, and future from different realities all exist simultaneously on file. West made diplomatic contacts with entities that shouldn't exist. He negotiated with organizations nobody else could identify. He attended summits that were never announced. He represented Quahog in contexts that made no sense. That's because he was conducting diplomacy with other dimensional governments. When he attended a summit, he was meeting with mayors or leaders from parallel realities to coordinate policies, affecting multiple dimensions. Town Hall's budget made no sense. The city spent money on programs that didn't exist, allocated funds to departments nobody could identify, and had income from sources that couldn't be traced. That's because the budget incorporated resources from multiple dimensions. Money flowed between realities through Town Hall's financial systems. West could access funding from wealthy Quahogs to support programs in poor Quahogs, balancing resources across the multiverse. The building's security was excessive for a small city hall. Advanced surveillance systems, heavily armed guards, restricted areas with clearance levels that made no sense for municipal government. This security wasn't protecting normal city operations. It was securing a dimensional nexus. Town Hall needed security to prevent unauthorized dimensional crossings, protect sensitive information from other realities, and ensure the integrity of interdimensional political processes. West sometimes appeared in multiple places simultaneously. Characters would see the mayor at Town Hall, then minutes later encounter him across town, with no explanation for how he traveled so fast. That's because multiple West doppelgangers exist in the same dimension at the same time. Different versions from different dimensions occasionally overlap in the prime reality, creating situations where two or more Wests are physically present in Quahog simultaneously. The mayor's public appearances followed patterns that suggested coordination across dimensions. West would make statements that aligned perfectly with events happening in other Fox animated universes. When significant things occurred in The Simpsons or American Dad, West would make seemingly random proclamations that actually related to those events. He was coordinating with leaders from other animated realities, making sure policies aligned across the Fox multiverse. Town Hall hosted events that attracted impossible attendees, foreign dignitaries who didn't represent real countries, officials from organizations that didn't exist, delegations speaking languages nobody recognized. These weren't frauds or hallucinations, they were representatives from other dimensions. Town Hall serves as a neutral meeting ground, where beings from different realities can gather for diplomatic purposes. The building's construction materials are unusual. The stone and metal used in Town Hall don't match anything else in Quahog's architecture. Chemical analysis would probably show elements that don't exist naturally in this dimension. The building was constructed using materials sourced from multiple realities, creating a structure that's physically stable across dimensional boundaries. Normal buildings exist in one reality. Town Hall exists in all of them. West's personal history was inconsistent and impossible to verify. Different sources gave different backgrounds for him. His past changed depending on who was asked. That's because multiple West variants have different histories. The West governing this Quahog might have one background, while West from another dimension has a completely different past. When people research the mayor's history, they're accessing information from multiple Wests across multiple dimensions. Town Hall announcements and proclamations were broadcast in ways that reached beyond Quahog. The mayor's statements would somehow be heard in other Fox animated universes. Characters in The Simpsons or American Dad would reference things Mayor West said, even though there's no normal communication channel between those shows. West's broadcasts went out across dimensional frequencies, allowing his messages to reach other realities. The building's basement extended impossibly deep. Characters descending into Town Hall's lower levels have encountered areas that shouldn't exist based on the building's location and Quahog's geography. The basement goes down dozens of floors, passing below the water table, below the bedrock, into spaces that violate physical laws. Those lower levels extend into other dimensions, providing access to infrastructure that exists in parallel realities. West had knowledge of everyone in Quahog that exceeded normal mayoral access. He knew intimate details about people's lives without investigation. He understood their motivations and histories without asking. That's because he governed multiple versions of these same people across multiple dimensions. He knew Peter Griffin in 100 realities, so he understood Peter on a level no single-dimension mayor could achieve. This knowledge informed his interactions and policies. Town hall elections were staged theatrical events with predetermined outcomes. West won every election by impossible margins. Opposition candidates disappeared or withdrew mysteriously. Voting irregularities were obvious but never investigated. That's because the elections weren't actually choosing a mayor, they were maintaining the appearance of democratic process while the real governance happened across dimensions. West's position was secured by interdimensional agreement, not local voting. The building's clock tower showed different times simultaneously. Look at the clock from one angle and it says 3 o'clock. Look from another angle and it shows 7:30. The clock displays time from multiple dimensions at once. Time flows differently in different realities, and Town Hall's clock reflects this by showing multiple times simultaneously depending on which dimensional layer you're perceiving. West communicated with his doppelgangers through systems built into Town Hall. The building has communication equipment that operates across dimensions. When West needed to coordinate with his other versions, he'd use these systems to hold conferences with himself from parallel realities. Observers would see him talking to himself, but he was actually having strategic discussions with his dimensional variants. Town Hall's role in Quahog's reality problems becomes clear through this framework. The town resets after disasters because Town Hall coordinates the reset across dimensions. When Quahog gets destroyed, West and his doppelgangers activate protocols that restore the town using templates from undamaged dimensions. The building serves as the mechanism controlling Quahog's relationship with time, space, and causality across multiple realities. The policies West implemented often caused short-term chaos but long-term stability. He'd do something that seemed completely insane. Quahog would spiral into crisis, then mysteriously everything would work out. That's because his policies were designed to affect multiple dimensions. The chaos in one dimension created stability in others. West was optimizing across the multiverse, not just managing one city. His decisions benefited the collective Quahogs even when they harmed the specific Quahog he was visibly governing. Town Hall employment records show people who never worked there, and missing records for people who definitely did. The personnel files are a mess of contradictions and impossibilities. That's because the records combine data from multiple dimensions. Employees who worked at Town Hall in other realities appear in the files. Workers who only existed in the prime dimension might not show up because their records got overwritten by data from a different reality. West's final acts before his character's retirement involved setting up systems to continue without him. He established protocols, appointed successors, and created structures that would maintain Town Hall's interdimensional function even without his active presence. He knew one version of himself was ending, so he ensured the multiverse coordination would continue through institutional mechanisms rather than relying on his personal presence. The building itself gained more autonomy after West's departure. Town Hall began making decisions independent of the mayor's office. Policies appeared without anyone enacting them. The building was operating on programming West installed, continuing interdimensional governance through automated systems his doppelgangers created across multiple realities. Town Hall became a self-running, interdimensional government building that no longer needed a single visible leader. Quog Town Hall stands at the center of Quahog as a monument to municipal government, but it's actually the command center for politics spanning infinite dimensions. Mayor Adam West wasn't one eccentric leader, but a composite of infinite versions coordinating across realities, using Town Hall as their meeting point and control system. Every bizarre policy, every insane decision, every impossible action was interdimensional governance playing out in a dimension whose residents couldn't perceive the true scope. The building doesn't govern one city, it manages infinite cities, coordinating the political structure of the multiverse through the actions of a mayor who existed everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, using Quahog as the anchor point for a governmental system spanning all possible realities. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that the Dr. Hartman Medical Center harvests clones of Peter to keep Quahog running. Dr. Hartman's medical center is not providing normal health care. When you examine Peter Griffin's impossible survival rate, when you track how quickly he recovers from fatal injuries, when you notice Dr. Hartman's casual attitude toward catastrophic medical situations, the evidence becomes overwhelming. The medical center is running a cloning operation that produces copies of Peter Griffin, and these clones serve multiple purposes. They replace Peter when he dies, provide spare parts for repairs, and most disturbing of all, their organs and tissue are harvested to keep other Quahog residents alive and functioning. Dr. Hartman has turned his medical practice into a clone farm with Peter as the primary product. Peter Griffin dies constantly. He gets decapitated, crushed, exploded, shot, stabbed, and killed in ways that absolutely end human life. In one episode, his skeleton is completely removed from his body and he's just a pile of flesh on the floor. In another, he gets his head blown off. He's been cut in half, burned alive, and suffered fatal injuries dozens of times across hundreds of episodes. Yet he's always fine by the next scene or next episode. That's not cartoon physics or lucky survival, that's systematic replacement. When Peter dies, Dr. Hartman activates a clone from storage, and that clone takes over Peter's life with nobody noticing the switch. Look at how fast Peter recovers from injuries that should require months of healing. He breaks bones and he's walking the next day. He suffers massive trauma and he's back to normal immediately. He's had organs removed and continues functioning without them. Normal human biology cannot explain this recovery rate, but clone replacement can. Peter doesn't heal from these injuries, he gets replaced by an undamaged clone. The injured Peter dies or gets disposed of, and a fresh Peter clone takes his place. The continuity of Peter's existence is an illusion maintained by an endless supply of identical replacements. Dr. Hartman shows no surprise when Peter survives impossible injuries. A normal doctor would be shocked when a patient comes back from fatal trauma. Dr. Hartman just treats it as routine. He's seen Peter die and return dozens of times because he's the one managing the replacement system. When Peter shows up at the hospital after being killed, Hartman knows this is a clone, not the original. He performs whatever minimal treatment maintains the illusion, while preparing the next clone for the inevitable next fatal incident. The medical center has capabilities that make no sense for a small city hospital. They have advanced surgical facilities, extensive storage areas, and equipment that suggests research operations beyond normal healthcare. The building is larger than it should be, with wings and sections that patients never see. Those hidden areas are where the cloning happens. Dr. Hartman runs the public-facing medical practice as cover for the clone production facility, operating in the restricted sections of the building. Think about the resources required for cloning. You need genetic material, growth acceleration technology, memory imprinting systems to give clones Peter's personality and memories, and storage for mature clones ready to deploy. The medical center has all of this hidden within its structure. The basement levels and restricted wings contain clone banks where dozens or hundreds of Peter Griffins exist in suspended animation, waiting to be activated when the current Peter dies. Dr. Hartman's incompetence is deliberate misdirection. He acts like a bumbling idiot who misdiagnoses everything and performs unnecessary procedures. This makes people think he's harmless and stupid. Nobody suspects that the incompetent doctor is actually running a sophisticated cloning operation. His public incompetence provides cover for his real work. While everyone thinks he's an idiot who barely graduated medical school, he's actually a genius geneticist producing and managing human clones. The unnecessary procedures Hartman performs serve the cloning operation. He takes tissue samples he claims are for tests but actually uses for clone production. He removes organs he says are diseased but actually harvests for the clone system. Every time Peter visits for a routine checkup, Hartman is collecting genetic material and biological samples to maintain and improve the clone stock. Peter thinks he's getting normal medical care, but he's actually being farmed for material to produce more copies of himself. Peter has had his entire body reconstructed multiple times throughout the series. He's been reduced to component parts and put back together. He's had brain surgery, organ transplants, and systematic rebuilding that should be impossible. That's because Hartman isn't repairing the original Peter, he's assembling new Peters from cloned parts. When Peter's body is too damaged to replace wholesale, Hartman swaps out individual components. Brain from one clone, heart from another, organs from a third, all assembled into a functioning Peter. The clones are not just for Peter replacement. They're being harvested to keep all of Quahog running. When Joe needs new legs, where do those come from? When Quagmire needs organ replacement, where does Hartman source the parts? When any Quahog resident needs biological material, Hartman provides it from his clone bank. Peter clones are the universal donor supply for the entire town. Their organs, tissue, and body parts get harvested and used to repair and maintain everyone else. This explains why medical costs never bankrupt the Griffin family despite constant hospital visits. Peter should owe millions in medical bills from his endless injuries and treatments. But the costs are minimal or non-existent because Hartman isn't actually providing expensive medical care. He's just swapping clones and harvesting parts from his existing stock. The medical center makes money from insurance fraud, billing for procedures that never happened while actually just managing the clone inventory. Lois has never questioned Peter's impossible survival rate. She's watched him die and return countless times without investigating how it's possible. That's because she knows about the clones. Hartman probably approached the family years ago and explained the system. When Peter inevitably dies from his stupidity, clones are available to replace him so the family doesn't lose their husband and father. Lois accepted this arrangement because the alternative is watching Peter actually die permanently from one of his many fatal incidents. The children show signs of knowing too. They've witnessed Peter's deaths and resurrections without appropriate trauma responses. Kids who watch their father die should be psychologically destroyed. Meg, Chris, and Stewie treat it as normal because they've been conditioned to understand that Peter is replaceable. When Dad dies, a new identical dad appears and life continues. They've never known a world where Peter isn't backed up by clones. Stewie's advanced technology and scientific knowledge might come from exposure to the medical center's cloning systems. A baby doesn't develop genius-level genetics and engineering skills from nowhere. If Stewie spent time around the clone facility as an infant, if he was exposed to the technology and procedures, his developing brain could have absorbed that knowledge. He built time machines and advanced devices because he learned from observing Hartman's cloning operation. Brian the talking dog provides more evidence. A dog that walks upright, talks, and functions as human is biologically impossible without genetic engineering. Brian is not a normal dog, he's a genetically modified creation. The same facility that produces Peter clones could have created Brian through similar processes. Hartman experiments with genetic manipulation beyond just cloning, creating entirely new forms of life. Brian is proof that the medical center can and does produce living beings that shouldn't exist. The clones explain Peter's changing personality and intelligence across episodes. Sometimes Peter is relatively functional, other times he's completely brain-dead. These aren't character inconsistencies, they're different clones with variations in cognitive capability. The cloning process isn't perfect. Some batches produce Peters who are slightly smarter, others produce Peters who are dumber. The Peter you're watching in any given episode might be a different clone than the Peter from the previous episode, explaining the personality drift. Memory continuity between clones is maintained through neural imprinting technology. When a clone is activated, it receives a memory download from the previous Peter. This isn't perfect, which explains why Peter forgets major events and experiences memory gaps. The transfer process loses some data, creating holes in the clone's memory. Peter doesn't remember things because those memories never successfully transferred from the previous clone to the current one. Dr. Hartman has access to Peter at all times through monitoring systems. The clones probably have tracking implants that let Hartman monitor vital signs remotely. When a Peter dies, Hartman gets an alert, retrieves the body, and deploys a replacement clone within hours. This explains the rapid turnaround. Peter dies in the evening, and by next morning, a fresh Peter is living Peter's life. The medical center operates 24/7, managing the clone rotation. The facility's staff are all complicit in the operation. Nurses, technicians, and other medical personnel know about the clones and help maintain the system. They're paid extremely well for their silence and participation. Some might even be clones themselves, produced by Hartman to serve as loyal workers who can never expose the operation because they're products of it. The entire medical center staff might be clone-based, creating a workforce with built-in loyalty. Quahog's population stability despite constant deaths makes sense through clone replacement. People die in Quahog all the time from Peter's actions, from disasters, from violence. Yet the population remains steady. That's because Hartman replaces the dead with clones. When someone dies, their family gets offered a clone replacement. Most accept because the alternative is permanent loss. The medical center has expanded beyond just Peter clones to producing clones of anyone who dies and whose family wants them back. This creates a town where death is temporary for those who can afford clone replacement. The wealthy definitely have access to this service. Carter Pewterschmidt probably has dozens of clones in storage. When rich people in Quahog die, they resurrect through the clone system. This explains why, no matter what happens, the same characters keep appearing. They're not surviving impossible odds, they're being systematically replaced by clones when they die. The original Peter Griffin probably died years ago. The Peter we watch in current episodes might be the 20th or 50th or 100th clone. Each clone lives for a while, dies from Peter's reckless behavior, and gets replaced by the next clone. There's no continuous Peter Griffin spanning the show's entire run. Instead, there's a succession of Peters, each believing they're the original, while actually being part of a long chain of replacements. Clone degradation might explain Peter getting dumber over time. Early clones were higher quality, closer to the original Peters, intelligence and capability. As cloning continued, each generation degraded slightly. Errors accumulated in the genetic copying process. By now, the Peter clones being produced are significantly dumber than the original Peter. The show's characters haven't gotten dumber due to bad writing, they've gotten dumber due to clone degradation affecting half the cast. Hartman stores hundreds of Peter clones at various ages. There are infant Peter clones, teenage Peter clones, young adult Peter clones, and middle-aged Peter clones. When a Peter dies, Hartman selects a replacement that matches the current Peter's age. This maintains continuity and prevents anyone from noticing that Peter should be aging but isn't. The clone bank contains Peters at every life stage, ready for deployment whenever needed. The clones are not conscious until activated. They exist in suspended animation, brain activity suppressed, essentially alive but not aware. When Hartman needs a new Peter, he wakes one up, imprints the necessary memories, and deploys it. The clone experiences consciousness for the first time, already believing it's Peter Griffin with years of existing memories. It has no knowledge of being a clone or spending time in suspended animation before activation. The medical center's power consumption is abnormally high for a hospital its size. Maintaining hundreds of clones in suspended animation requires enormous energy. Growth acceleration tanks, memory imprinting equipment, genetic sequencing systems, and storage facilities all draw massive power. The facility's electrical usage should raise questions, but it doesn't because Hartman has arrangements with the power company. They provide what he needs without investigation in exchange for clone services when their own employees need replacement. Harvesting. Peter clones for parts creates ethical nightmares that Hartman completely ignores. Each clone is a living human being, genetically identical to Peter, with the potential for full consciousness and personhood. Hartman treats them as inventory, as spare parts to be used when needed. He kills conscious clones to harvest their organs for other patients. He maintains brain-dead Peters on life support to keep their organs fresh for transplant. The medical center is running industrial-scale human rights violations hidden behind normal hospital operations. The clone program explains Quahog's acceptance of impossible events. The residents have been conditioned through clone exposure to accept things that violate normal reality. When you live in a town where people die and resurrect regularly, where bodies get repaired with cloned parts, where the impossible is routine medical procedure, you stop questioning reality. Quahog residents accept alien invasions and time travel because they're already living in a world where death is optional and human cloning is standard healthcare. Peter's DNA is probably ideal for cloning for some reason. His genetics might have unusual stability or resistance to clone degradation. Hartman chose Peter as the primary clone source because Peter's genetic material produces the highest quality clones with the longest viability. Other people can be cloned, but Peter clones are the gold standard. His tissue is compatible with more recipients, his organs last longer after transplant, his genetic structure is just better suited for the cloning process. The Catholic Church should be investigating this medical center for playing God through human cloning. But religious authorities in Quahog are either bought off, clones themselves, or deliberately kept ignorant. Hartman has probably replaced key religious leaders with clones who won't interfere with his operation. When the local priest is actually a clone produced by the medical center, he's not going to preach against the facility that created him. The facility's waste disposal must be handling enormous amounts of biological material. Failed clones, harvested bodies, extracted organs that weren't suitable for use, all this requires disposal. The medical center probably has industrial incinerators running constantly, burning the evidence of their clone production. The smoke people see from the hospital isn't from normal medical waste, it's from hundreds of failed or used clones being destroyed. Hartman keeps meticulous records of every clone produced, deployed, and harvested. These records are stored in secure systems that track which Peter clone is currently active, which clones are in storage, which bodies have been disposed of, and which parts have been harvested for use. The database is incredibly detailed because mixing up clones or losing track of deployments would expose the entire operation. Every Peter needs perfect documentation to maintain the illusion of continuity. The medical center has protocols for emergency clone deployment. If Peter dies publicly where recovery of the body is impossible, Hartman has backup plans. A new Peter clone is introduced claiming he survived against all odds, or the death gets covered up, and a clone quietly takes over Peter's life while everyone is told Peter was just injured. The system is flexible enough to handle any scenario where Peter needs replacement under difficult circumstances. Insurance companies know about the cloning and cooperate because it's profitable. Keeping Peter alive through clones is cheaper than paying life insurance benefits to his family. The insurers would rather pay for clone maintenance than for Peter's death payout. They've made arrangements with Hartman where they fund the cloning operation in exchange for keeping their policyholders alive indefinitely. It's a business decision that benefits both parties while victimizing the clones who are treated as property. The clones have no legal rights or protections. They're not registered as people. They have no birth certificates or social security numbers. They exist entirely outside the legal system. This lets Hartman use them however he wants without legal consequences. You can't prosecute someone for murdering a clone if the clone legally doesn't exist as a person. The medical center operates in a legal gray area where human cloning is neither explicitly permitted nor forbidden, and Hartman exploits that ambiguity ruthlessly. Quahog's future depends entirely on the clone program continuing. So many residents have been replaced by clones or repaired with cloned parts that stopping the operation would reveal the truth to hundreds of families. The town is locked into accepting the system because the alternative is admitting that most of Quahog's population isn't who they think they are. The medical center has made itself indispensable by integrating clone technology so deeply into the town's infrastructure that Quahog cannot function without it. Dr. Hartman's medical center is not healing Quahog, it's maintaining Quahog through systematic human cloning and organ harvesting, using Peter Griffin as the primary genetic source. Every Peter who dies gets replaced by a clone from the facility's extensive storage banks. Every resident who needs medical intervention receives cloned tissue or organs harvested from Peter duplicates. The entire town runs on a hidden infrastructure of human cloning that turns Peter Griffin into a renewable biological resource, farmed and processed to keep Quahog's population alive and functional, while the original Peter Griffin has been dead for years, replaced by an endless succession of copies who live, die, and get replaced in a cycle that Dr. Hartman maintains with cold efficiency behind the facade of incompetent medical practice. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that Quahog's suburban neighborhood was built directly over a cursed native time loop. The Quahog suburban neighborhood, particularly Spooner Street and the surrounding residential areas, sits on cursed ground. When you examine the impossible repetition of events, when you track how many times the same scenarios play out with slight variations, when you notice that nobody in the neighborhood can escape their patterns no matter how hard they try, the evidence becomes undeniable. The entire suburban district was built directly over a Native American sacred site that contains a temporal curse, and that curse has trapped everyone living there in an endless time loop. The residents repeat the same behaviors, face the same conflicts, and live the same lives over and over because the land beneath their homes won't let them break free. Quahog was built on land that originally belonged to Native American tribes. This is established fact in the show's universe. The area has history going back centuries before European settlement. When colonizers took this land, they built over sacred sites without understanding or caring what they were disturbing. The Quahog suburban neighborhood sits on what was once a ceremonial ground, where native tribes performed rituals related to time, cycles, and eternal recurrence. The curse was placed either as protection against desecration or as revenge for the land being stolen and built upon. The Griffin family has lived in the same house on Spooner Street for over 20 years of episodes without anyone aging. Peter and Lois stay the same age. Their children never grow up. Stewie remains a baby forever. Chris never graduates high school. Meg never escapes her teenage years. That's not cartoon convention, that's the curse manifesting. The land traps families in specific life stages and refuses to let time progress normally. Everyone on Spooner Street is frozen in a temporal loop, where they age infinitely slowly or not at all because the cursed ground beneath them has locked them into eternal recurrence. Look at the repetitive nature of events on Spooner Street. The same conflicts happen over and over. Peter fights the chicken repeatedly in nearly identical scenarios. He gets drunk and does something stupid, faces consequences, then does it again. Lois gets frustrated with Peter, threatens to leave, then stays. Meg tries to improve her life and gets beaten down back to outcast status. These aren't character flaws creating patterns. These are the curse forcing everyone to repeat the same narrative cycles. The land makes them relive variations of the same events eternally. The neighbors on Spooner Street show the same repetitive patterns. Joe has been a paraplegic cop dealing with the same frustrations about his disability for decades. Quagmire has been the sex-obsessed neighbor pursuing women with the same techniques forever. Cleveland was the mild-mannered friend stuck in an unhappy marriage until he physically left Quahog and broke the curse's hold on him. When he returned to Spooner Street, he immediately fell back into the same patterns because the cursed land reasserted its control. Cleveland's departure and return proves the curse is geographically bound. When he moved to Stool Bend, Virginia for his own show, he experienced actual character development and life changes. His personality evolved, his relationships progressed, time moved forward in meaningful ways. But the moment he returned to Spooner Street, all that development vanished. He reverted to exactly who he was before leaving. The curse only affects people living on the cursed ground. Leave the neighborhood and you can break free temporarily, but return, and you're immediately trapped again in your assigned loop. The land itself has unusual properties that suggest cursed ground. The neighborhood's geography makes no sense and changes between episodes. Streets connect differently, houses appear and disappear, the layout shifts. That's because the cursed ground exists partially outside normal space. The native curse didn't just affect time, it warped the physical reality of the land. Space and geography on Spooner Street follow rules determined by the curse rather than normal physics. Animals on Spooner Street behave abnormally. Brian the dog talks and walks upright. Other animals in the neighborhood show intelligence and capabilities they shouldn't have. That's the curse affecting all living things on the land, not just humans. The native rituals performed there probably involved animal spirits and totems. When the curse activated, it altered how animals function within the neighborhood's boundaries. Brian isn't a genetic anomaly, he's a normal dog, transformed by living on cursed ground his entire life. The houses on Spooner Street have witnessed impossible numbers of traumatic events without anyone moving away. The Griffin house specifically has been the site of deaths, violence, disasters, and horrible incidents. Any normal family would move after experiencing a fraction of what the Griffins have endured in that house. But they stay. They can't leave. The curse binds families to their homes on the cursed land. People living there feel compelled to remain despite every rational reason to relocate. Think about the founding of Quahog and how the suburban areas were developed. The show has referenced the town's colonial history and early settlement. When Europeans built Quahog, they chose land near water for shipping and trade. The specific area where the suburbs now exist was probably chosen because it was flat, clear, and easy to develop. But it was clear because the native tribes kept it that way for ceremonial purposes. The colonizers saw empty land and built on it, not understanding it was empty for a reason. The curse activates through repetition and cycles, which aligns with Native American spiritual concepts about circular time and eternal return. Many indigenous cultures view time as cyclical rather than linear. The curse imposed this cyclical time structure on the land. Instead of time moving forward in a straight line like normal reality, time on Spooner Street moves in loops. Events repeat with variations, but the fundamental patterns remain constant because the curse enforces cyclical rather than linear temporal progression. Every family on Spooner Street is trapped in their own specific loop variation. The Griffins repeat family dysfunction patterns. The Swansons repeat disability and relationship struggles. The Browns repeated marital unhappiness until Cleveland escaped. Quagmire repeats sexual conquest patterns. Each family has their assigned narrative that they cycle through eternally. The curse doesn't put everyone in the same loop, it assigns different looping patterns based on who the family is and what role they play in the neighborhood's structure. The neighborhood has survived catastrophes that should have destroyed it completely. Floods, fires, explosions, all manner of disasters have hit Spooner Street. Houses get destroyed and they're back to normal the next episode. That's not fast reconstruction, that's the curse resetting the neighborhood to its default state. The land remembers what it's supposed to look like and restores itself after damage. Destroy a house and the curse rebuilds it overnight because the cursed ground contains a template of how the neighborhood should appear. Objects on Spooner Street show temporal anomalies. The Griffin family car gets destroyed repeatedly but always comes back. Furniture and possessions that get ruined reappear. Personal items that should wear out or break remain functional forever. The curse affects not just the land and people, but everything on the cursed ground. Objects exist in the same time loop as the residents, resetting to their default state when damaged or destroyed. The newspaper delivery in the neighborhood brings the same basic news over and over. Different specific events, but the same types of stories. The same patterns of local incidents. That's because the curse extends to information flow within the neighborhood. News and media reaching Spooner Street get filtered through the temporal loop, emerging as variations on the same themes. The residents read what feels like different news but is actually the same news repeated in different words. Children born on Spooner Street show signs of the curse from birth. Stewie was born with advanced intelligence and capabilities that develop instantly. Normal babies don't build weapons and time machines, but Stewie exists on cursed ground that warps development and ability. The curse affected him from conception, giving him awareness and capacity beyond normal human limits because he's not developing under normal temporal rules. He exists in the time loop from birth, which gives him perception of reality that others lack. The curse explains why Stewie can build time machines successfully. He's trying to break the temporal loop trapping everyone. His time travel technology works because he's operating within a cursed temporal field that makes time manipulation easier. Building a time machine on normal ground would be impossible with current technology, but on cursed ground where time already behaves abnormally, the barriers between past, present, and future are weakened. Stewie exploits the curse's temporal distortions to create technology that shouldn't exist. Native American imagery and references appear throughout Quahog, particularly in the older parts of town. Museums have artifacts, historical sites reference indigenous presence, and the town's founding narrative acknowledges displacing native populations. But nobody connects the current problems to that history. The residents live on stolen sacred ground without understanding that their repetitive trapped existence is a direct consequence of that theft. The land itself is enforcing justice through the curse. The specific ritual site that Spooner Street was built over probably involved ceremonies for ancestors in cyclical time. Native tribes would gather there to honor those who came before and to maintain the cycles of seasons, life, and death. These were powerful rituals that created spiritual resonance in the land. When the site was desecrated and built over, that spiritual energy didn't disappear, it corrupted. The positive cycles of natural time became negative loops of enforced repetition. The curse's twisted ceremonial power that never got released properly. Elders in the native tribes probably warned against building on this land. When Quahog was being developed, there were likely native voices saying this specific area was sacred and shouldn't be disturbed. The colonizers ignored these warnings because they didn't respect indigenous spiritual beliefs. They built the suburbs anyway, and the curse activated. The native people who understood what would happen are long gone or displaced, and the current residents suffer the consequences without knowing why. The curse needs the neighborhood occupied to function. Empty land wouldn't create the same effect. The temporal loop requires living beings to trap, events to repeat, and consciousness to affect. That's why the curse makes people unable to leave permanently. It needs residents to fuel the looping. Each family living on Spooner Street feeds energy into the curse through their repetitive behaviors. Their trapped existence powers the temporal distortion that keeps them trapped, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Attempts to break the curse probably happen unconsciously all the time. When characters try to change their lives, pursue different paths, or escape their patterns, they're fighting against the curse. But the land pushes back. It creates circumstances that force them back into their loops. Meg tries to improve herself and the universe conspires against her because the curse needs her in the outcast role. Peter tries to mature and growth gets undone because the curse requires him to be a man-child forever. Every attempt at genuine change gets countered by the cursed ground enforcing its patterns. The neighborhood's isolation from the rest of Quahog is more than geographic. Spooner Street and the surrounding suburban blocks exist in a bubble created by the curse. Events happening in downtown Quahog or other parts of town don't affect the suburb the same way. Time moves slightly differently. Causality works differently. The cursed neighborhood operates under its own rules, separate from the rest of the town. Cross the boundary leaving the suburb and you enter normal reality. Return and you're back in the curse's domain. Seasonal changes happen on Spooner Street, but they repeat identically. The same autumn happens over and over. The same winter. The same spring and summer. The seasons cycle through, but each iteration is identical to the last. Trees lose leaves in the same pattern. Snow falls in the same amounts. Weather repeats because the curse controls natural cycles within its territory. Nature itself is trapped in the loop, executing the same seasonal changes eternally without variation. The curse affects memory formation for residents. People living on Spooner Street have difficulty retaining memories of events that break their pattern. When something truly unique happens, they forget it quickly and revert to remembering only the pattern-consistent events. This is why characters don't remember catastrophes or major incidents. The curse edits their memories to maintain the loop. Remember only what fits the pattern, forget what doesn't, and the cycle continues smoothly. Dreams and sleep on the cursed ground bring visions of the loop. Characters have recurring nightmares about being trapped, about repeating the same actions endlessly, about time being wrong. These aren't random anxiety dreams, they're the subconscious mind perceiving the curse's effects. During sleep, awareness of the temporal trap surfaces because the conscious mind's defenses are down. People on Spooner Street know they're trapped at some deep level, but waking consciousness suppresses that knowledge because it's too terrible to accept. The native curse probably requires specific conditions to break. Traditional curses can be lifted through rituals, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, and restoration of what was taken. Breaking the Spooner Street curse would require recognizing the land as sacred, honoring the displaced tribes, and probably leaving the neighborhood permanently abandoned to return to natural state. But nobody knows this because the curse itself prevents residents from understanding they're cursed. It creates blindness to its own existence. Animals native to the area before colonization behave differently than introduced species. Native birds and animals that existed there before European settlement move freely between the cursed neighborhood and normal areas without getting trapped. But introduced species like the domestic animals that came with colonizers get affected by the curse. This is why Brian, a domestic dog, became a talking, upright being, while wild animals passing through remain normal. The curse distinguishes between what belongs on the land naturally and what was brought by the invaders. The curse's power waxes and wanes with certain times and events. During specific dates that align with the original native ceremonies, the temporal loops intensify. Characters experience even more repetitive behavior. Déjà vu becomes overwhelming, and the sense of being trapped peaks. These dates correspond to when the tribes would have performed their most powerful rituals. The curse draws strength from the spiritual resonance those dates still carry in the land itself. Underground beneath Spooner Street, there are probably physical remnants of the sacred site. Buried ceremonial objects, remains of ritual structures, items of spiritual significance. These physical anchors help power the curse. As long as they remain buried and disturbed beneath suburban foundations, the curse continues. If someone excavated and properly removed these items, the curse might weaken. But development has built over them so thoroughly that accessing them would require destroying the entire neighborhood. The curse explains Quahog's relationship with time across the entire town. While Spooner Street is the epicenter, the curse's effects radiate outward, affecting all of Quahog to some degree. The whole town experiences temporal problems, but the suburb built directly on the sacred site experiences them most intensely. The further you get from Spooner Street, the weaker the curse's influence becomes, until you reach areas like downtown or the docks where time moves more normally. Native spirits might still be present in the land, trapped by the same curse that traps the suburban residents. The spirits who performed rituals there centuries ago could be locked in their own loops, unable to move on, forced to watch the desecration of their sacred ground eternally. These spirits don't actively torment the residents, they're victims too. But their presence adds power to the curse. Spiritual entities trapped in temporal loops create resonance that strengthens the curse affecting living residents. The only people who've successfully escaped Spooner Street long-term are those who completely severed ties with Quahog. Cleveland partially escaped by moving away but maintained connections to his old life. When those connections pulled him back, the curse recaptured him. True escape requires total separation from anyone and anything connected to the cursed neighborhood. Leave and never look back, never return, never maintain contact with anyone still trapped there. Only through complete abandonment of that life can someone break the curse's hold. Environmental surveys of the area would show unusual readings if anyone bothered to check. Magnetic field anomalies, temporal distortions detectable by sensitive instruments, and energy signatures that don't match normal background radiation. The cursed ground emits measurable effects that science could detect, but nobody investigates because the curse makes people not ask questions. The same force that traps residents in behavioral loops prevents them from examining why their reality works the way it does. Local historians have probably documented strange occurrences in the neighborhood going back to when it was first developed. The first families who moved to Spooner Street likely experienced the curse's activation. Initial residents would have noticed time working strangely, events repeating, inability to leave or change. These early reports exist in historical records somewhere, but they've been forgotten or dismissed. The curse ensures its own history gets erased, so each new generation of residents experiences it fresh without foreknowledge. The Quahog suburban neighborhood with Spooner Street at its heart exists in a state of temporal imprisonment enforced by land that was sacred to native peoples and cursed when colonizers built over it, without permission or respect. Every resident is trapped in behavioral loops they cannot escape, living the same life patterns repeatedly, unable to age or grow or change in meaningful ways because the cursed ground beneath their homes has locked them into eternal cyclical time. The native curse is perfect revenge for stolen land. The thieves and their descendants are forced to live on it forever, trapped in place, repeating their lives endlessly, unable to leave or move forward while the land itself remembers what it was and punishes what it has become. The suburbs are a prison disguised as the American dream, where families pursue happiness on cursed ground that will never let them find it, cycling through the same joys and sorrows forever until someone finally understands what was done to create this place and makes the impossible choice to abandon it completely. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video,